private hell. Private hell.
What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink. Interlink. Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink. Interlink. Do you long for having your heart?
Everything's a copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells. Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Now that man right out the door, and this old shoe is bound to walk now. I'll tell you what the reason's for. This old dollar bought me nothing. This dollar's sick and frill. This dollar bought you something. Now your man is free on bail. Courthouse to see the justice done. Some souls have the courthouse to let the wrong man run. Some souls are bound for heaven, some souls are bound for jail. Some souls can buy each other, and some souls are not for sale. You take the life of poor Black Willie, take the life because you can. Take the life of poor Black Willie and free another guilty man. Take the life of poor Black Willie. Take the life in Jesus' name. Take the life of poor Black Willie and find another man to blame.
Nice! You're doing good! Wow. I have something important to announce. Wow. I'm... also doing good! Wow.
Alright, we are back. Mark 9, I have $2. Tall, look, you gave us enough. Please go to bed. Oh no, there's way more shit to be done. Way more shit. I'm going to be working all through Christmas. And see, James Ranson died. Not only him, because I remember right, that's the Call of Duty guy. If I'm remembering right, let me make sure. Oh no, completely. Yeah, no, that's the guy who played Ray. Yeah, we had 3 major deaths this past 2 days alone. James Ranson, the guy who played Ray in Generation Kill, he committed suicide. Yeah, Vince Zambala was the Call of Duty guy. He just died in a car accident. You're never going to guess who the third one was. The third one is fucking Adam the Woo, the fucking travel vlogger guy. The guy who goes around to like different amusement parks and different like movie locations and all that. He literally just was found dead in his hotel room. Yeah, huh? Yeah. Literally, as the fucking music for the stream was playing, my dad texted me. He's like, Adam the Woo's dead. And I'm like, fucking what? And he called me. He's like, yeah, a buddy of his who he makes videos with found him in his hotel room and he was dead. And it's like, holy shit. It's like these past 2 days, like, dear God, 2025 is not leaving without a fucking fight. What was the name of the song that was playing first? That was Private Hell by Iggy Pop. Yeah, announced an hour ago on his main channel, yeah. I gotta start moving from place to place. People always die when I do. And see a Jake Paul fight? Yeah, Jake Paul got his ass whooped. As he should have. Yeah, I never heard of Adam the Woo. He was actually like one of the more popular travel vlog channels. It was kind of a whole little genre. It was Adam, Jordan the Lion. There was like another really popular one. And they were kind of like the big 3 of that genre. And they'll go around to like different amusement parks. You know, Adam also would go to like different movie filming locations and places where like they're very important to pop culture. I remember he went to go see the actual like plane crash location that killed Buddy Holly. Like a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, he was just found dead. Gonna join the course. Say I got my Cyberpop issue today. I haven't read it yet, but I'm looking forward to good work. Yeah, Jake Paul will never find a man below 40 again, yeah. Germany bros get their 1776? That'd actually be a good question to ask. Tate also got his ass kicked. Pretty good day for boxing, yeah. Hey, Loli, last night beat Dead Rising. I got ending S. Hell yeah, yeah. How'd he die? Talking about Adam, they don't know. A buddy of his went to his hotel, because if I remember right, they were in Italy. Because they were kind of doing a thing where they were walking around Italy together. And when his buddy went to go knock on the door, he's like, hey, dude, where are you? And he didn't answer for a long time, so it got to the point he just called the fucking cops. And the cops busted the door down. He was dead. So the speculation could have been like a blood clot.
He was at home.
Oh, he was at home?
He was at home.
Oh, shit. Okay.
He went to his house.
Okay, I thought it was his hotel.
No, not a hotel. He was at home.
Okay. Yeah, such a damn shame, yeah. Yeah, Lolly Dad, yeah. Yeah, my dad was like a really big fan of Adam the Woo, so he's all like, shit. And can we say hello to Dad? He's watching it right now. That's how he was able to answer. Yeah, Papa Lolly, yeah. But like I said, he's like he really liked Adam the Woo. He would watch him all the time. So when he found out, he was like, holy shit. And we lost career in Modern Warfare 2, yeah. His voice sounds exactly like how I imagined. And tell your dad chat says hi. Like I said, he's watching, so he's seeing you guys. And he'll now take over the channel every time he comes on. Yeah, Tallywhacker Prime in chat. Dad watches your streams? Oh, yeah. My family does, despite me telling them over and over again. That's kind of a bad idea. I assume that was your brother. No, my brother helps out my grandparents. So he stays over with them. Sounds like the do you realize guy. Oh, December's taking a lot of people for 2025 ends. Yeah, dude, it's not ending without a fight. They two sound exactly the same. Sounds kind of like Pippa's dad. I didn't want people to find out that way. Yeah, they only know your pop found the Conan video. Yeah. Mom and Papa Lolly, I'm sorry for my less than ladylike behavior. Lost Moss Man is now pretty cool guy, 15 months. All I want for Christmas is Sarah. Merry Christmas, you Christus. Be a hero like me. Lolly's dad does sound like Mr. Boss. Does that mean your dad listened to you and show talking about the George Floyd movie? I'm pretty sure, yeah. Pippa's your sister confirmed. So America's getting Trump-class battleship. Oh. Yeah, so Avatar 3 last night, it was fine. A bit too long. Felt like a repeat of the second movie. And the best part was the evil Navi chick. Yeah, tell your dad to do the Bob Chandler do you realize speech. Hey, your family watches your streams. How awkward is your Thanksgiving? They understand that I do this for the money. They understand. It's like this how I make my living. So they're not allowed to critique my jokes. If you thought I'm unfiltered here, I'm way less filtered in holiday season. Yeah, family court and somehow Expedition 33 won custody of the kids. They can't keep getting away with it. You know, Did you know, does your dad know that Shota was, without his knowledge, once in love with Sphere Hunter, and how he made a Pepe Sylvia board to claim he isn't actually gay? Was Papa Lolly a Yuki or Rachel guy? I have to get samples of the documentary sent here, and then they'll decide. I'll make my entire family choose. I will have a gun. They'll make fun of us off stream. Any news in the recent Expedition 33 AI situation? So far, I heard awards getting revoked in the Indie Game Awards. Indie Game Awards is a literal fake show that's gotten in trouble more than once for like rigging the criteria to basically pay favors to companies that the owners of the award show are friends with. So it's like any other gaming awards thing, and that it does not fucking matter and it's fake. Also, Bleach Final Season PV and JoJo Steel Ball Run PV 2026. Gonna bring some good shit. Yeah. I imagine your dad sent you a super chat that says hi. When the last month of the year is the month of death. Jason Schreier and Blue Sky complaining about AI. Expedition 33 dramas manufactured. Oh, 100%. 100%. Do you stream in your room or the living room? I always imagine you in a dark room with nothing but vapes, gamer subs, and collection Berserk stuff. I have an office in the basement. That's where I set up all my stuff. Because basically the only place where it's a ways away from the house to where you don't hear everything. What do you think about the Odyssey trailer? It will be a movie. It will be a movie. Yeah. All right, but yeah, I had to get that out of the way because like that was one of those like, what the fuck just happened this weekend type situation. This weekend was rough. This weekend fucking sucked for everybody. I don't think anybody had a good weekend, but I can talk about the cool shit. The really cool shit. So, let me crack my bones. Gonna crack my bones. Esta semana era loco. Yeah. Hello, his dad's now just called Dad Bro. But basically, so. For those who caught the late night stream on Saturday, where we were trying to celebrate the the fact that Sour Pop was finally getting in people's hands, we were also made aware of some printing issues. Here, I'll even bring up some of the pictures because they got like egregious. Gotta find out where I put them. Yeah, here. So. I am very, very thankful. One of the bros in the Discord caught this. Because he was like, hey, I don't know if this was like meant to be or not, but this is kind of fucked. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's probably that. Oh, no, it's the same one. Okay. There we go. Yeah, Cyberpop printers go not burr. Yeah, Linkara got the one with the worst printing issue. But yeah, here. I'll show you just one example of one of the issues we ran into. So, if I can just scrunch the damn thing down. Here we go. So, for those who may not have caught it, we were getting pictures from some of the dudes who were pointing out to us that, hey, also one sec, I'll move that down there. Hey, some of the pages seem like they're out of order. This little this scene here seems like it's completely out of order, where you have the scene where, you know, Rachel is talking with Glitchy, and then out of nowhere you have the gunshot, and it's like, what the fuck? That just kind of jumps from one to the other. That's kind of weird. Turns out, yeah, they misprinted one of the pages wrong. This page on the left here was meant to be after this page on the left here. So they fucked that up. That's just one example a dude caught. Here's another, like, really egregious one. Yeah, here. Here we go. Because this is the one that flat out went from, like, okay, that's understandable, to now you're starting to piss me off. Here. The forward. The forward is fucked. The forward. The one that's supposed to be a special message to everybody. Be like, oh, thank you, everybody who backed it, and we're like, super thankful to you. It's like, they completely fucked it. They completely fucked it. Look at that. Look what they did. It's all fucked. It's all, Who's responsible for this? Well, I found out exactly who's responsible for this, because on Saturday, as stated, we were under the impression that, you know, did we fuck something up on our end? Like, if anyone was listening when people brought it up to us, there was like a solid, like, hour or so where Micah's like, did I do that? Like, did I fuck up the print file? Well, I looked over the print file, the copy of the print file that I got. I will show you that print file. Here we go. So this is, let me make absolutely sure it doesn't contain anything that's, like, going to be important. But it's the print file that I was given. So I could look over it myself and be like, okay. Might be a little bit. Okay, I'll edit this out. I'll edit this out real quick. So, here we go. I just got to do a little bit of tweaking on my end. There we go. There we go. Yeah, nice and illegible. Just completely paint that over like a pissed off 5-year-old. Okay. So, save. All right. Now let me make absolutely sure it's the right version. Okay. So, this is the print file I was given. As you can see, the page is in the right order. Like, it has the setup, like it flows exactly like how it should. So we were left wondering, like, what the fuck? You know? Well, what the fuck happened? Like, what's going on here? Well, I know exactly what happened now. Exactly. We used a site called Mixam. Mixam. Mixam, a few years ago, was like the standard for if you're going to do an indie comic project, you use them. They were a dropshipping company. Send your design over to them. They'll print it. They'll send it wherever the fuck you want it to go. So obviously, we have it to where it's like, okay, they print the comic. We send it over to our fulfillment guys. Our fulfillment guys basically, you know, separate everything together into the order they need to be, and then they ship them out. Well, Mixam the past year has been getting in more and more trouble. And from what I saw, a lot of that trouble has also been in the last few months. They have moved on to outsourcing more and more production to different companies. And the thing is, Mixum has their design you create on their website to where you fit it in the margins they want, and it's all designed for, assumed, a Mixum-owned printer. Well, because Mixum has started outsourcing, they started outsourcing their printing to companies that don't use the same printer. So even though on their website that you upload it to, you specify your details, you specify your designs, and you specify your margins, and it's all on Mixum's side, they can send that off to a company that does not use that same printer, and it'll be a completely different set of margins. And as we saw with the page count, they can fuck with your page count. So we used Mixum, and they completely fucked that. And the more I looked into it, the worse it got. Where I was seeing stories of people going like, yeah, if you set a deadline, you literally have to set it almost half a year in advance, because if it's anything shorter, they will do whatever they can to make an excuse. They'll do whatever they can to delay your order. They can delay your order and not tell you for months. So you can set a design for like 4 months in the future, and when you go to check your order 4 months, like when you set it as like, I want to deliver by then, you can find out you've been delayed, and they just never let you know. The first red flag that really should have made me go like, hey, what's going on here, is the fact that we never got samples. We never actually got samples for the comic. And at first I was like, I mean, that's okay. I mean, this company might just not do samples. Maybe it's a thing you have to specifically like, order or something like that. No, they just never sent them. They just never sent them. So we never got samples to confirm that these issues existed, because if we were made aware that these issues existed, we could have clarified they need to be fixed. But they just didn't. They just didn't. And the frustrating thing about it, it's only the books. The posters are fine. The stickers are fine. The trading cards, all fine. Everything else is fine. It's just the books. The books themselves. So, that pissed us off. That pissed us off fucking royally. To the point that Micah is pursuing a refund from Mixum, where it's like, this is fucking ridiculous. What are you doing? We want our fucking money back. And you can get a refund from them. Apparently it'll be like pulling teeth, but you can do it. And I found a local company in the area that's willing to do it. They're willing to undercut Mixum. How many times out of 10 does outsourcing make things better? Hell, how often does it maintain quality? There needs to be something done about it. You're not even wrong. You are not even wrong. Yeah, orders fulfilled, bro. Yeah, it's like just complete, like, they did not give a shit. Yeah, dropshipping company has been caught using Chinese companies in reality. Yeah. Oh, we were right there. And the words pissed Juan, they done fucked it up. Yeah. And like I said, it was something that we didn't even realize was a thing until we were physically getting their books. Like, just no one decided to check it until then. And it's like, what the fuck? So outsourcing from Lil Chang, they went with a little Rashid. Yeah. And make Yuki beat the shit out of a Hobocop and mix a million. Yeah, damn, so they screwed you. Yeah. That's why we're pursuing a refund to get our fucking money back. Was Mixum all of Micah's idea? Well, that's the thing. All the issues with Mixum are very recent. People used to use them as the standard a few years ago. Like, they were the standard. Micah used them more than once without any issues. The issues we're running into now are very recent. As in, something very recently changed with this company that's causing all this. It was the Indians. And new leadership? Fucking something. Yeah, it's sad because Micah specifically chose them to assure quality prints. Exactly. Like, the thing going on now with Mixum is very recent. All the worst reviews and stories I was reading were from this year. This year alone. And it said it was in the last year or so. That was basically at the beginning of the campaign. Yeah. And check seeing him, the CEO, do it on stream. And of course, like every other standard, they decide to fuck the consumer. Yeah. Yeah, red dot. Yeah, dear Micah, it's not your fault. No, like I said, we went over the print file. We went over the print file, making absolutely sure it's like, this is not, like, this is the format they wanted. This is the size that we knew worked. These are the page count in order, like how they should be ordered. What the fuck happened? And it turns out, oh yeah, they outsourced it to a company that didn't give a shit about any of that. At least on the bright side, the misprint version might have a collection piece of, especially with the sales value, yeah. I'm not joking. Look up and see if an Indian got a hold of the company. I'm just flat out assuming they did. Indian or a Chinese guy. Because, I mean, it's... Like I said, this is a very recent problem. All the worst stuff I'm seeing is from this year. And Growing Pains Come Back Stronger Part 2. Well, that leads into the Part 2 of this, which is the good news. So, because I have been pissed off... very pissed off, I was going around kind of ranting and raving at work and ranting and raving to a few people. Because of that, I was put in contact with a lady who owns a local printing company. And she's been doing it for a long time. She heard about what was going on, so she's like, you know, I've been struggling ever since COVID to get my printing company out of the red. I could work with you on this. So... we are going to issue a reprint of all the books and send them out to people for free. You don't have to worry about that. You know, it's not like we're going to charge it twice for something like that. No. We're going to do it completely for free. Shop local, yep. And were all the backer copies screwed up? We're operating under the assumption Mixam completely fucked it up. Like, we're just, like, even if your book comes out fine, we're giving you a new copy just because we don't trust Mixam. And dude, what the fuck? You misprinted my pages. Hello, your computer has virus. And my birthday was this month. I turned Chinese this year. Now backers can have a better edition, a Cripple edition first. And in Cripple edition, it fits. Yeah. Thanks the lady who helped you. Yeah. But not only will you guys get a new free reprint, all the side stuff will still be sent out because that's at the fulfillment guys, and we know for a fact that's fine. And the fulfillment guys still all have it, so it's like, fucking just send it to them. Like I said, people get 2 books. They get 2 books. Honestly, we should even clarify, like, right on the fucked up one, fuck Mixam. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, Sour Pop Misprint's gonna be like fan memorabilia later on, yeah. I found the CEO from Mixam. He's from the UK. There we go. Imagine referencing this in the story. But we also, we were debating back and forth. We were consulting some experts, some supreme niggas. My project for the day, which is why I didn't finish the Dawn of the Dead video before stream like what I wanted to do, I just sat down and made a digital version. Like a full digital version. Like all 3 are done with all 3 covers. And I'll be emailing those out to backers pretty much as soon as we confirm that those are not fucked up and they are good. Like, they are perfectly fine. Actually, I have 2 fake money Sour Pop Kentucky special. And sorry you guys went through this crap with your first book. The amazing part about it is it was at the finish line. Like, everything was done. Everything was done. It was purely because Mixam decided to be fucking retards. And that's why you always make a digital copy. Yep. Yeah, holy fuck, I'm reading it immediately. Yeah. Pretty much as soon as I confirm that everything is fine, like there's no technical issues with it, it all turned out right, I'm just sending a mass email to backers. Imagine a Rachel spinoff one-shot versus Rachel before the event of Sour Pop, and it's just how comically miserable her life was. Yeah, Sour Pop Volume 1, the Crippled Edition. It's always something out of your control that fucks it up. Yeah, it pisses me off. Yeah, Mixam USA is based in Chicago. That makes sense. They also have offices in UK, Canada, Australia, and Germany, all faking gay locations. It's a Christmas miracle. Yeah, tripped at the checkered line on your massive schlongs. Yeah. Hell time to get a stumbling block, but good, he pulled through. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it could be worse. James O'Barr, the Crow author, was convinced he had to cut pages because of how the old printing machine worked, but it turns out none of them could do math. A comic be available on online retail or something like that. It will be after everyone gets their stuff. After all backers get their stuff, then we're setting up a storefront for it. Which leads me into part 3. Not only was I put in contact with a lady who owns a printing company, but because, once again, I was ranting around to different people, I was also put in contact with a few, with a comic shop in like one of the bigger towns in Kentucky to stock up over there. So because I was so pissed off at this dropship company that fucked us, I was able to get 2 major contacts that could actually streamline production very well in the future. Until those Chinese kids working in the sweatshop, the more they mess up, the more fingers they'll miss. Guys, think a reference to this event in a future issue or something? I don't see how I possibly could not. I do not see how I could subconsciously avoid referencing this. Damn, God came in clutch for you. Yeah, right? Like, it was one of those things of it kind of became a blessing in disguise. And it would be ironically funny, yeah. Well, it wouldn't even be ironically funny. It would just be like, holy shit, fuck these people. And we were at the checker flag and some retard forgot to secure the drain cover just like the 2023 Las Vegas F1 race, yeah. Man, you got a very easily distracted guardian angel, yeah. So, my goal for tomorrow is get the rest of the Dawn of the Dead video done, finish that, and, you know, publish it out for the earlier bros. It'll be ready by like Christmas Eve for public and all that. Then I was gonna call around. And I gotta finish emailing the lady because I'm setting up all the shit I need to have it printed. And like I said, that's gonna be free, so I'm just gonna eat the cost on that just because fuck it, you know. Everyone gets a good Christmas this year. Everyone gets a good Christmas. And you mentioned James Ranson died. Yeah, he killed himself. Yeah, Tiena's Bueno Suerte, yeah. Should have been a Korean sweatshop. Everybody work. Big B-man whip us. We are slave. Speaking of F1 race, you talk about Vince Zampella yet? Yeah, he also died. And pray for my kitty. She broke her paw. And Marshall's cat broke a paw. It's just been a bad weekend. Yeah, like Rachel getting a shirt she ordered, but they royally fucked it up, yeah. Yeah, you, my child, get all the figgy pudding, orange Jesus. Even for the ones who already had theirs sent out? Yep. My idea is even people that have gotten all their stuff, you're just getting a new one. Like, because we don't know the full extent of how many books are fucked up. And I did the math on it, so I'm like, fuck it. I'm just going to basically reprint the entire batch we already made and send them out. A, because I want to be sure everyone gets their books. And B, we are 100% holding that over Mixum's head when we go for the refund. When we go for the refund, we're going to go like, we had to reprint everything because we did not know the full extent of how much you fucked everything up. You know, it's just completely throw them under the bus and go like, you fucked this up. Because, I mean, I was pretty not happy when we found out about all this. I think mass-produced comics for computers must be really hard, yeah. Positive News about to order a WKU red rally towel, and as soon as I get it, I'll mail it to you. Your special little cum rag. And tax season soon, yeah. Yeah, I fucking hate this year. Might even be more angry next year, yeah. Well, Lolly and Bros start outlining my novelization Dragon Age Origins. I have the Dwarf Commoner and Dwarf Noble's origins dealt with. You could say you're discheesed. Yeah, Rachel orders a shirt from a comedy duo pair she likes. Listen to that show. One of the jokes, but the punchline's cut off. I.e. Nikocado, Apricado, or talking encrusted ass. Well, no, like I already have an idea for a way to reference that. Like reference the whole like they fucked up the printing. Because it doesn't have to be somewhere it's like an insane stretch. Like, no, they just fucked up an order she wanted. Big on dude's named James, the nerd looks cursed with a beard. Yeah, Rachel needs to rebuild Yuki and instructions are misprinted causing her to cuss to the printing company. And my cousin released a comic too, Werewolves in Brooklyn, did the art and everything. Oh. Anyways, 0 was worse than 2020. Oh, yeah. So, a video from a guy I used to watch who talked about TCGs, about a Nikki TCG, and went on for 7 minutes about how Nikki bad because sexualization Umesume good because it doesn't. And I put on the shirt and the seams explode. Would be a meta joke as then the page looks misprinted. That actually could be a funny one. Like, we can just have a... We can just take a picture of the fucked up page. Or take one of the pictures of the broads with the fucked up page and just include that as like... Man, imagine saying that out to people. That'd be so terrible. And we lost Hulkster and Oz. Yeah, worse than double 20. Yeah. And Yuki gets cheap gun and blows up in her hand. Says made in China, India. You reviewed Trigun one day? That's been on the agenda for a while. Yeah, Rich tries to put Yuki back together, but yeah, she puts her feet on backwards. You ever seen the Australian movie Wake and Fight? I have not. Yeah, it could be a background event like Yuki's focused on something else while Rachel's looking annoyed at the shirt. But yeah, so basically that's the update on the situation there. That's the update there. We managed to kind of salvage it, even if it was one of those where we're all going like, why the fuck does this even need to be salvaged in the first place? Like, what the fuck? It's specifically just how stupid and small the problem is that specifically pisses us off. Who's in line to get their comics about the shirt, poster, and comic pack? From my understanding, the fulfillment guys almost have everything done and about to ship. The only thing holding them back right now is the fact that it's Christmas week. So, post-Christmas week, from my understanding, everything's getting shipped out. James growing a beard specifically to match how his old version looked in that one AVGN Christmas special. Still, you lucked out there, yeah. Well, the 2 most populous countries produce the worst people. Yeah. Easily avoidable. Someone in the process cared and they didn't. Yeah. Well, like I said, it's just the sheer quality drop, because everything I was hearing is like Mix'em a few years ago, like 2-3 years ago, they were the standard. If you were doing like an indie comic project, you used fucking Mix'em. Mix'em was where you went. It was the most streamlined. It was the easiest to understand. They did almost everything for you. You know, everything worked there. And this year in particular, they just sunk like a fucking rock. Some of the companies they're working with just don't give a shit about quality. Cyberpop lore because India got nuked in the saying a shit ton of refugees suddenly migrated to everywhere, thus breaking the job market nigh instantly. Even the Rachel dockies, how much posted it take to ship Rachel's giant ass? Well, the dockies already shipped out. That was back in like December last year. Because we worked with a separate company on that, and they were just able to turn that into like one of their events. Yeah, you'd be amazed what defects can get through even when you have a quality control team. Man, they get bought by a private equity firm or something. Usually it destroys quality. That's the only thing I can think of. I just got the stream and hard quality drop and immediately thought you were talking about the One Punch Man anime. Your thoughts on the Pixma model of Canon printers? I don't know anything about them. And I have the Grinch stole good printing. And Mix'em did the dockies. Yuki will end up as a trap. Yeah, it's like Mix'em, from what I understand, were not bad, but they've gotten really bad. And Rachel's fat ass fun in the entire comic that's going to be referenced. I'd say it's because of the most popular. They may have the same ratio of assholes and normies as everywhere else, but the giant population means there's a lot of them, yeah. And it's such a good reputation, they preyed on people's ignorance of their lower quality changes. Honestly, yeah, I can buy that. I can definitely buy that. You know? And like I said, it just point me in the direction of like more local people who... I mean, I was talking with the lady who ran the local one, and I'm like, it's kind of a big order. It's going to be like 500, 600 some odd books. Are you okay with that? And she's like, yeah, that's fine. So, of course, I gotta keep messaging her and clarify, like, I have everything. Are you cool with this? If not, there's another place I can go to. It's perfectly okay. My body's custom made in Japan, of all quality premium Moe parts. Yuki, it says your 40% parts of Jeep Cherokee from 2016. And I got Cyberpop in the mail today. I haven't opened it yet. Exciting, yeah. And Rachel Ducky's come pre-humped. Which adds official One Piece anime is now seasonal. Yeah. Why can't companies stay pro-consumer? Why is that so hard? Well, especially since it always has the exact same ending. They focus so hard on sipping for investors that quality control for customers goes down like a fucking rock. And because quality control for customers goes down, people don't want to fucking use them, meaning they don't make as much money, meaning investors get pissed off. The Henry Ford system fucking worked, and then for some reason the two brothers who fucking sued him just ruined everything. As usually comes out good, so what's the issue now? Notice is made in China India tag. Oh. I'm still waiting for my stuff to come in. I'm getting jealous of everyone who's getting their stuff. Well, like I said earlier, to kind of make up for the production issues we've been having, I'm sending out a digital version. That's gonna be sent out pretty much as soon as we confirm that the PDFs I made are all good. Yeah, Dodge Brothers were Jewish, yeah. What was the Ford system? If you look back at the early 1900s and who really kicked off a lot of the modern concepts of the workday, like as we understand it, that was all Henry Ford. He's the one that standardized 40-hour work week, weekends off, employee benefits. He's the one that really wanted to take care of his employees because he understood happy employees that could buy your products means you're just feeding money back into your own system. Well, Ford was also a notorious anti-Semite that really, really rubbed the Dodge brothers, who were Jewish, the wrong way. The Dodge brothers, basically to win one over him in a personal slight, sued him and said, well, really, the responsibility of a company owner is not to appeal to customers, it's to appeal to their shareholders. So the reason we have shit like companies drastically ripping out their own brain and making retarded decisions to make line go up was all because the Dodge brothers got pissy. And Ford was also an abusive dad. Oh, yeah. The guy was a piece of shit, but he understood business. Yeah, all I'm saying is that the Dodge brothers really played into a stereotype. Yeah, ruling made line go up, law of the land, yeah. Yeah, for Christmas, Shota, I got you a Cherokee War Drum while you got him a copy of Sour Pop and Yuki Daki. Yeah, Bleach is 100% going to adapt those light novels once the final curve is finished. Yeah. Henry Ford doesn't think like slave owner and they hate him for it. Well, it wasn't even because of his ideas. Everyone stole his ideas. The whole 40-hour work week, every other company ripped that off. It was because he basically just pissed them off. It was just a complete personal slight. And Dodge Brothers weren't actually Jewish. I thought they were. Because for a while, they outright changed their logo to a Star of David to fuck with Henry Ford. Yeah, the initial logo was Star of David, yeah. Wait, you mean the reason we have a lot of companies suck the dicks of shareholders in their capital was because the Dodge Brothers were being spiteful? Yeah. Say what you want about Ford, but the man knows business, yeah. The opening copy of Sour Pop, big money, no whammy, no whammy. Like I said, we are going to do a full reprint and send free copies to all the backers. So even if yours is fucked up or if it's not fucked up, you're getting that fix. And thankfully, with the lady I'm working with now, because it's local, I can physically drive over to the printing company and check and get the samples I need. I just got to clarify the last few details with her and obviously be like, hey, it's Christmas week. Obviously, we can't get started on this, but after Christmas week, I'm going to be riding you like a fucking drill sergeant. Also, that entire lawsuit was because he refused to expand like he said he was going to do and instead cared about his employees, yeah. I'm such an anti-Semite to the point Funny Mustache Man said that Ford guy really taught me a thing or two. Speaking of Bleach, the fact Fortnite released both the Bleach collab and Miku collab so close and the leak spin was directly connected with each other is pretty funny. Yeah, I kept hearing Henry Ford was openly friendly with Hitler. To be fair, around the time he was really getting chummy with Hitler was like the 1920s, so it was before a lot of the world really understood what Hitler was really up to. Have to send you a custom cowboy hat for a copy of the comic. Man, I care about them until we shot them in the streets, yeah. I wonder Dodge pickup sucks balls. My dad's first Dodge pickup was his last Dodge pickup. The next issue, you think that you could autograph the comics? Honestly, that's not a bad idea. That really is not a bad idea. I can make an electronic signature, put them on the print file, Because it's something I was thinking about doing, and now that I have access to the print file and I can edit it, it's not a bad idea. And his name was dropped in Mein Kampf, and that's all we needed, yeah. Yeah, funny idea for Cyberpop would be for a new broadcast showing that today is the 5-year anniversary of China and India becoming one nation. Also, don't forget, FDR forced multiple companies in the United States to open their doors to visiting high-ranking Nazi officials, promote cooperation, yeah. Yeah, being friends with Hitler was like being friends with Shadman. No one knew how that clusterfuck was going to go down. Yeah, Spike created many companies. Lamborghini was a tractor maker who said Ferrari's clutch was fucking shit and got told to stick to tractors, yeah. Is that on the OG Backer Bros no cover? Well, like I said, the reprints are going to the OG backers. Like, I'm not saying that, oh, we're going to do reprints and they're going to go out to new people and you guys can all suck it. Everyone's getting them. Specifically, everyone's getting them. Because, obviously, this is bullshit, and it's like, fuck you, we're not giving people misprinted garbage. Fuck you, Mix'em. Yeah, only complaint about the Bleach Fortnite collab is nerfing Orihime and no Chad. It's pretty funny how now we see that major mistake Hitler made was unironically trying to attack Russia when it came to conquering Europe. And it's being Metro Prime 4 on Switch 2 is not bad, but only Holy Linearity Batman still not as bad as DNF. Final score is 7.5 or 8 out of 10. Which for Metro Prime 4 is kind of heartbreaking. I was got here, what's this about misprint? We found out on Saturday when we were trying to do the celebration stream for Cyberpop that Mix'em, the company we used to print, fucked up the designs and never let us know. They never let us know. People had to physically ping us and go, hey, some pages are out of order and the margins are all fucked up. So some pages are eaten up by the binding. Yeah, bit for $5. Zoe, say the line. Come on, it's not even canon. Say the line. Kawaii Oi Desu there. All I can play about Lamborghini is every time I try them in racing sims is dog shit traction, but they do go slightly faster than some Ferraris. Life is like tomato. Without Omo, it will only be tat. And Dodge Brothers were actually friends with Ford and stayed such after the lawsuit. They joined the lawsuit because all investors did. Yeah, I missed that stream. Sounds pretty bad. Yeah. Well, when we first learned about it, we were like, did we fuck up the print file? What's going on here? And I checked the print file. Our print file was good. Our print file was perfectly good. Everything was in order. It was all the margins they specifically wanted. It was only after I did my own digging and I looked into Mix'em did I find out that recently they have started outsourcing to more and more companies, and those companies can have completely different printers, and they don't give a shit to adjust their designs to fit their printers. They will just make their own up, and it will fuck your designs up. And on top of a bunch of other really shady shit they'll do. They'll pause your order and not let you know. They'll pause your order to force you to buy an upsell. They'll pause your order because you refuse to buy an upsell. Mix'em is a horrible company. Everything I was reading about them, it's like, holy fuck, dude. How are they in business? And Rep Out in History said best, if you're conquering Russia, pack winter clothes. Lawsuit? Well, like I said, we're just going to demand a refund. Like, demand a refund and show all the proof and be like, you fucked us. You fucked us and we want our money back. Yeah, Samuel Cole placed a brothel on his factory grounds. It was for the workers, but it was actually to try and get his neighbor to sell his land so he could expand the factory grounds. The only game in town. In terms of printing, no. It's just, for a while, they were the standard. Like, if you're doing an indie comic project, a novel project, anything like that, you would use Mix'em because they had very good quality control. This past year, for some reason, it sank like a fucking rock. Like, all the worst stories I was reading about it come from this year. So clearly it's a thing of like, all right, something happened this year that made them completely fall the fuck apart. And we got caught up in that. Yeah, lawsuit if they refuse to refund. Yeah. Yeah, sue someone to make them bleed, not to make your money back. Yeah. Yeah, give it some time. The erroneously printed copies of Cyberpop go for hundreds. Yeah, Mike even used them for previous projects, but the outsourcing happened within the past year. Yeah. Zarin Dawson's not pretty cool guy for 17 months. Ripped to James Ranson. I always know him as Ray. In the words of the famous warrior poet Ice Cube, if the data doesn't require an AK, it is good. Oh. No, I do not want to upgrade to Windows 11. Stop fucking... Gotta hate Windows. But yeah, so it's... That was the bullshit we were having to deal with, and it was driving me fucking crazy with that. Like, God, I hate Mix'em. I hate Mix'em so much. Remember Aim at Animations? I do. Did anything happen with that guy? I lost track after he made, like, the puff piece to, like, Hassan and Bernie Sanders and all that. Expect they're outsourcing to China for years and are still trying to cover up this fact. Probably. Yeah, things getting bad in recent years. Where have I heard that before? And Napoleon's army packed winter clothes, but it was so cold, the resin buttons of their coats and uniforms crumbled. And look at China. They're actively doing their own Holocaust on Muslims, and no one cares, but if they invade Taiwan, all the war crimes are going to be used against them. Yeah, I'll just save a few $1,000s at most, but lose way more in the future because of poor business decisions. Oh, yeah. Like, hell, I'm perfectly fine propping up a local business. That's someone I can physically talk to. Yeah, we're contacting you about your Windows update and the new, better Windows 11. I too hate Windows. They're for a windowless house, just a box. Remember, chat, you can attack Russia during the winter if all the snow is melted by nuclear fire. But the old Dodge brothers weren't Jewish. Back then, companies did use stars similar to Star David as signing good luck for good business. I hate box houses. Make it a triangle. Yeah, I'm going to say they lost their workforce and said, fuck you, America, and outsourced it, just screw us over. Considering it's a UK company, I can believe it. You know, they're probably like, well, fuck you. You put tariffs on us. Like, dude, I don't give a shit. Print me my fucking book. It's like, do you want to lose a whole bunch of money being a spiteful little pansy? Because I can make it that way. I can make it. Hexagram being associated with Jews was largely due to Israel. Oh. But here we go. There we go. There we go. At least there's some good come out of the situation with Mix'em, but yeah, it still sucks to have it happen. Yeah. Well, like I said, the thing that pisses me off is we never got samples. We never got samples. They never sent us any kind of sample of the book. We were never made aware this was an issue. It was literally only after people started getting it at their doorstep did we find out what was going on. And that's the shit that to me is unacceptable. It's like, what the fuck? You know, why in God's name are we learning about that now? There we go. Now, real question is, after you show your dad the comic sales, for your dad to let you his book to republish? I do not know, and I'm kind of under the assumption no. Oh, no, I won't recognize the controller. That's fucking great. Give me one quick sec. I just have to kill this. Because I'm pretty sure it's a thing of because... There we go. Because I plugged in the controller after I launched the game. So it didn't recognize I was playing with the controller. Oh, wait. No. I know exactly what it is now. Okay. I forgot. This is the weird one. Because I have to install the patch again. I have to launch it. Yeah, I had to launch it from the file manager instead because it wouldn't pick up the right exe. There we go. Can I visit the Monroeville Mall before they tear it down? I want to. I genuinely want to. Hell, I had a dude who outright offered to send me a chunk of it. Damn, hit 1,000 song and comic. You finally love me, Sharpen. Hell, I wanted you to find an actual job. If I think about Russian army, because so many Russians drink gasoline as alcohol, they used to have drinkable gasoline to this day. I doubt Talfather would let his son edit his work. It'd be a pride thing. Which movie series of the year? I have to think more about that. There was a lot of really good shit that came out this year. Forward paragraph 3. Grindstone's missing an E. Yeah. I go to Henry Hill arc. Fuck you, pay me. Yeah, Telltale games do that. You need to have the controller on when you start the game. Yeah, like I said, it's weird. Why does Micah keep doing this first with Dutch, now you? Like I said, this wasn't even a Micah thing. This was explicitly Mix'em. This was the fucking printing company we got for some reason decided to shit its pants. And instead of being able to get consistent work with us, we're now just going to consistently shit talk them. And go, if you use these people, you are going to get scammed. They're fucking incompetent. Every year I miss the good shit, but not this year for whatever. Here we go. Recommend you come to Pennsylvania. Primonti Bros is a staple of us. Just stay at Pittsburgh. Janet and any old steel mill town. They're just downtown Louisville.
Follow my lead.
Is new management? It has to be. It has to be new management. It has to be. That's the only thing I can think of that makes any sense. Here we go. Are you part Jewish? No. And frankly, the whole descent thing to me just feels like a... It feels... I'll just flat out say it. People who obsess over that are spiritually Jewish. Like, the whole, like, well, you have the blood inside you. It's like, people don't act off their fucking blood. If you believe that, you're a fucking retard. I think you reach Pulse tonight? I believe so. We're not too far out from it, if I remember right. Yeah, it's faking gay. Yeah. You don't know that? No, I know for a fact I know that. Because so many guys who do the whole, like, well, are you le-Jewish, get caught up doing and shit, that's fucking spiritually Jewish as fuck. Yeah, Grand Pulse. Usually it's because venture capital bros took over. Oh, yeah. Isn't Bleach being 50% Jewish doesn't give you superpowers, though I wish it did. My friend's blood is B positive. He still acts pissed about a lot of shit. So as a Korean, I don't have the large to arm myself and protect a store from the roofs. Are you Jewish? You're acting Jewish, yeah. Ever watch the show Banshee? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's fun. I'm planning on doing a Postal 4 stream. Does it not run like ass anymore? Because that's kind of the big thing holding it back for me. It's the fact that it ran like garbage. Took an Indian baby and raised an American with act American. It's not blood, it's bad culture. Yeah. And took a Seth Rogen's interaction with Dankula. Yeah. Yeah, be positive, those gang signs. Yeah, we still have the coastline, the party city, residential zone, big airship, and the outer all for Grand Pulse. But don't the coastline and the party city go by pretty quick? Like, if I remember right, those don't last very long at all. It's like maybe half an hour for both. Fighting a bike can't beat suplexing a train. Dank met with Seth? Yeah, not so much met, but more of Seth Rogen spammed Dankula's replies over and over again for like a few days. What spiritually Jewish even means? Like having a cult or something of minds is just stereotypes? Quite literally, it means that you will act the exact worst of the stereotype you claim to hate. Yeah, I never understand the idea that one's blood lineage dictates everything. It specifically doesn't. That when Dankula was a judge? I think it was a little bit before that.
This is it.
Yeah, because Dank didn't like dude weed humor, yeah. Keep saying that Charlie dude on Twitter is Jewish because of how much he calls others Jews. Yeah, Grifter cries out in pains, he strikes you, basically. I'm Jewish and I've had someone stalk me because of it. People are crazy, yeah. Oh god. I'm saying this one to heaven because he hates weed humor. As Supreme Justice Dankula. I also now hate dude weed humor. Got the impression makes him preyed on people's goodwill prior and screwed you guys over. Like I said, I don't think you're wrong. I really do think that... You know, I really do think that, yeah, they were probably pretty good in the past, and because of that, they were able to use people's... They're basically able to use people's, like, well, I've used Mixon before. They're a pretty good company to basically fuck them over. Because, like I said, the shit we were being made aware of is like, okay, this very obviously had someone who was not looking. This is bullshit. Seth Rogen's laugh is unironically a meme because me and my brother, between me and my brother, because how fucking lame it is. My friends and mom call me a Jew. What's the gimmick of this game? We're back to ATB, but it's a little bit more automatic in the beginning. The problem is, dude, weed is Seth Rogen's entire gimmick when he's writing shit. Yeah. Made the mistake in getting a cashier job at a supermarket on Christmas week. Get me out of here. Also, I know people are AB blood type, but they're far from being royals. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's ATB and mid-bow class swapping. Yeah. Which is not a bad gimmick. Or worse, they were looking and didn't care. Yeah, that's honestly... That is honestly the point we're going to bring up. It's like, either you guys didn't make us aware because you knew this was a problem, or you didn't make us aware because you didn't know. And both of them are fucking bad. You know, both those still piss me off. And take it from me, knows many of them. Jews do have superpowers. They just have that one more day treatment, unfortunately. Yeah, at least the ink wasn't laced with lead, yeah. And see the trailer for the new Animal Farm movie? It's exactly what you think it is. Well, I talked about it before on Twitter. Where, like, it's physically impossible to make any version of Animal Farm that's still not a scathing criticism towards socialism. Because even if you try to blame it on, well, capitalism is what turned the pigs. Like, you still had the thing of, okay, so the leaders of the revolution will eventually whore out and be bought out by the exact entity they were trying to fight. Meaning they didn't actually believe in it, and a lot of people died for nothing. Did you look back live action teaser? I did not. It was cool that Fujimoto's getting more stuff, though. Maybe using the commando to keep the brake gauge from draining too fast. I could. But then, once again, I'd have to fuck with Hope's entire... Yeah, early game 13 kind of sucks because you're stuck with two party members, and they will always default to having the worst setups. I saw the scenes from that Wolfenstein New Colossus. The game reminded me of Seth Rogen's filmography, yeah. I've heard the story before. No matter how many times you try to rewrite it, yeah. Isn't the whole blood dictating your action thing a talking point among racial supremacists? Yeah. And a lot of those hoard themselves out to the highest bidder. And let my Ocho know when he can buy a copy of Cyberpop. He said he wanted to support you and check it out. Well, like I said, all the backers are getting their stuff before anyone else. We're doing the reprint. All the stuff that's already printed out will go. So if you backed the book before, you're just going to get another version of the book that is better. Because, like I said, fuck Mix'em. Fuck Mix'em. I fucking hate Mix'em. I'm never using Mix'em again. And after everyone gets their stuff, we confirm everyone got their stuff, we'll set up a digital storefront, which thankfully that'll be a million times easier. Holy shit, apparently there's video of Vince's Impella crash. Yeah, that's how I learned about it. Here we go. Someone told me Seth Rogen wrote LSD scenes in New Colossus. I 100% believe him due to them killing the moment. Yeah. Yeah, so that's just annoying. He's like an annoying cousin you're forced to hang out with. He's now trying to do a thing where he's like trying to paint himself as more of an auteur, and it's like, you're still kind of just a douchebag. Hey, George Orwell. Heard George Orwell was a democratic socialist. He was, but he eventually got burned out on it and became a lot more aware of what was going on in the actual Soviet Union. I don't know, the new Animal Farm is gonna bomb like that one movie was not made for anyone, yeah. There's no fucking weed, you piece of shit stoner. Yeah, 4-year-old version Superbad are the only good Seth Rogen movies, mainly because Seth wasn't the main focus, yeah. Is FF worth playing? It is very good. Yeah, playing through ME3 Citadel DLC, did not expect to find an evil clone and Shepard. Yeah, it was kind of the whole gimmick. Yeah, Orwell got shot in the Spanish Civil War. Yeah. And he eventually did write, it was sort of kind of an autobiography slash just sort of a breakdown of what went on in the war. He did flat out say that, yeah, a lot of the communists were killed by the commissars more than any of Franco's army. Yeah, interview was good, but Seth Rogen still sucks in it, yeah. You want to visit the west side of Japan or northern? I would like to see both. I do feel bad for evil Shepard. I mean, Seth Rogen's going to be playing a sellout asshole, betrays everyone, uses them to further his own gain, so he's playing himself. That's what I mean. Like, there's no way of rewriting Animal Farm in any way, shape, or form that will not just massively condemn socialism. And the whole your blood decides your fate is rich asshole bullshit that I honestly think the rich people believe. Yeah, Orwell defended the rape and murder of nuns. Yeah, because that, like I said, that was in the autobiography that he wrote about it. Because if you read it, he had like different stages of his burnout. When he wrote that autobiography, because I think that was like one of his earlier works, he was very like, yeah, you know, they did some bad shit, and like, you know, a lot of our guys got murdered for like no real reason, and everyone kept purity testing each other, but it was still a good cause, you know, like, yeah, I mean, there were a lot of innocent people who got murdered, and all this fucked up shit was happening, but it was a good cause. And then bit by bit, he broke down a little bit more until you get to the point where he's like, you people were fucking frauds. This was all for nothing. The only way they make socialism positive in Animal Farm is if they don't adapt Animal Farm. The entire point of it is, oh my god, Soviet Union's fucking awful. I'm playing for episode 2 of Cyberpop, 80 pages of a beat trip, new tomboy with Esper powers. Wasn't Orwell self-socialist? Yeah, like I was explaining. He was a socialist, but he got burned out. Yeah, Orwell was still a socialist, but was still, these guys are doing it wrong. Like I said, he had stages. By the time you get to like 1984, he was completely like, this is fucking evil. This is inhuman. In fact, not even Netflix is willing to accept the Animal Farm animated movie shows how horrible it is. Yeah, keyword was. Yeah, brake pads of bourgeoisie, or watch the truck fail to stop and drive off a cliff. Katekyo Hitman Reborn's getting a remake and first shown anime on their 20-year anniversary. Oh. And girl Esper powers can go hard, but not like this. I just realized it's a mechanical Bulbasaur. Kinda cool, though. Everyone line up in a line to give you the Emperor Mercy God intended. Can't play Zom's newest game on stream? Oh, fuck no. I'm not playing any of the Disco Elysium successors on stream. He started as a Trotskyist, but was forced to see the reality in the Spanish Civil War. Yeah. And like I said, he had stages where at first he was trying to justify it and go like, well, maybe there's a greater good, but by the end, he was a full-on like, this is fucking inhuman and evil. And blood decides your fate. Why the primitive savages who blighted Rome, some of the most advanced cultures of today, while the ancient cultures of the Middle East are barbaric. Orwell's probably the best one to condemn socialism, since he was a star socialist and made the entire thing fall apart. Saw the entire thing fall apart to the nightmare orgy it is. Yeah. Like hell, Animal Farm literally ends with all the animals watching through the window as the pigs and humans now look indistinguishable from each other. Specifically saying, holy shit, they're the same fucking thing. Are Disco's successors tend to be actual communist games this time? No one knows. All we know is there's like 5, and they all keep claiming to be the real successor of Disco Elysium. I am pig. And communism basically just evolves into every supporter of it cannibalizing each other because it's self-defeating by design. I can't play Disco Elysium. This reminds me of my previous jobs, like just like dispatch. You were a cop? Yeah, there's one that wants to be a successor, but furry. Yeah, Walt Disney also almost met Hitler, but then he invaded Poland. Yeah. Hey, the sequel to Disco? Like I said, there's like 5 in the works. And I get the feeling 2 of them are going to fail, and they're going to run away with the money. One's going to come out and be the worst game ever made. One of them, everyone's going to decide to suck its dick, but everyone will admit it's kind of mid. And there'll probably be one that's genuinely pretty good. In fact, that George Orwell was able to predict North Korea just as it was starting is amazing. Yeah. He was not a stupid guy by any means. He's got swept up in the, filleting of the Spanish Civil War, which for some reason was like the Gaza, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine shit of that era. A lot of people in the West for some reason really cared about that. I mean, hell, fucking Hemingway was obsessed with like the Spanish Civil War for a while. That's where he got shit like For Whom the Bell Tolls and Farewell to Arms and shit like that. Disney was good friends with Dali and Tezuka, yeah. Do you think we'll get the next chapter of Berserk hopefully soon? My guess is it'll be first quarter of the year, but that's not going to mean January. Yeah, Metallica made a song about it, yeah. Yeah, Spanish Civil War happened in the 30s, right? Yeah. No, it was, I think it was like 40s to the 50s. And Spanish Civil War is a lot more understandable since they're a first world country. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of Western writers were dick suckers of the commies. While Kemp wrote his experience with a nationalist without much bias. Oh, 35-36. Oh, okay. Yeah, Hemingway worked with Franco. And speaking of America, and people felt like they were in a cog in the machine and would do anything to be different and progressive, even meant supporting stupid ideas. And Spanish Civil War was either the 20s or the 30s. Yeah, it was before World War II. It's why they mostly stayed out of it. Lots of people who buy one or two cheap items that equal $4 and pay with a $100 bill. Well, usually they're just trying to break down change. How did the world die? I think it was natural causes. I think there's a time where Orwell became the leader of socialist Spain. I don't see why he would. He was an Englishman. A lot of foreigners were getting involved in the Civil War. That's where you had a lot of that disillusionment around socialism, where you had foreign fighters who would want to go because, oh, you know, the glorious socialists fighting the evil fascists. And then they would see the commissars were executing more people than the Franco-fascists were actually killing themselves. Yeah, Hitler, Mussolini, and the Soviets also sent guns and volunteered in the Spanish Civil War, yeah. And Spanish Civil War is where Germany got to test out a lot of tanks and tactics, yeah. Which opinion on Hunter S. Thompson? Good writer, but he kind of feels like one of those guys that would probably tell a lot of people inspired by him to find a better idol. Because a lot of people who try to live that same lifestyle that Thompson lived, they end up crashing and burning way worse than he ever did. Yeah, world died of a rupture artery brought by tuberculosis. Okay. Now, Orwell and Thomas Sowell both had a similar journey. Started as socialists, became disillusioned, and the biggest critics of the ideology. Yeah. Yeah, Orwell died from like tuberculosis and pneumonia. I'm happy to see Jake Paul got his ass whooped. Yeah. Yeah, my sister loved Thompson. My sister's ex loved Thompson. Oh. Yeah, Hunter S was built different. Yeah. He's got a payday too. Learning about some the collab stuff I missed. Now I'm debating if I should try that. Try and find that content legally or other. I really do hate how normalized fear of missing out is now. Where if you don't play an event at the time an event's coming out for a game, there is actually a good chance you're never going to be able to play it again. I hate that. A horse that was the hardest worker in Animal Farm got sold to death by the pigs for luxury goods like whiskey. Yeah, that was that was Boxer. Boxer was the horse. Fuck. Buster was the donkey because they were really good friends. No, I think the donkey was named Baxter. It was Boxer and Baxter. I can never remember the donkey's name. This one's for all my dad's favorite shotgun brand. I use Remington myself, and I'm always looking for alternatives. Unironically, Franco helped bring democracy back to Spain. Yes and no. He was still absolutely a tyrant because he was really restrictive on what movies were allowed to be made in Spain, which is why you actually had a lot of Spanish directors who would go to like the UK or Italy or place like that to make movies. Yeah, Boxer and Benjamin, yeah. Yeah, Boxer got a broken leg, got squished by a rock during the windmill collapsing. He got sold to the glue factory, yeah. Yeah, and the dog that gave her life for the cause had her kids turn into monsters, yeah. Like a Brit trying to motivate some Greek by reciting an old Greek speech, but the Greeks didn't know what he was saying. Donkey was just a guy. He said, yeah, it's going to be the exact same thing. It was really cool. I think he survived the book. I don't remember that much. Haven't read it. The donkey, which, yeah, that was Benjamin. Now that someone brought the name up. Basically, every animal in the story represented different groups. The pigs were the leadership, the actual people that were in charge of the revolution and spread the ideals and all that. The dogs were, of course, the guard dogs, the ones that protected the pigs. Boxer and Benjamin were the working class guys who actually had to do all the hard work, along with the sheep and all that. The sheep are kind of the same, but I think they were a different group. I'm pretty sure the chickens were meant to be the kulaks because they made a point of that. The chickens were how they got their food. And one of the first things Napoleon did when he got into power was steal all their eggs and didn't let them have any, which ended up causing a shortage. Yeah, there was like a whole bunch of different ones. But, and each character that was an animal in that group represented different people. I mean, obviously, you have the pigs were like Old Major and Snowball and Napoleon. They all represented like Karl Marx, Trotsky, Stalin, guys like that. Boxer was meant to be the useful idiot working class guy where he never questioned. He just kept working over and over and over again. He literally works himself to death. And the pigs sell him and they don't give a shit. Benjamin was the guy that working class, but was now well aware of what the regime actually was and was just cynical. They made a point that he was actually smarter than a lot of the pigs. Yeah, a guy brought that up. Sheep were the ones that parroted the talking points without understanding them. Yeah, because they made a point the sheep were illiterate. Chickens were ones that knew food was being stolen from them or broken in by the guard dogs. Yeah. And never forget Napoleon helped those puppies rip apart a cat. He spoke up about the unfairness, then ripped apart the chicks and chickens. Yeah. I knew someone from a former Soviet nation. He told me that his parents loved and missed Soviet Union. What exactly does that imply? Useful idiot. That's going to take that Frank Castle is always the Punisher who's looking for an excuse to do what he does. Some interpretations definitely go with that. View the dogs as kids who absolutely follow the leader and do heinous things. Well, I mean, they do basically imply that because Napoleon raised his guard dogs since they were puppies. That was the whole point. Like, they were his specialized groom and bred guard dogs. Yeah, Boxer represents a loyal worker to the cause, while Benjamin was a cynical one who didn't rock the boat. Yeah. I recall they were saying they were sending Boxer away to get fixed, but Benjamin saw the slaughterhouse on the tailgate. Yeah. Did Orwell still think Trotsky would be a better leader than Stalin, or did he change his mind on that as well? At first, he was like a diehard Trotskyist, but past a point, Animal Farm was kind of the point where he just directly said this was all a massive mistake. He made a point that Snowball, who, if I remember right, Snowball was meant to be Trotsky. Even Snowball was kind of starting to lean on exploiting people with Napoleon. It was just that Napoleon didn't like Snowball being the face of it, and that's why he fucked him over and took power. So basically saying the pigs all acted the exact same. It's just a matter of who got to actually sit in the chair. Remember, Chad, anyone who was an adult for the collapsed Soviet Union would be in their 50s by now. We're starting to get a lot of people who were just kids during Soviet Union, yeah. Ashman, his parents probably immediately thought nepotism or loyalist. No, useful idiot. They're not party members. They're never going to be party members. Yeah, dogs were Hitler youths, basically. Yeah. The NKVD. That's basically what the dogs were. They were the NKVD. And the pigs trying to make it out that Boxer wanted to be slaughtered and said that Boxer wanted all the animals that keep working hard for the cause. Specifically, also, long live Napoleon. One of the pigs lies and says that was one of Boxer's last words. It was long live Napoleon. And that's right when Benjamin knew, like, you motherfuckers. How'd you rank Orwell's works? Definitely mandatory reading. Yeah, Trotsky was incredibly evil, yeah. And Snowball got the ice pick in Mexico back in 41. Yeah, 4 legs good, 2 legs better, yeah. And Napoleon also propped Snowball up as a nemesis figure on another farm where he likely died from the dogs, yeah. I'm reading Animal Farm because I thought it was going to be the next book we had to write a paper on, but instead we read 1984. I hated that book. 1984 is also incredible. Brave New World or 84? I like 84 because Brave New World is good, but it gets a lot more abstract and absurd, while 1984 is very grounded. Like, all the concepts in the story are just blunt. This is what happened. Why did we start talking about Animal Farm when I started getting autistic about Soviet history? I was thoughts on Death of Stalin film. I rewatched Death of Stalin not too long ago. It is still an incredible movie. It is still one of probably my favorite movies because it lays out in no uncertain terms like this was complete bullshit. Plus, you got to see Berea die, and that's fucking awesome.
Operation Nora, stage 1 complete.
If I remember right, Animal Farm was banned in France because of Napoleon being a pig. Yeah, 1984 just predicted the future. It didn't even predict the future. It just laid out what was in the Soviet Union at the time. Because when the book came out, it was during Stalin's reign of terror. That's why a lot of the artwork that you see in 1984 of Big Brother just looks like Stalin. 1984 is good, but for its very blunt messaging, but going paragraph by paragraph on symbolism was taxing. I assume people think To Kill a Mockingbird is a white savior story. People are just dumb. Like, it just amounts to they're just dumb. Yeah, Donkey is okay with the dogs being around him. Donkeys hate dogs, like really hate dogs, to the point of killing on sight. Yeah. Well, they make that a point in the 50s film, which... The 50s film gets a lot of shit because it quote-unquote changes the ending, but I actually rewatched that one not too long ago because the new one's coming out. I kind of went on a kick of Soviet movies. Because I watched Animal Farm, Death of Stalin, stuff like that. And the whole thing of the animals rising up and beating the shit out of the dogs and killing Napoleon, it's like... That's not one-to-one with what happened, but allegorically, it is pretty accurate to how the Soviet Union fell. After Napoleon, who was Stalin, died, it just created this domino effect where eventually the Soviet Union fell the fuck apart. Yeah, I guess Finch was a saint. God said, Ghost said a Watchman never happened, yeah. Yeah, Snowball was Trotsky with a bit of Lenin thrown in. Old Major was purely Lenin. Napoleon was Stalin. I thought Old Major was, like, just directly Marx, but I can also see him as Lenin, because if I remember right, Lenin was one that introduced communist ideology into Russia. That's on Gulag Archipelago. Or Archipelago. That sounds familiar. That sounds really familiar.
Okay, time to hunt some Lassie.
So what, we find him and that's that?
Yeah, Soviet Union didn't even last century. Don't remember when X-Creds tried to compare the pigs in Animal Farm to American Republicans by having them say, make the farm great again? Yeah, it's like... There is missing the point, and then there's flat out like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, yeah. This is the one about, like... This is the one that basically just flat out said what was in a gulag, yeah. And in no uncertain terms made it clear, like, being in a gulag was exactly like being in a Nazi concentration camp. I read the Communist Manifesto and noticed how the phrases age of the social contract, biological sex, social contract are written back to back. Yeah. And what I also like about Animal Farm 1954 is the pigs are the only ones who talk and the other animals don't, like how communist citizens are silent and leaders can talk. Yeah. Wait, X-Credits did what? And Brave New World's more so a cautionary tale. We're going in that direction, but there's still time to course correct. Personally, I like Brave New World more than 1984. Yeah, it's just a difference in style. Brave New World's also got a lot more dark humor in it. Like, the protagonist is a tad short in a society made up of genetically engineered perfect people. So that's kind of meant to be kind of like one of those tongue-in-cheek kind of British humor type things. 1984 is just grim. Like, it's not funny. Yeah, gulags where the Russian mafia were born, yep. Modern filmmakers are saying some dumb shit again? Get out of here. It was not even the filmmakers, it was extra credits, and I assume they were talking about that in reference to the story. Yeah, I'm not shocked that extra credits had an idiotic take, but I'm shocked they exist. Yeah, the Khazars sending Lenin to Russia is really funny when we find out that he and the Tsar were cousins. Sarah. Okay, that's another drink. My friend coworker gave him a letter folded into a love heart and giggling to herself. She told him to open the letter when the clock ran out. And then when he opens the letter, it says, "You forgot to clock in." Your take on who was talking to Fred Cass during Bourne? Was a separate entity, his own inner self, etc.? Death. I believe it was just straight up death.
I went to the foul sea hoping to help.
Yeah, main character was a beta, was super beta, and he had a best friend who was so alpha they had to get sent to the concentration camp because he was too alpha, yeah. Yeah, don't forget, chat, not only is Seth Rogen a filthy Canadian immigrant, he's literally Jonah Hill's character in Superbad, basically how he behaved in high school and not changing much. Yeah, original 50s movie is good, yeah. The main reason people complain about it is that it was literally made in collaboration with the CIA. And I'm not kidding. That's actually not a joke. When Animal Farm was first adapted in America, it was made in collaboration with, because they had to get consultancy for the movie. So they consulted CIA agents that were working in Soviet Russia at the time. And on top of that, a big portion of the funding for the film was the literal CIA. So it's a literal CIA-made movie. But it actually is just kind of a no-bullshit adaptation of the story. It only changes some things, like, of course, the animals don't talk except for the pigs, even though the animals could talk in the book. And it kind of had to abridge a lot of the events down. And on top of that, they changed the ending to the animals rise up and kill Napoleon. Now, like I said, I'm perfectly fine with that ending. Just due to the fact of that kind of is literally what happened. Just not exactly, because the way Stalin died was he died of a stroke in his office. So no one directly killed Stalin. But his death did cause a domino effect that did lead to the destruction of the Soviet Union. So the 1954 movie is what Russia and liberals say Call of Duty is. Basically. Hell, it was literally fucking standardized in classrooms for a while. You had to watch the Animal Farm movie. Yeah, died in his piss and shit. Yep. FBI, CIA were in a ton of editing positions, control information during the Cold War today. That translates to moderation in social media. Yeah. Yeah, Stalin had a stroke when he died. People got pissed and overthrew the commies. It wasn't that one-to-one. Basically, what happened was Stalin was overseeing everything during the Reign of Terror, which was when he was in control of the Soviet Union. Little backstory on Stalin. Stalin was a gangster from Georgia, the country Georgia, that went to Russia and kind of just got wrapped up during the revolutionary movement. Because he was a violent gangster, a lot of the fomenters of the revolution liked using him for dirty work. Well, as the revolution got more powerful and started gaining more power and started to obviously take more of Russia, Stalin decided he liked that chair. So he started kind of weaseling his way through the revolution and basically axing anybody he didn't like. When he got into power, that's where you went full-blown, like 1984 is literally a documentary. All the shit in 1984 talked about things he physically did. He did bug every building in order to listen to dissent. He did force people to have pictures of himself in their homes. He did a lot of genuinely evil things. And when he died, that caused a massive schism in the government where you basically had a few factions of Stalinist loyalists, along with some factions that are like, Stalin's fucking dead. We are screwed. Yeah, Stalin was most likely poisoned by his Himmler. I've heard the theory, but at the same time, it's one of those of it genuinely could go back and forth. It could have just been a stroke. And the guards didn't want to go into his room to check on him because, to quote Death of Stalin, do you want to fucking die? Yeah. Really infamous story of Stalin was that people couldn't even go into his office without permission, even if it sounded like something was going on in the office. Specifically because he would view that as a sign of weakness, and he did not like that. So he would just have you shot. Even if you genuinely went in specifically to help him and go, I thought you were getting attacked, he would have you killed. Are you from Georgia, the country? Dixie plays in Stalin's mind. Yes, of course, the country. Yeah, it was a stroke, yeah. I couldn't imagine being the guy listening to the house I was having non-stop gay sex. Yeah, me too. Like, despite Animal Farm being propaganda, it was still right. The only thing that needs to change is Napoleon having a stroke and die, then the animals rise up and the other pigs run. Yeah, that would have been accurate, but at the time the movie came out, they didn't know that would happen to Stalin. I heard the opposite. His death was because he was too paranoid and too anti-Semitic in some cases. Trust his doctors. Both were true. Basically, after he had his stroke, he was found and he was put in a bed, and they were trying to get a doctor to help him. But because they purged so many doctors, because a common tactic in communist countries was to purge the intellectual class, which means doctors, there were no doctors anywhere qualified enough to help him. They resorted on importing Western machinery from America to keep Stalin alive, but by the time it got there, he was dead. Yeah, Stalin's if Tommy Desmond from Goodfellas had political power. Yeah. And didn't Khrushchev hate Stalin, thus reverse most of his policies because how much damage they did? Yes. A big point about it was that a lot of the figures that were involved in his death, I say involved in his death, a lot of the people who were kind of involved trying to get power after his death hated Stalin, not because they disagreed with a lot of what he did. They were perfectly fine with whacking people. It was that they knew the backlash that would happen. The minute it came out that Stalin, the face of the Great Terror, was dead, there would be riots in the streets and people would do what they can to burn the fucking government to the ground. Because when people talk about the Reign of Terror, they're specifically talking about shit like the NKVD monitoring people, and you can be shot if you say anything wrong about Stalin in a room that you had no idea was being bugged. They would kidnap your family and shoot them. That's where Beria was involved, because Beria was the head of the NKVD at the time. Also a notorious rapist and pedophile. So basically, Khrushchev, Zhukov, Malenkov, a lot of different figures involved were fully aware that once Stalin was announced dead, the whole thing was at serious risk of fucking exploding. Specifically because, well, now people aren't scared anymore. They are not scared, and the way they see it, this is the perfect opportunity to kill them all. Yeah, Beria, the ogre of Moscow, yeah. Yeah, Commons being Nazis, not surprised, yeah. Yeah, the only person who didn't give a shit in a higher position was Zhukov. He really just wanted Beria dead. Well, yeah, the reason Zhukov wanted Beria dead is because, like I said, Beria was the head of the NKVD. The NKVD was essentially the Soviet SS. They were the political commissars. Whenever you hear about commissars and how they would shoot people for disloyalty, that's what they did. That was the NKVD. And in particular, one of the reasons Russia lost so many people during World War II and other conflicts they're involved with was because commissars would go around and shoot their own guys for disloyalty. Even if they're in the middle of like a really tense like battlefield where they need every hand on deck to stay alive, the commissars would still be wasting everyone's fucking time going, hey, you need to make sure you're upholding party beliefs right. So Zhukov, the minute Khrushchev was like, hey, we're going to overthrow Beria, we're going to take control of the Soviet government, fuck the NKVD, he was like, death of Stalin had it word for word what happened. He was fully on board. He didn't hesitate for a second. Yeah, Lenin himself didn't like Stalin, put him in a useless position when they rose to power. Stalin used that position to increase his power slowly. When Lenin died, Stalin used his favor in the party and position, manipulating things to make it seem that Trotsky wasn't as caring as him to the party and people, leading to him gaining mass amounts of power and raising him to premiership. Yeah. Yeah, Stalin referred to Lavrenti Beria as his personal Heinrich Himmler. Yeah. Russians also lost a lot of guys because Stalin purged the competent officers in the military because he was scared they were going to coup him. Yeah. Ironically, what led to Zhukov doing the coup. Yeah, it has to be this day when the Red Army is in town with their guns. Stalin from Georgia, Hitler from Austria, maybe not let immigrants hold political office. Yeah, didn't some Soviet soldiers secretly kill commissars for mistreatment? Oh, it wasn't even like fully secret. It became open secret after a while. Because it's like, yeah, you are getting in the fucking way. And a crown for $10. I feel Brave New World's more close to how people will fall for the system. We will make your life better. Oh, you don't want what we offer? We'll gladly fit your anarchy into the routine as well. Yeah. Yeah, Commissar's political bureaucrats put into military positions, a purity spiral of the military. Yeah. Disco Elysium, the deserter, the sniper guy. The reason I hated him so much is because he was a political commissar. That's why when I explained in the video, he was exactly the kind of guy that causes tragedies like this. You know, this was not a brave Soviet soldier. This was a pencil pusher with a pistol. Fun fact, a big reason Germany was as successful as they were in Operation Barbarossa is because Stalin killed off too many competent military officers. Yeah. Due to your beliefs, my soldiers have suffered more casualties from my own side than enemy bullets. Yeah. Yeah, Sniper wrote a diss on himself. Yeah. And Tito, Stalin feared Zhukov because he knew he couldn't touch him without a massive uprising from everyone, military and civilian. Yeah, because Zhukov was a war hero. He was like one of the premier generals that helped Russia win World War II. He was massively beloved. So Stalin couldn't pull the same shit with him. You know? He couldn't pull the same shit and go like, oh, well, actually, he's secretly a traitor. Everyone knew that's bullshit. It's like, this is the guy that helped them win fucking Stalingrad and march to fucking Berlin. Yeah, pencil pusher given a position he wasn't made for and likely executed deserves, though he himself became one, yeah. Yeah, Khrushchev was a commissar at Stalingrad, yeah. Say what about Stalin? He did amazing political maneuvers to get into power, yeah. I think the Imperium of Man are the bad guys. We kids, they kill aliens. I think the Imperium of Man are the bad guys because they have commissars. We're not the same. I've seen Riley, Ace of Spies. It showed a lot about how the Soviets tried to infiltrate world organizations, how Stalin took power from Lenin. That does sound really cool. Was Zhukov a cool dude, or was he just another Soviet hardliner? He was a military guy. He still very much believed in Soviet philosophy and all that, but he was also very caring of his own guys. Just kind of natural-bred soldier. Loli, that was the best character in the game. So they're playing Disco Elysium, but I couldn't get into it. Not because of the claim it was comics, because it's long. As the picture of Stalin that was doctored like 7 times as each person in the picture was killed, leaving Stalin alone. Yeah. Wasn't there supporters of Stalin that they wouldn't be purged because they support him? Yeah, that was a few different members. I think that was Malenkov, because he was kind of a coward that just kind of blew wherever the wind went. Soldier first, commie second, yeah. So I don't think it was Zhukov really loved coke that was willing to ask the U.S. To smuggle to USSR. It wasn't Zhukov part of the rape of Berlin? Like I said, I'm pretty sure he was like the premier general that led that march. Yeah, Zhukov was basically the Soviet Eisenhower or Patton, yeah. Other than Death Stalin, how during the coup you see soldiers enter and quickly leave, revealing Beria had a coup set up, but they strike first, yeah. And Zhukov spends retirement drinking coke and fishing. If you were a Russian soldier in World War II, you couldn't have asked for a better commander. Yeah, he was the only one that actually gave a shit about winning. Hell, it's kind of a common joke in Death of Stalin, the movie, that they had to remove half the medals. Zhukov actually won off his chest because they didn't think audiences would believe it. I have to report you to the higher-ups for anti-Soviet talk. I'll look at you. Look at your face right now. I'm fucking with you. Yeah. Good. Death Stalin is. It's not entirely accurate. Beria wasn't killed on Stalin's funeral. Pretty sure he got thrown to the gulags a few months later. Then he was executed. Yeah. Yeah, they adjusted the time period just to kind of fit within the plot of the movie. But yeah, it's believed that he was arrested on the day of the funeral, but he was like kept in a gulag and tortured for a while. Because it actually is more ironically fitting what happened to him in real life. And I'm pretty sure Beria died the way he did in the movie, Death of Stalin, taken out back and put down like a dog. But yeah, like, what happened to him and how he died is pretty much what most people agree happened. It's just the timeline. Remember, Dross wrote a letter of criticism for himself for being a coward, yeah. Yeah, just the time period for the movie, but occurred over months, yeah. Final Fantasy, the gay feminist trash. Yeah, Killer, make sure he sees it. Kill him and throw his body outside his church. I'll leave the rest to you. Such a good scene. Oh, yeah. And like I said, that was Berea. That's why you don't feel bad when he gets fucked over. When they go to execute him and he's given the sham trial, like, you don't feel bad because that's what he did to everyone else. Most people thought the Mel Zukov War and Death of Stalin were a joke, too. Yeah. Do you think Resident Evil games in the Pioneer days of Raccoon City could work? That could work. That'd be fun. Like fighting more actual monster cryptids. I'm glad to hear Berea got worse in real life. Yeah. After Stalin's death, the new government purged the Stalinist faction. They didn't want another one. Yeah. Because they knew they wouldn't survive. They would not survive another one. I saw some behind-the-scenes stuff that said that instead of having the actors do fake Russian accents, they had them just use their voices because the USSR had massive dialects. Yeah. Yeah, massive differences in dialects. Also, more thing about it, Desert and Disco Elysium is an incel. He's upset that woman who never knew him had sex with someone else. Yeah. Yeah, Berea was also a fucking monster, not just because he was in charge of NKVD. Yeah. Like I said, he was a rapist and a pedophile. Stalin was quoted as telling his daughter never be in a room alone with Berea. Berea, on record, would force women to have sex with him under the promise that he would spare their loved ones, and then he just wouldn't. Stalin's faction in Russia were cleared out, just like the Maoists were cleared out in China because they were psychopathic monsters that ruined everything. Yeah. Yeah, reminder, the American embassy during World War II likely saw the shit Berea was doing in his private quarters, since their embassy was right next to his house. Yeah, one thing I'll give Khrushchev, he managed to keep the Soviet Union alive. In reality, it should have collapsed. Yeah. And this is Stalin we're talking about. He doesn't even give a shit about his son. Yeah. Minecraft Tenderman for $5. I cry. I just found out my pledge for the highest tier side prop was canceled by my credit card over a year for Indiegogo to just tell me. Dude, that sucks. That really fucking sucks. Well, if you're still on file, I should be able to find your order, and don't tell anyone. Don't tell Mom. But I might get you a book. I might get you a book. What was Brezhnev's Soviet intervention policy? That I don't know much about. How did Berea die? Basically given a sham trial and executed. Because that was when they purged the NKVD. I mean, to be fair, Stalin's son was actually a fuck-up in real life, and yes, the hockey incident was real, yeah. Yeah, the only person Stalin ever cared about was his daughter, Svetlana, yeah. And Stalin got genuinely upset when he found out Berea and his daughter interacted with each other, yeah. Also, the best character in Disco Elysium is the giant bug cryptid, yeah. Little stick bug. Yeah, Stalin made his wife kill herself. His son tried to kill himself, and his other son went insane. So what would Berea threaten Stalin's daughter with? Killing Stalin himself? It's just more the fact of just don't be in a room alone with him. This was a psychopathic rapist. Would you consider the evilest person in history? That's the thing. There isn't a singular one. Every time you think you find one, there's always someone worse. I'm to Vietnam after the Vietnam War. They became like a weird mixed economy system, and they're kind of leaning closer into being friends with the U.S. I think Afghanistan proved how disastrous Brezhnev's intervention was. You should eat them like leaves. Num num. Berea cried and begged them not to shoot him, something that he would have heard his victims say countless times. Yeah. It was fittingly ironic what happened to the guy. Fun fact, Mussolini's granddaughter was a J-pop idol at one point, yeah. Funny enough, the Soviet troops preferred the MP-40 over the Papishka 41, and the German troops preferred the Papishka over the MP-4. Yeah, Vietnamese started wanting to be friends after McDonald's opened up. Yeah, Vietnam's always been weird politically. Yeah, Vietnam hates China way more than the U.S., so no surprise they're friendly with us. Yeah, Berea using power words like the demons and Frerin, yeah. Yeah, he got shot like a dog begging for mercy. It's the most fitting way for that bastard to go out. Yeah. Yeah, Mao Zedong killed more people than Genghis Khan. What was the Soviet Sino split about? Kind of a classic thing in that they disagreed on what the right version of communism was. Because The Russians already had their splits between Stalinism, Leninism, Trotskyism, things like that. Then China had Mao, who created his own version, which was Maoism. They did not like that. So they split and became their own version, even though they were still part of the Soviet Union. And after China was trying to introduce... communism to the rest of East Asia, certain countries would then also split off from them because they did not like the version that they were being sold. Famously, that's why Vietnam and China went to war, because when Vietnam became communist, basically Vietnam became more Stalinist, if I remember right. And China, because they were Maoist, were like, no, you can't do it like that. You have to do it like this. So it's this thing of they all wanted the big grand worldwide revolution, but they kept also breaking apart the ideology to the point that no one fucking knew what the revolution even was anymore. There we go. And then Vietnam went to war with China. Went to war with China, went to war with Cambodia, went to war, I think, with like another country. They were joking, Death Stalin's dad right out by his son comes home and his wife is embracing him while he glares daggers at the son and quietly backs off. Yeah. Because that's after they release all the prisoners, because Berea's like, fuck, 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 this is bad. 347 counts of rape. Yeah, fuck Berea. The cope is that was all lies by Khrushchev to basically have him killed off, and they can just write him off in history, but Berea did it. Sino-Soviet split was because Stalin fucked him over during the Korean War. The Soviets wanted to nuke the Chinese, but Nixon said no, yeah. Yeah, Vietnam went to war because they invaded Cambodia, who was buddy-buddy with China. They were pissed Pol Pot got removed from power, even though Pol Pot was openly talking about genociding Vietnam. Was the U.S. in bed with Khmer Rouge? Oh, no. Not by any means. Khmer Rouge was a whole other fucking can of worms. I'm pretty sure China lost more guys to Vietnam in a short amount of time than we did during our war of Vietnam, yeah. Yeah, there's nearly one rape a day in an entire year. Yeah, Cambodia made Vietnam look like charity. Yeah, if you look at Berea, nobody's fucking that without being forced to basically at gunpoint. Arms official's not a pretty cool guy for 4 months. 4 months. Pretty sure we fought to keep the Khmer Rouge seat at the UN or something. No. Khmer Rouge did not like anybody. They were basically like a fucking cult. China's invasion of Vietnam was worse than what Hollywood wants you to think the American Vietnam was, yeah. Okay, pretty sure that's all we can buy. Yep. Didn't the Komitais kind of ruined Cambodia for a while? It's still kind of ongoing. It said there's like genuine systemic problems that still tie to all the purges the Khmer Rouge performed. Why didn't we step in and stop them when Vietnam had to? Because America didn't want anything to do with it by that point. The Khmer Rouge started to be a problem around the time Vietnam kicked off. And America was scared shitless of invoking a war with China. They did not want to get involved. Yeah, it took until Dank's video on Khmer Rouge to make me understand just how bad the Cambodian genocide was. Yeah. Yeah, sad fact, Pol Pot died of old age in exile, yeah. Yeah, there's still bodies being found in fields. Watch out for tall trees, they're fucking talking Vietnamese. And it's weird that Vietnam became friendly to the U.S. after Khmer. Well, it's because that was Vietnam kind of getting their wake-up call of like, oh, this is what we could turn into. Yeah, if you were wearing glasses, Khmer Rouge would kill you, yeah. And China also got beat back by the Vietnamese equivalent of state guards. The regular army and reservists were in Cambodia. And Khmer Rouge also used as many child soldiers as possible because they had no concept of death and were all like, nah, that would never happen to me. America didn't want to deal with Indochina again because journals lost the Vietnam War, yeah. Yeah, a quarter of the population is low estimate. It could go to 1/3. American public also didn't want to expand the war into Laos and Cambodia, even though the NVA was operating in that region. That was one of the main reasons they were able to constantly resupply. It's the fact that they were using Cambodia and Laos as basically buffer zones. And look up Pol Pot's Year Zero plan. I'm the Lorax, I speak for the trees, and for some goddamn reason they're speaking Vietnamese. And tell me I have mail today? I got my Cyberpop comic in, I'm reading it now. Yeah! As stated, we had printing issues, so there's some pages that's gonna be fucked. We're issuing reprints and getting everyone new copies for free because fuck mix them. We fucking hate mix them. Yeah, American Vietnam was literally the only bad because our troops were hamstrung by red tape. They told our fighter pilots they couldn't shoot MiGs until they had visual that it wasn't Soviet. Yeah. Wasn't Pol Pot himself a school teacher or something? Also landmines. So many landmines. Yeah, America losing in Vietnam led to disastrous consequences. It did, but it didn't. It did in the sense that it kind of fucked up America's ability to ever win a war properly ever again. Because for some reason, all the guys who fucked up Vietnam were promoted. But Vietnam itself learned the lesson of like, oh shit, we could actually become like Cambodia if we get too stupid. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, China funded us because they were under the impression that we would be a puppet to them. They learned their lesson pretty quick after the war. I'm special with $5. Favorite line, you're not even a person, you're a testicle. So who's the video they mentioned about the Khmer Rouge, however you spell it? Count Dankula. He made a video about Khmer Rouge, which was the Cambodian regime that killed a lot of people. NVA was constantly resupplied because they kept killing the communist sympathetic journals. Now this is totally of our own volition. We aren't receiving aid from China or Russia. Yeah, first few black pages are off, but the comic is fine so far. Yeah, like I said, that's the main thing. It's the forward. Forward's fucked. Some pages in the middle are also scrunched in. One page is just flat out printed wrong in that it's in the wrong spot. And I know some people are going to be like, oh, that's not that big a deal. I can deal with that. No. That's unacceptable. We do not accept that. That's bullshit. We are going to fix it. We're going to fix it because we don't think that lives up to our standards. That is not Los Pollos standards. Biggest lesson we learned in Vietnam was that drafting murders morale, and all volunteer army selects for competent soldiers. Yeah.
Tell me about yourself.
Yeah, Vietnam kind of taught us that we need to not stay after we kick the enemy's teeth in. We learned it during Desert Storm and then forgot after Desert Storm. There's some Winnegood's Hard Darkness video and never realized the Huey Gunner was a reference to the ship shooting cannonballs into the jungle saying they saw enemy. Yeah. What was the Gulf of Tonkin incident? Ah, fuck. Wasn't that the one that basically led into Vietnam? Pretty sure it was.
Come on, we'll make it.
Now up to Los Pollos Hermanos standards, exactly. Yeah, Khmer Rouge made the Nazis look soft.
Is it the Lassie thing?
How'd you...
Also, what helped with Vietnam was that Ho Chi Minh was a massive Westaboo for America, so eventually relations mellowed out. Especially since China would be so much worse than in America, yeah.
You're right.
Be entirely fair, Storm and Norman saw all the problems that Nam and decided to win the war with Iraq in 91 before the politicians could get involved and fuck it all up. Yes, we have defeated the past government. Now now we're independent now. Thank you, China. Wait, do you think we support you because we wanted to help you become independent? That's cute. That's not quite my tempo. Now you're gonna play on my fucking tempo. Yeah, Mistburn's not something something you can overlook, but you paid for something. You shouldn't receive a faulty product. Well, especially with the fact of if it was just a portion, we would have just kept the fucked up ones for ourselves as samples, and everyone else would have gotten the good ones. It's the fact we didn't even know there were misprints until it was in people's hands, and it looks like it's a large chunk, if not all of them. We're not gonna let all of them be misprints and given out to backers and act like nothing's wrong. Yeah, I was wondering why Rachel was being shot, then cut to Yuki watching her through a scope in the next page. Yeah, that's the page that's fucked up. That's the one that's fucked up. Yeah, draft didn't help in Vietnam, especially due to McNamara's morons. But didn't help all the journalists kept writing every USA bad story in the papers, yeah.
That's my little secret.
Yeah, Zaz being a good dad. Yeah, Zaz sitting there with an Arizona iced tea. Praise the Frocobo.
Huh?
Yeah, misprints happen in all the A and B prints, it seems. Yeah. I'm curious if the C ones have any as well. If the C ones don't, it's like, okay, I don't know why.
You really got to keep it
I love how sad it's a little chocobo. Yeah, Norman kept the media out of places that weren't supposed to be instead of letting them do whatever they wanted.
Now I got kids looking out for me. Some dad I am.
Yeah, Vietnam did teach America that we shouldn't show normies uncensored war. Yeah. They can't handle it. Okay, we're actually getting into an area that's a bit more open. How many folks got seat covers? That was pretty late additional cover. The seat covers are also all printed. It just kind of comes down to not a lot of people wanted them. Man, it sounds mean, but it is this thing of like people fucking loved the Kanan one. The Kanan one outsold everything by far. But you know, I think that's cool. Kanan did really, really good on that cover. Okay. There we go. And to feed so much just to... There we go. I mean, today media does whatever they want. The question is, why the fuck are journalists happen to be staying at a known Hamas hideout? Yeah. Are you going to stream this Thursday or not? That's kind of a big wait and see right now, but depending on how things go, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. We can actually play Final Fantasy XIV again. Here we go. I think... Yeah, that's like a special one. Minecraft 10 for $5. I sent you a DM in Discord. I don't know why, but Indiegogo is such a bash for me to use any of my cards for the pledge. Well, if they canceled it for you, theoretically, I should be able to find your email address in the order page, and I can still basically send you it from there. And servers are dead on Thursday. Yeah, will all three covers be available on the eventual storefront, or are the extra ones just for backers? I don't see why we can't have all three available, because people really like them. They're really cool. Speaking of communism, thoughts on North Korea, since everything I hear is that they're starving to death. They've been starving to death for like 60 years. Always seems like journalistic field always attracts communist sympathizers for some reason. Gee, if only I could put my finger on it. One of my favorite lines in Hamburger Hill is when Captain snaps at the reporter and says, oh, we're going to get up this hill, and if I find you there, I'm going to blow your fucking head off. Yeah. Hamburger Hill is a classic. That's a really good one. What your favorite Christmas game on that day? I want to know your traditional gaming hood. Yeah, journals are cringe now with their pinko commie nonsense. I just started FF12 the other day. The license system is weird, but kind of cool. 12 is really cool. We kind of speed run the game by just doing the story stuff, but there's a lot of like side quests you can do that give you a lot of stuff. But I'm gonna spend so much of my tax refund on your stuff. Yeah, Roach, do you know who's in charge? Yeah, I feel like if Roach does survive Vietnam, his mind is entirely broken by the war. I've seen the average North Korean, they're shorter than the average South Korean. North Koreans are starving. In other news, water's wet. Is Batman Arkham Origins a Christmas game? Doesn't it literally take place on Christmas week? I'm pretty sure it does. And I can't remember the quote, but it was something about how journalism is a small hole in a back alley wall, just big enough for a drunk wino to quickly masturbate. Yeah, North Korea only exists now because of foreign aid and organized crime ties. Yeah. I hope that Wendigo makes a video on Spec Ops: The Line, because he should know that there's other games that have you secretly playing the bad guy. Yeah, it takes place Christmas Eve, yeah. Ow. What do you think is worse, Critical or Muda? Muda had some of the more funny blowouts. Critical's main thing is he tries to be boring to a fault. And it takes place Christmas Eve night, yeah. Who said he was the most horrible member of the Seven from The Boys? Definitely Homelander. Homelander, by far, was a fucking monster every way about it. Like, the show kind of also wants him to be the main bad guy one, but the comic goes into just how petty and childish he is. Like, to a degree of just like, God, this guy's such a fucking brat. Does P5 count at least the Yabba Dabba Doo part? No, Black Noir. To be fair, Black Noir was also really fucked up. That dude was fucking evil. And journalists are cool back in the day. They were fucking Superman and Spider-Man shit. Now they just pretend and slander and more slander. Could it be Black Noir? To be fair, it's basically both. Move Vanilla Fumble worse. Hopper Saz. Yeah, Black Noir ate a fucking baby. At least Charlie didn't put on Sanji medallion, pretend to be a fake engineer. Yeah, Homelander is the worst one with Black Noir being the second. Yeah. I've got my copy of Killer Capture. There's that. Oh. Culkin came out to say Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie because it being on Christmas had no effect to the plot. That was a retarded ass take. Well, you know, it's just kind of a funny little debate people can have. In fact, ancient Korea, 1st century BC, 7th century AD, actually split between 3 kingdoms, Goguryeo, Bakjai, and Silla. I think an Arkham-style Spawn game can work. I think that could actually be dope. Charlie's main problem is he tries to be a centrist all the time and can be boring. Yeah. Guy called The Untold by Tony, who told the story of a poet who escaped North Korea. It's genuinely horrifying. And the only thing the boys show does a bit better than comic is Soldier Boy. The guy who plays Homelander is really good. The problem is they blatantly want that character to just be a Trump allegory. And a lot of liberals are crying because drug dealers getting blown up right now. Well, I mean, that's just people, like, that whole thing just amounts to people are told to be angry about that because of social media. I think on Die Hard, you hear Bruce Willis' family came out that they're not preparing for when he dies. It's tragic. Oh, yeah. And he's not dying well either. He has fucking Alzheimer's. Outright said they're going to donate his brain for research. And people even point out that, like, you know, Bruce Willis could have been okay if entire structural beliefs of how Alzheimer's work weren't literal bullshit pushed by an actual fucking scam artist. And it ain't Christmas till Hans Gruber falls off Nakatomi Plaza. Remember people still say that Homelander in the comic isn't a bad guy, but people who don't even like the comics, in other words, never write the comics. Yeah, no, he was evil. He was pure fucking evil. Even though, yeah, he was being gaslit by Black Noir, he still willingly did a lot of fucked up shit. And on top of that, when Starlight was sexually assaulted by the Seven, he was one of the guys that made her do it. Like, you have that scene where he has no pants, and she goes, like, "You're the Homelander," and he just says, "And I want my dick sucked." And watch them end the show with the White House scene and the defense being it happened in the comics. Yeah, the one time they actually go back to the fucking comics. Also, Homelander's gonna fight Superman in an upcoming comic. A lot of those are literally just trying to puff up Superman as like, oh, look how awesome he is compared to these evil versions of Superman. It is a cliche. What was it? Doomsday Clock did the same thing. I don't care. I like it. I like it when Superman can literally barge in and slam his dick on the table and go, "Hey, this is why people like my character, you fucking asshole." Yeah, Homelander raped Soldier Boy in the comic, yeah. Yeah, Black Noir was only the catalyst, but Homelander still did everything, yeah. I finished AC Rogue again recently. Still found it enjoyable, especially since Shay was given really cool outfits. Is it cliche? Yes. Is it cool? Yeah. Yeah, even if they had White House scene and way they're gonna skull fuck the president, yeah.
Keep it together, Pop.
How much money would you give to have a Vietnam RTS? There's already kind of a few of them. They're kind of like older boomer dad games, but they do exist. The Discord's really funny. Just now got a notification for the stream. Clark would call Homelander a bully and give him the biggest dressing down of his life. Oh yeah, he would beat his ass. Well, hell, you don't even have to speculate. Superman versus the Elite. There you go. He would just whoop his fucking ass. I give Penguins credit for coming out against the Charlie Kirk killing. His fans were not happy. Yeah. It's pretty funny. People are screaming about blood for oil by Venezuela when nobody said shit about Cuba, Russia, or Chinese stealing oil from Venezuela for years. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. A lot more people are aware of how how much China has actively been fucking with the rest of the world to a degree of like, why are none of the people that constantly complain about America doing anything about China? Like, China is literally picking entire parts of the ocean clean of all life. Yeah, all you need is to hear a knock on the window and Homelander sees Superman floating outside, arms crossed. Yeah. Watch some Korean shows and everyone beats each other senselessly for any and every reason. You hear me out dispatch, but you're managing the 7. Yeah, Vietnam has really only done multiplayer games. Really want a story-based Vietnam game that isn't just sections in COD. I mean, you have, like, Shell Shock, but yeah, that's about the only one I can think of that's, like, fully single-player. See, Brainiac's officially coming a man tomorrow. I'm telling you, they're gonna reveal Brainiac fucked with the message. I'm telling you now. It's like, oh, Brainiac added the message while Clark was in transport to Earth. I called it. Mark down $5. Still mad at Future Hub for spoiling the Black Noir twist in his thumbnail. Like, if comic wasn't good, why make a show about it? And someone stole my back passenger wheel while I'm here at work. Fucking pissed. And disrespect the Smallville will show Homelander once he realizes that he's weaker and can take more than one punch. Yeah. Men of Valor is not a Vietnam game. I played on Xbox with my brother back then. You know, Homelander would be cool if he was made to make fun of people I don't like. He should act like my asshole neighbor and an annoying piece of shit from middle school. Homelander, I'm the fucking Homelander, and I'm disappointed. Also, cut it out. I've already shaved this morning. I hate that pointless sub basically gaslit the internet and thinking the comics sucked. I ever watched the stuff those vids deleted. Well, that's the thing. He did flat out come out and admit that the show was substantially worse than the comic. It took time, but yeah. Because a lot of the complaints people have about the comic is, well, it's edgy. It's like, yeah, it sells itself as being an edgy story. Like, yeah, that's Garth Ennis. He's always been an edgy comic writer. You know, it's like complaining Fables is edgy or Alan Moore is edgy. It's like, yeah, that's kind of what you're getting into it for. You know, it's like I'm not reading Preacher because I'm expecting it to be like a lighthearted, fun, Spider-Man cartoon. Hell, the only one I know for a fact that was actually willing to kind of be the contrarian and go like, no, the comic is good, it's just different, was Just Stop. That one dude. He actually made a video defending the comic, which I'm like, holy shit. And he said that while the show has now shit the bed, it doesn't mean the comic is good. Yeah. Yeah, the comic just unapologetic about what it does. Yeah. Alright, I hate pulling this up because he said he didn't like the comic. It's just a bad video. Yeah. And like I said, it's not even like it was that weird of a consensus. People have this thing of they like being edgy up until they actually get something edgy. Then they're like, well, whoa there, buddy. That's a tad too far there. Vietnam RTS mod called the Nam Vietnam Combat Operations. They also support efforts clearing landmines in Cambodia using small rats to find them. Yeah, why are you surprised the knife cut you? I'm still seeing if I can find a complete DVD series of Smallville. Yeah, no one gives a shit about China or Cuba because they're commies, yeah. Yeah, just stops in the comics the reason I like his stuff, yeah. I consider the show to be safe edgy? Oh, yeah. The show is what everyone thinks the comic is. That is the best way to put it. Everyone thinks the comic is just shock value for the sake of shock value. The comic could get very brutal, and it could get very, very preachy in some parts, but it always made its point very clear, which is that large corporate culture around superheroes was very cynical. It was very cynical, and in truth, it was kind of stifling what other creative genres could be out there. Because that was Garth Ennis' whole thing. Garth Ennis is okay with superheroes, but he didn't like how dominant they are in the genre. He grew up reading stuff like war comics. George Romero famously grew up reading stuff like horror comics. There was a lot more out there. Pulp novels, pulp comics, I mean. Stuff like The Shadow and Conan, things like that, which were very different. But after superheroes took over the fucking world, they're now what people consider a comic book to be. Yeah, Boys Show is the definition of corporate punk, which Just Stop also made a video about. Yeah. As for a lot of the arcs that focus on either Huey or Butcher, since I think their brotherly connection's interesting. Yeah. And quality of the comic is a Millhouse fishing bowl kind of thing. If I never had a fish, then why did I have the bowl, Bart? Why did I have the bowl? One of the people behind the show called it punk rock, but then Just Stop came out of nowhere and brutally showed why that statement's bullshit. Yeah. Oh, Huey and Star's relationship is the best part, especially later on. Yeah. Yeah, Homelander is an asshole in the show, but they gave him a sad backstory, while comic book Homelander was a monster. Yeah.
You look tired.
There was a lot of cool World War II moments in the comics that remind me of old war comics. Yeah, because Ennis was like a massive fan of those.
Surprising.
Ennis himself is a massive fan of war comics, and that's some of his best work.
It's hard to close your eyes, huh?
No, Homelander is clear. Homelander is a big fish in a small pond. Superman, Omni-Man. Hell, a lot of Superman clones could wipe Homelander. Yeah. Omni-Man easily could fucking murder Homelander. Like, it wouldn't even be a fight. He would just kill him. And try to explain Garth Ennis doesn't like that cape shit is the only thing the Big Two wants to push, and they still translate it so he hates heroes. Yeah. It's like, no, there's more out there. They also say it's nothing more than Garth Ennis' Punisher OC just killing superheroes because he hates superheroes, even though he already did that with Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe. And the arc that got me hooked was Huey investigating Slingwing for the Legend. Ennis called corporations appropriating gay pride a decade before it became mainstream. Yeah. Have you read any war comics? Yeah, I've read Ennis' stuff. He has some pretty fucking good ones. He has that one where it's all the female soldiers of different factions all staying in one house during World War II, because you had a Soviet sniper, you had a French resistance fighter. Pretty sure one of them was an American nurse. It's actually like a really good story. You broke my toy, Homelander. Yeah, Garth Ennis likes Superman. Yeah, he likes Superman. Hell, if you've read Hitman, you know he fucking loves Superman. Omni-Man versus Hancock, who's winning? Yeah, Bizarro would sneeze on Homelander and instantly win. Comic Code literally made everyone's idea of comic book genres where superheroes were funny animal comics, which led to the birth of underground comic scene. Yeah. Superman versus Omni-Man. Superman. But it would be a hell of a fight. It would be a fun fight. And my only grab with Ennis, he can be a real Reddit atheist who doesn't understand Christianity. Even then, I enjoy Preacher. Yeah. Which, that was just kind of the period he came up in. Now, Preacher's still my favorite of Ennis' stories. Make me mad when I learned what they did with it in the show.
You scared me.
Yeah, Ennis doesn't like a lot about the industry and how they do superheroes, not superheroes themselves. Yeah. Yeah, Tomboy was fanboying for Superman.
I'm just thinking.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Frokabout too adorable.
Don't blame yourself.
I kind of wish DC did more Bizarro. I miss my special needs clone.
You can't control who FLC picks for a focus.
Off topic, I'm still amazed that some people insisted that it's political and clearly states that it's a human thing. Also, there's a weird fascination between Russian game devs and Vietnam games. Like how it said, Vought had been making terrible pieces of equipment for decades ever since World War II, and that superheroes, despite being moneymakers, are still bad products deep down. Yeah.
He said he wanted to see a foul.
I still really like the first 2 seasons of Preacher. Well, that was when the show was good. It was around like season 4 that it really started going off the rails. Hey, you remember the one dumbass meme where they betrayed the heroes and the boys as regular guys, even though if you read the comics, they're not. They're pieces of shit and deserve to get their ass. And didn't Ennis write Superman about why the world needs heroes like Superman? Yeah, that was Hitman. Hitman, there's a issue where Tommy runs into Clark. And the thing is, Hitman is about exactly what it says, a hitman. Tommy is basically just a thug, but he's a really big Superman fan. And when he's talking with Clark, he even outright says that, like, you know, I'm a guy that usually you're beating the shit out of and throwing in jail, but, like, you make me want to not be what I am, you know? He outright calls him, like, you are the American dream. Yeah, Plurbius, what do you think about the show? I still need to start that. I hear really good things. It's Vince Gilligan going back to, like, X-Files, so I'm kind of excited to that. I do like Cassie's entrance to the show for Preacher, yeah. Also off topic, but Contenshi Paranoia is the Literally Me song you use. Oh. At least I understand why some people just can't get into Ennis' works. He's just that kind of writer. You either really like his stuff and you think it's really cool, or you're just like, what the fuck is this? Is Vought just incapable of making superheroes of morals and ethics? I thought, I know power corrupts, but what the hell? That's just kind of Vaught's curse. They can never get a good product. It's always a bad product. My cute female coworkers think I'm retarded. It's so fucking Jover. I think Superman versus Omni-Man would be serious enough for Clark to go lethal. I think it would definitely be on his mind. And season finale of Pluribus coming out on Christmas Eve. Yeah, I was going to start it when the whole season was out.
But the kid can't fight.
I like Garth, but Cross too much. Yeah, Cross was literally him trying to see what he could get away with.
That's why I put myself on the train to
Cross movie still happening, as far as I understand.
I figured his focus had to have something to do with.
If Gabe showed a Compound V, what would happen? He'd probably die. You want Garth series to call edgy for edgy's sake? There's Crossed. It wasn't worth it at all to get to the good arcs of that series.
You know the rest.
I never understand the appeal of Cross, but I love Preacher. We're at Brat Pack? Yeah, Brat Pack's another one of... That's basically what people think The Boys is. Because Brat Pack was purely made out of spite. That was a bunch of pissed off comic guys. Yeah, all Clark has to do is fly both him and Omni-Man to the sun. Only one would survive. I'll make Cross not as good as Garth's other work. As stated, Crossed was basically an experiment by Ennis and a few of his buddies to see what they could get away with. Like, how far is too far before we're told it can't go that far? So they were doing literally everything they could to be as fucked up as humanly possible. And to be fair, some moments in Crossed are fucking hilarious. I love the dolphin. The dolphin... The dolphin scene where two guys are in their camp and they're scouting out and they see a Crossed, which is an infected in the universe. And he's just fucking a dolphin in the blowhole while just screaming mama over and over again. That's one of my favorite scenes. I laugh so fucking hard. Because the guy's talking with his buddy and it's like, yeah, he's been doing that for like 3 days. Yeah, Burb claims son status. Yeah, the guy who thought Salt would stop the Cross and the guy's entire family raped and killed. Yeah. To be fair, that one's more just all around fucked up. It's not quite as funny, but there's some pretty funny moments in Crossed. Yeah, a lot of dark humor. Was the dolphin still alive? Has completed the Trial of the Dragon and Metaphor ReFantazio only first playthrough? Fuck yeah. That scene's the worst because we all know dolphins are more evil than any Crossed. How did Cross get the dolphin? It's like habitual line crosser's donkey story from Unsubscribe. I really like episode Black fucked up humor, but the guy believing Salt Circle would stop the Cross caught me so off guard I had no choice but to laugh. Favorite Smart Cross? Mine's the Nun. The Nun's pretty good. God. The dude who's basically just Hannibal Lecter was fucking terrifying. Because he was like the focus of an entire story arc where you had a serial killer who was infected, and the whole thing with the crossed infection is it's all your worst inhibitions come to the surface. So you just, by nature, do very violent, fucked up things. And because it infected a literal serial killer, he didn't change. Yeah, Harold Lore in the Psychopath arc, yeah. Yeah, plot Cross makes no sense. Like, how do they keep finding people? Some of these people are super hidden on an island. Cross still fucking find them. Yeah, Bohemian Rhapsody, Mama just did a dolphin for 3 whole days. I did. So good I felt it did. Favorite Cross, the big smart guy trying to make a civilization, but he's miserable after getting a family. Yeah, that was Cross the 100, right? Because that was when the Cross were actually trying to build a tribe. I'm not going to let chat take me out of context, but the Cross named Horsecock was really interesting. Known Cross from Wish You Were Here is cool. The story on paper's cool, just the whole book's annoying. Favorite Cross was Horsecock, yeah. Ever the comic God is Dead? I have not. I read Cerberus. I've not read Cerberus. And serial killer was Bo Salt. I hate how contrived Cross can get with the plot. Oh, yeah. Like I said, there's only like a few good story arcs in there. Like, I really like Red Rover 1. That's a really good one. That's focusing on like a group of dogs watching the outbreak happen. And it actually had some pretty fucking sick moments. But a lot of Cross can be described as like, okay, look up the best ones, only read those. Everything else is just kind of there. And so, what has sort of been interesting in the virus turn the serial killer normal, the reverse effect? that sort of kind of happened with one dude who got infected, and if I remember right, he didn't even realize he was infected. So he would still have like the urges of a crossed, but he didn't even realize he was infected. Yeah, some of the crossed were bullshit, like the detector with horsecock, yeah. The assault guy was right in theory, but not practice. He needed the assault shotgun, yeah. I swear to the people who like the Boy Show fans, or just Rick and Morty fans, like no joke, one of them made a video saying the Boy Show is for thinking people. I'm to the dog cross comic. I stated, that one's Red Rover 1. So it's following a bunch of dogs from their perspective as the outbreak happens. And the dogs are all like dogs, you know? So you're watching the mind of a dog as it's seeing all of civilization fall apart, and they don't know how to describe what's happening. So they're just like, and then the people who feed us started killing each other one day, and we don't know why. It's actually a really good one. What was a comic that had to make you pause for you had to continue reading it? Oh, that was the first time I went through Punisher Max and I finished the Slavers. That one was like, holy fuck. They ever explain how the crossfires happens, or it just happened out of the blue? They tease a few explanations back and forth. It just kind of depends on what writer is doing it, because there were multiple writers that handled it. It's been everything from super virus to possibly actual biblical curse to might just be a natural phenomenon that just happens every so often. And cross comic with the dogs is good, but sad, yeah. Yeah, cats try to kill the dogs. They're bad kitties. What's cool? Comic hero, do you think is cooler? The Phantom or John Carter? Neither. I like Conan. Conan's fucking awesome. What's Punisher the Slavers about? Punisher Slavers was an arc in Punisher Max, which is when Frank took down a human trafficking ring. And it goes into very blunt, explicit detail for how a human trafficking gang works. It does not hide anything. And full of Red Rover, Rover Red, and the fucking dog asking, how's my ass is hilarious. Ever read Why the Last Man? I think I did once, and it was pretty funny. And John Connor is as bad as Conan, but he's not Conan. I also remember another thing from Red Rover, where there was a dog who kept a human as a slave. Ever watch Plague Dogs? Very bleak movie. Oh, yeah. I've read, We 3, Innocent Pets Become Military Weapons. Good arcs from what I hear are Red Rover 1, the original miniseries by Garth Ennis, and Crossed Plus 100, and Crossed Wish. Wish You Were Here, yeah.
Now, if we regulate the weather, we might be able to control these nasty critters.
Ever heard of Commandi, The Last Boy on Earth? I've not heard of that one. Yeah, they fumbled the Last Man TV show. Yeah, feeders don't hurt dogs. Oh, God, yeah. I'm wondering if Rogue Trooper comics are good. I know it was made by the Judge Dredd guy, but I don't know. From what I heard, they were pretty good. It was basically sort of soft 40K. I like the Shadow and Solomon Kane. Do you think those guys will be coming back with how entertainment seems to be moving? Hard to say. Aren't they supposed to be entering public domain pretty soon? Yeah, they botched that show harder than abortion. I like the Dolph Lundgren Punisher movie. I like it as a Dolph Lundgren movie. I don't like it as a Punisher movie. Let's progress a new video. I planned on finishing it today, but I was busy trying to get the digital version of the comic ready. I had to get a bunch of... Today was mainly focused on getting the comic shit all finished so I could get it ready for reprint and all that. So instead, video will be finished by tomorrow. It'll be finished and uploaded for early bros by tomorrow. And Thomas Jane's such a good fucking actor, yeah. I watched the new Frankenstein movie yesterday and I liked it. It is pretty good. It's not as close to the book as I would like, but I was okay with it. I've heard Something's Killing the Children. I've not, but I have heard a million people fucking recommend it. Like, it's all over the place. I go to my local comic stores and there's at least 5 spots in each one for it. And story's starting to go public domain, but Condé Nast owns The Shadow. And who won a fistfight, Frank Castle or Judge Dredd? Good question. Yeah, today Lo was fixing technical issues. Yeah, for the love of God, don't review Why the Last Man TV show. Please, man, it's not worth ad money. Yeah, Red One Rover is part of the Cross universe. The humans act similar, then seem to die off. I thought it directly was, because like the infected have the Cross. In your opinion, which actor fits Frank's physique-wise? Oh, that was definitely what's his name? Ray Stevenson. Yeah, that was 100% Ray Stevenson. He looked like Max Arrow Frank. Eric Kripke, The Boys. Yes, I created the series, my own blood, sweat, and tears. What's it about? What is it about? Garth Ennis. It's about Donald Trump as Superman. Yes, Garth, thank you. I was on Kick-Ass. The movie's the good one. I'm not a big fan of the comic. The comic is one of those where it gets way too cynical for its own good. There's an obscure manga called Berserk. Think be up your alley. Actually, they don't. The Infected and Red Rover don't. Oh. At Fables issue 1, I've always believed a truly accomplished nobleman should hone his cocksmanship every bit as much as his swordsmanship. Prince Charming is fucking hilarious. Yeah. I fucking love Prince Charming in that. He's great. He's just such an open sleazebag. How cynical does Kick-Ass get? If you remember in the movie, the girl that Kick-Ass likes discovers he's a superhero, and she's actually super, like, on board with it and kind of supportive. In the comic, she cucks him by sending him videos of her sucking the dick of, like, 5 different dudes. I've been playing AC4 again recently. Edward's a cool protagonist. Shame Ubisoft became so vile. Yeah, movie or comic either way, Mindy needs a hug. I forgot, you did read Giant the Homicidal Maniac, right? I think I read a little bit of it. Yeah, why though? Yeah, like I said, it got too cynical. It's like, it got to the point where none of the characters could ever, like, get a proper win. It always had to be undercut by something. Yeah, and he beats off to it, yeah. The Kick-Ass comic starts fun, and then you get the breakup of his girlfriend saying picks him sucking dicks, yeah. And she fucks a black guy, yeah. And it still doesn't deserve what happened in the sequel. I'm okay with the Kick-Ass comic because it made sense why the girl rejected Dave, and the guy she sucks was originally her boyfriend. See Del Toro's Pinocchio? I liked it. Yeah, it was actually pretty good. And Giant the Homicidal Maniac by the creator of Invader Zim? Yep. What in the rent-a-girlfriend bullshit is that? Yeah. Like I said, I much prefer the movie way more than the comic. Is it his girlfriend? Thought it was just a chick he liked and got close to by pretending to be gay. It was basically both. She did start dating him after she found out he wasn't gay, but the big thing is when she found out he was Kick-Ass. Who wrote Kick-Ass? Pretty sure that was Mark Miller. Because he wrote Kick-Ass and he wrote Kingsman. I think he even beats him up at school as well, yeah. Honestly, that's why I prefer Warzone. He looks like Frank in the movies as over the top as the comic. Author was having lady problems, wasn't he? So glad I never got around to reading the Kick-Ass comics. Like now I see why the director didn't follow the comic all the way, yeah. What's the last comic manga you dropped? I genuinely don't remember. Like, usually if I drop something, it's because it was boring the shit out of me, and I'm like, oh, fuck this, I don't care. Yeah, he also wrote the Ultimates, yeah. What's on Miller's other work, Nemesis? I think that's one Shota read. Yeah, the same guy wrote Wanted, wrote Kick-Ass, yeah. What's some things that you acknowledge are good and understand why they're popular, but you yourself are not a fan of? For me, it's Lord of the Rings. I'm really trying to think of, like, the big one. Because there actually are a few of those. Usually, if something's good, I can at least acknowledge why people like it. So, that's one I actually have to think about. I really don't know. Yeah, Mark Miller also wrote Civil War, yeah. And the reason why the girlfriend hated the guy was Kick-Ass in Universe, yeah. Yeah, she did that because he lied about being gay. They were never a couple. I thought in the comic that they were dating for like an issue or two, and then she found out, and then that's when she cucks him. Did Mark Miller also write Old Man Logan? Yeah, Attack on Titan probably. Well, that's the thing. Attack on Titan, I feel like, just genuinely has things that piss me off in it. Whereas I guess that would technically count, but it's one of those of like, I genuinely think there's parts of it that are just basically stupid. I really want Nicolas Cage as Thomas Wayne. He's supposed to be playing fucking Noir Spider-Man in the live-action thing that could be dope. No, Katie always wanted a gay friend. Yeah, Kick-Ass comic, they never dated. She thought he was gay. Funny enough, I might have to reread the comic just so I can fucking remember. Because I was always like, no, I'm pretty sure they were dating for like a little bit. Cerberus is about the life of this aardvark that begins the Conan parody, later becomes a 300-issue saga. It's a massive rabbit hole. We're specifically talking about the first chapters of the series? No, they never dated. I see Just Stop's video on Dr. Seuss adaptations. He talks about how terrible and corporate the Lorax film is. Fittingly ironic. Mark Miller's supposed to be a talentless hack. Why is Old Man Logan good? Well, his big thing is Mark Miller kind of was one of the descendants of Ennis, or technically it more stems from Alan Moore. That's where you had the whole like, well, I write graphic novels. I don't write comics, you know, that thing. So Mark Miller really isn't a bad writer. He just needs a leash. If you can keep him on a leash, you can get something really good. Yeah, Miller also wrote Superman Red Sun, but there are theories that it was actually ghostwritten by Morrison. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I can never take Attack on Titan seriously after Aaron had a mental breakdown of a guy who wants his tomboy best friend to always mourn him and never move on. Only time I went NTR. What was the worst manga you've ever read in your life? I don't remember. Usually if something's bad, I just flat out don't remember. Because a lot of time it's just boring. I guess technically Rent a Girlfriend, because I did read a little bit of that, but I never caught up to any of it. Really new Epstein files got leaked? Supposedly. Kick-Ass comic wrote main guy is damn near insufferable as the main guy in Yeek, yeah. Cut my life into pieces. I remember a video of some guy calling Kick-Ass a red pill comic. Yeah, School Days the anime sucks, yeah. I understood the need to differentiate graphic novels and comics. They're the same fucking thing. Yeah, but Alex and Yeek has that review. The only manga I can think of that I dropped was Chain Soldier because I find the majority of the side characters unlikable. Did you ever read Powers? Pretty decent comic, but and I thought the show wasn't terrible. If I remember right, the show was not awful. It just has some really fucking clunky-ass beginning. Because, like, it spells out a major character's backstory when the whole point was it was supposed to be more implied and never outright addressed. Anime comics are the shit you find in newspaper, graphic novels, or the books. Yeah, it's a complex where they say comics for children, where in Japan and Europe show it's not the case, yeah. I contemplated about getting Rent a Girlfriend, but didn't, and now that Rent a Girlfriend's now about as good as being a side piece in reality, yeah. Yeah, the Rangshine Yeek review is still funny to watch. It's that classic thing where... I guess to kind of explain where I think Yeek fucked up is... You can tell the guys who made the game fucking... They probably read any book they can find at Barnes & Nobles, you know what I mean? Like, they love reading. They love reading, they love books, they love literature. That's something that even the Snake Girl review brought up. It's like, yeah, with how wordy they made this game, they fucking love books. And they don't understand that you don't want to be the guy that is trying to look like you love books. You don't want to be the guy that's drowning everyone in word vomit just for the sake of a word count. You don't need to be so verbose. You do have to acknowledge the way that people talk and the way that people absorb conversation. You know, basically keep it simple, stupid. You know, very, very simple thing. It's like, because in Yeek, famously, there's like, what, 5, 10, 15-minute monologues of the main character explaining his exact emotional circumstances, everything that's going on around him, explaining the mentality of other characters right before they explain to him their mentality. Like, there was a serious issue where they needed the guy that would be willing to look at him and go, this is fucking stupid, cut it down. Not even that the script itself was awful, just cut it down. Make it more brief. Yeah, Yeek's a lot better now, yeah. Because they actually stuck with the game and were willing to take in what people are saying and go, okay, we have got to fix that. And Yeek developers make a game to own Square and how they treat FF7 and made 13. Yeah, boy, that blew up in their face. And a crown for $10. Question for Comic 2. Do you think you could get Adam Warren empowered EGM swimsuit specials do pinup of Yuki and Rachel? I think his style works well with your characters for a pinup. I have no fucking idea. I would not be against shooting for it, but full disclosure, I have no idea if it would work. I'm still very much tiny guppy in very big ponds, so I am unafraid to send someone an email, but I am fully willing to believe, like, okay, this could either work or it's not working. I hate Keep It Simple Stupid. It's done damage to game design for years. Well, that's not what Keep It Simple Stupid means in the terms of what you think it means. Keep it simple stupid, when people mean is don't overthink something that could work if you can only... Don't make a 10-step process for something that can be solved in 3. What you're thinking of is DSP it. Make it playable for DSP. That's not the same principle. I read the Witcher books? Yeah. You try to make their Western persona and doesn't understand what made persona work. Yeah. You're going to call Netflix and be greenlit for an adaptation for Cyberpop. What's your least favorite modern writing trend? Mine's unreliable narrator. It's kind of an obscure trope, but it's basically 2 characters are arguing, and one character is objectively right in the argument, and the only way they can have them be wrong is by having them basically just never counter what the other character is saying, and then act very obnoxious to where he's annoying, basically just to shut down their point, even if it's right. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid doesn't mean dumbing it down for the lowest common denominator. Exactly. In fact, it's the exact opposite. It's keep it brief and master your simplicity. I just watched 2 minutes of that Kick-Ass equal Red Pill comic video, and the guy called it a mix between incel fantasy or work of genius. Do you yell at the morons and mix him? Like I said, Micah is basically the one going to be handling the screaming at them for the refund thing. I'm focusing on getting the reprints. Yeah, welcome Civil War 2 and Marvel, yeah. Yeah, Vinny Clip turning off voice volumes evergreen. I played Attack on Titan game on PS3 emulator. Let's just say I found it fun, but the fact it was an emulator caused the frame rate to go down at least 3 FPS. Yeah, Yeek was more trying to be American Earthbound. Mine is the entire conflict could be fixed with a sentence. I'm talking about Kiss, or the transition from Obsidian Fallout to Todd's Fallout. That's not what I mean. Like, once again, people here keep it simple, stupid. They immediately jump to streamlining. That's not what that means. It means don't overcomplicate what you're doing if it doesn't need to be overcomplicated. Yeek is the shining example of what I mean by something that breaks that, where they had a million different ideas they wanted to do, and they tried fleshing out all of them, and they got none of them done. Yeah, don't be the verbose guy. I kind of have the issue of sometimes going into word vomit when writing, but I'm working on it. Yeah. Die on the Hill that wanted 2008 with Cinematic Masterpiece and then Curving Bullets. Wasn't that stupid? Well, I mean, Wanted told you from the very beginning what kind of movie it was. Like, yeah, it's just John Woo gunfight shit. It's just meant to be fun. Yeah, Spade King actually did a good job explaining what keep it simple, stupid means. Yeah. Don't make the G11 when the M16 was perfectly fine. Yeah. Eco $5, kick-ass or red pill comics. CY openly advocate to take leftoids right away. Yeah, Mike on phone. Where's the money, Lebowski? Yeah, don't try and build a jetpack when all you need is a ladder. Yeah. But people hear simple and they immediately think DSP. It's like, no, that is not what that means. If anything, that overcomplicates a lot of shit. Because you have to go out of your way to make sure that even a monkey could do it right. I hate that stupid trope, too. The one where a character can't be rebutted another character's argument, so they start acting annoying. It makes me walk up a wall. Yeah. Being at DSP, I'm very annoyed with people giving Tainted Grail negative reviews because DSP was given a copy. It's not even the devs, but the publisher. Yeah. And keep it simple, stupid. Easiest example is not everything needs to have Legacy of Kain writing. Yeah. Legacy of Kain writing could work because Amy Hennig genuinely could get up to that level. You don't shoot that far into the stars. You keep it simple and flesh it out from there. Hell, even the original Legacy of Kain game starts off pretty simple. It's just, you are a fucked over nobleman that came back as a vampire. Get revenge on the people that fucked you over. And No Man's Sky is the best example of keep it simple, stupid. On launch, they didn't follow that rule, and then they fixed it over years, and now one of the best games. Yeah. You get your basic loop down of what you want to have happen, and then you add on from there, slowly, bit by bit. There's a reason why new authors are told to start with short stories, limited word count, focused on a single incident. Yeah. Is fumbling a plan because the ego a good trope? I mean, it can work fine. Example of the KISS method during World War II, they fused 6 car engines together for a tank engine. Sounds stupid, but pre-war mechanics already knew how to fix them. Yeah. Didn't Cyberpunk go through something similar? Yeah. They were announcing all these different features to it where, like, it was going to have multiplayer, destructible terrain that could be rebuilt over time in the game. Like, all these different ideas that they really didn't need to do. And it ate up so much time that that's half the reason the game launched the way it did. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. Throw a rock at Time Wizard instead of making a laser gun that turns them back into people once they enter his influence. Yeah. I'm thinking about getting the PS5 version. What I did was strap 6 engines together and make a single super engine. Is my writing fanfiction a good place to start with figuring out how much you can handle as far as writing a story, character, setting go? I hate unnecessary conflicts in general, especially when it happens multiple times between the same characters and I learn nothing each time. If you're familiar with Toshiki Inoue, you know my pain. Have you played American Arcadia? I have not. Throwing a rock isn't imaginative. And sometimes keeping it simple is the best way to go, yeah. Yes, keep it simple, stupid, just throw a rock, yeah. Writing fanfiction crippled my writing, got too used to everything being pre-made for me. That was gay. I've been reading Moon Knight comics for the first time lately, and holy shit, I love this character, and he's become another favorite alongside Punisher and Daredevil. The show was wasted a gold mine. Yeah, Moon Knight's great. I remember Art Bro really liked Moon Knight. I like it in the argument trope you're talking about. The one who's right just beats the other to a pulp to prove their point. Pretty barbaric, but being wrong is stupid. Are you playing any shmup games? Well, what do you mean by shmup? Because, yeah, there's a lot of games that can fall into that definition, but I want to know what your definition is. Wait, Dracula is an Avenger? That lying fuck. You owe me $20, Dracula, you bastard. Yeah, trope I really hate is the military being super retarded against a monster, like throwing infantry at a monster that's immune to bullets. That's where Ajin actually kind of subverts that, where the team they send in was really fucking good. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid's the reason the smartest Ninja Turtles use a long stick. And not abiding by KISS is half of what's wrong with Apple products, granted the other half is shameless greed. Yeah, Doom's a good example of a KISS game loop that you can add stuff in layers. We go from Doom 93 to Eternal. Yeah. I hate the military getting absolutely fucked by slow zombies. On off fundamentals, no funny business. Never seen Moon Knight? Is he like a lunatic hero? Unironically, yes. He's not quirky like Deadpool crazy. He's more legitimately mentally ill. He has like... It kind of depends on the run you read, because sometimes he just has a bunch of personas, but other runs he straight up has multiple personality disorder, to where he doesn't remember who the real personality is. Sometimes Khonshu is not even an actual god, it's just a voice in his head. Other times Khonshu is a voice in his head that's also a god. Yeah, Mark Spector is nuts. Yeah, Moon Knight's basically Terry Davis in a fancy suit. Yeah. Ah, shit. Thoughts on Ajin? I find Sato a pretty fun psycho to watch. Ajin's really good. Yeah, Moon Knight isn't Spider-Man, but more like Rorschach. Yeah. Yeah, Mark Spencer has DID and schizophrenia. Yeah. He's like actually crazy. I mean, like, Toho, Blue Revolver, Death Smiles, Donpachi, Gradius, and, like, okay, so, like, actual, okay. I remember I played a lot of, what was it, Ikaruga? When that was out on Xbox, I played the shit out of that. And a crown $5. I was wondering if DSP will retire, and his last game is, La Mulana, and he does it perfect with one try and goes longest con, Sea of Peeps. Yeah, he used to be 3 aliases and pulled it off perfectly. Now he's just crazy, yeah. And Sex Marvel Rivals looks fun, and I feel like I can have fun with it. Just sucks Chinese made game. Speaking of mentally ill superheroes, you ever watch Legion? Yeah, Legion was super good. Strange thing, Season 5 just did that stupid trope of the bullets become convenient pea shooters to monsters when the plot demands it. It's 556 for fuck's sake. Yeah, Moon Knight has severe DID that completely dictates which persona he has, and you better pray you got one of the saner personas than his more insane ones. He gave Taskmaster his own 9/11. What's the Ajin thing you guys are talking about? It's a manga. Look it up. It is very good. Deadpool is being crazy for comedy. I hope you OG Deadpool fans get mad versus Moon Knight is schizophrenia and actually being mentally ill. Yeah, Moon Knight, thank God we need all the help with to fight Thanos. No, I'm Mr. Knight now. Oh, okay, Mr. Knight. Wrong, I'm Moon Knight again. Yeah. He swaps like 5 different personalities in one conversation. Chinese people are perfectly capable of making good things. Is why Chinese are more so successful the moment they escape China. To recommend American Arcadia, imagine if the Truman Show was run by Twitch. Oh, okay. That could actually be cool. Love one moment in the new comics where Moon Knight walks into a party of vampires all dressed up, activates the sprinkler system, explains he's a priest, and commemorates the war to Khonshu, and then fire. Actually, like Rorschach-type characters kind of implemented some into my story's protagonist. Yeah, Mr. Sato become your favorite villain if you read Ajin. One trope I really dislike is humanity bad because bad. Yeah, that one's also kind of gay. Like, I'm perfectly okay with humanity bad if they're able to make it a point that that's just kind of the theme of the story. Like, the whole point in the story is that humanity can be fucking evil. But if you're just doing humanity bad, like in the way that like James Cameron did it with Avatar, I just think it's gay. It's like, you're not going to be the one that want to kill yourself. You're going to demand other people die for you. Fuck off. That's on Blade. I mean, Blade's fun. He's fun as hell. Yeah, Mr. Sato's What If America Was a Villain, but everyone will love him for it. Ours for Ajin's doing another manga, The Pool, and has some good kino. Sato's my spirit animal. Let's play ball. I think chat doesn't like humanity bad. Like I said, I'm okay with it. Berserk has like multiple parts where it's just directly going, people are fucking awful. But the whole point is a good humanity bad story addresses both. It addresses humanity at its best and it addresses humanity at its worst. You know, it addresses the sacrifices people will make for each other just for the sake of doing it, and it'll address people just being fucking animals. That's how you make a good one. But if you just do, like I said, the Avatar thing of, well, humanity's bad because they are humanity, you're just a retard. Because it's like, fuck off. You don't even believe that. Ever see Fujimoto's Captain America artwork? It has no right to go that hard. Oh yeah, it's fucking sick. Also love the fact that Moon Knight made a ghost house Neo from just trying to read his mind and made a deal with it to become his new HQ. James Cameron, humans are selfish and self-centered. Ignores that all animal species only care about themselves and their own species. Yeah. I hate child prodigy, the smartest in a room full of adults trope. That one's also kind of gay. Mainly because I'm not a big fan of like intellectual type characters. You know, I've always had more of a, I guess to describe it, I've always had a bit more of a vibe with like a thug type character. That's why I like Conan. That's why I like Guts. Like, I like just the violent bruiser. Between Bebop and Rocksteady, which TMNT jobber's your favorite? I like Krang. I remember little bits of Krang. Yeah, humanity bad. Things kind of dumb to me. I'd say bad people bad, so eat their hearts. Yeah. Hyper intelligent, competent child annoys me. Yeah. Like, I'm fine with, like, a character like Peter Parker being really smart for his age, but that's because Peter is also mainly just kind of a dude. I just like evil Christian trope. Mostly have a sense of hypocrisy since they won't touch other religions. At least SMT says all of them are equally bad. Cameron not locking in having the humans carpet bomb the plane from orbit so funny to me. Humanity's supposed to be evil, but we still give aliens a chance. I prefer Planet of the Apes where they say, yeah, humanity's bad, but the also would say the other side is not great. Yeah. I like bruisers too, but they're actual retards that quickly lose interest. Yeah, Conan is technically a street smart character. Characters that are smart because of experience and need to survive and win fights. They're saying you don't eat each meal under UL and light poster. A monologue about how specific your consumption habits. We're smart, competent kids is when they try too hard to make them the smartest and don't let them fuck up. Just look at Wesley Crusher, yeah. I still love that Robot Chicken sketch where it's like, kill Wesley, keep Snurkles. When it comes to intellectual characters, for every house, there's like 5 Sheldons, yeah. And we can forget that time Moon Knight pulled 9/11 on Taskmaster and made him legitimately afraid to fight him. If humanity's bad by nature, then humans would not have a concept of evil. Yeah, Jimmy Neutron's the best smart, competent kid. He fucks up every episode, yeah. James Cameron's trying to save the planet by making $1 million movies that take up a lot of resources. I'm playing out a story with a girl genius kind of character, but part of the story is her realizing she's made huge mistakes that threaten live need to learn from them. Netflix, Vania is the gay humanity bad because it's completely surface level and ignores the strength of humanity at the core of Castlevania. Well, it's just one of those of it's just saying it for the sake of saying it. It's not actually exploring what humanity's capable of doing to each other or, you know, what is exactly our relationship with good and evil and how do people do these things. It's just, guys, humanity violent. Like, it'll say humanity bad for killing Dracula's wife and then try to make you sympathize with characters that butcher farmers for fun. Characters like in Young Sheldon are his dad and brother. Like my favorite lines from Planet of the Apes is, I always think ape better than human. I see now how much like them we are. I'll go watch Avatar 3, especially since the reviews I saw of it devolved into 40k posting. Speaking of Taskmaster, I hate when they make him die at Deathstroke instead of a very capable merc, but he's just this mook from Brooklyn. Yeah. Like, Taskmaster's fucking terrifying. If a rider's taking him seriously, he is very dangerous. Bazinga jockey. Netflix DMC made America look mega-based. Hell yeah, we're gonna blow up hell for the hell oil. I always like media that is great. Humans can be evil and good. Yeah. The thing is, to have proper good gray media, you need clear defined good and evil. You cannot have gray without having black and white. That's a very common misconception people fuck up all the time. To have a good nuanced story, you need to address when there is no nuance. By that I mean 5 minutes into Drinker's Review, you went straight to 40k posting. I mean, that's just playing into a meme, and at that point, like, no, I want to hear about the actual fucking movie. I'm never going to listen to it, but I'm very tired of just I'm very tiring of just pandering to the same 5 goddamn jokes over and over again. That's why I find Taskmaster is actually a bit of a shit talker. Yeah, he knows he's that good. That's why Lord of the Rings movies just couldn't be made now. They're blatant good and evil. Yeah. And in order for nuance, you need at least somewhat of both extremes. And Taskmaster actually beat Punisher. He's that good. He even mocked him while he was down. Yeah. Like I said, if you have the right writer for Taskmaster, he is a villain that's legitimately threatening. Like, he's not just a jobber. He can actually be the villain of an arc. That's kind of why I kind of trying to turn off from Avatar, because there's always going to be Warhammer posting nothing but humanity superior. Yeah. And be fair in Drinker's Review makes it clear Avatar 3 is just the first again. Yeah. Modern writers just airing their fish and justification for why the bad guys are right really makes me understand why the Inquisition really does need to exist in 40k. Well, it's just stupidity all around, because it's like 40k acknowledges the fact of humanity is very brutal. It's gotten to a level where life has no meaning in the Imperium. It's all just servitude and people are numbers. But the thing is, they acknowledge that it became that way because of survival. Life had to become so disposable because so many people die. Entire planets can fall apart. There's demons. There's, there's fucking orcs. There's fucking Tyranids. Like, there's so many threats out there that can wipe the entire universe clean of life. So life for humanity just doesn't mean that much anymore. And it's just kind of this thing of, like, both sides of it quite literally are right. Humanity has become this fascistic nightmare dystopia, but they became that way because if they didn't, they would all die. I like Doug Walker's review of Avatar 3 more than Drinkers, because at least he didn't do dumbass 40k posting focused on the movie. In a way, every species except for the orcs and Tyranids treat life as disposable. Taskmaster introduced as the villain for the Avengers. Existing in 40k is a war of attrition, yeah. I prefer jokester trash-talking Taskmaster or serious Taskmaster that explores how much his powers suck because they keep wiping away his memories like some comic runs do. I prefer trash-talking Taskmaster. I like Taskmaster when he fully loves what he's doing. Like, he's an asshole and he loves it. And Taskmaster's natural ability, along with his photographic mimicry, is insane. Then you have MCU, where they turn him into a girl whose power comes from a tech suit. Yeah, and that's what's cool about 40k. Yeah, the entire appeal of 40k is the fact that it's this fucked up, super hardcore, grimdark dystopia. Yeah, why care about the individual when everyone could die? Yeah. Oh, the Eldar and humanity are very similar to each other, and the Tau are currently learning the harsh truth. Yeah. Yeah, best hyper-intelligent kid I've seen is Archive from Dresden Files. Poor kid gets all of humanity's knowledge crammed into her skull because her mom offed herself to rid herself of the burden. Yeah. And when I think smart, I imagine a character outsmarts another. I think of someone with super strength finds out their opponent's bulletproof, then just rips their tongue out. And Taskmaster loves being a merc because it gives him a reason to use his talents to the fullest. He's amazing at what he does, and he loves doing it. And humanity did have a good time, then everything went to shit, which is why the Emperor stood up and tried to make sure that what was left survived. Yeah. I like Taskmaster as just a dude from Brooklyn who's that good. Yeah, humanity presumably used to be like Star Trek for the 24th millennium. That's no longer possible, for the Emperor even revealed himself in the 30th. Yeah. Is there a recent Marvel Comics arc where New York has a very bad vampire infestation? I don't remember it being recent. Because Blade and his side of things kind of ended up getting shoved into a corner. You prefer Taskmaster or Bullseye? Bullseye has some really cool shit to him, but I love Taskmaster a lot. The idea of a villain that can just completely copy your moveset just by looking at you is fucking crazy. I like Taskmaster and Moon Knight. Man is traumatized after the first time fighting Moon Knight, aka personal 9/11. Yeah. Yeah, Humane Bad really doesn't work when there's a bigger problem they have to deal with. Yeah. At least not to the degree of just being a, you know, a scolding, nagging finger. Like, you have to acknowledge that there are circumstances that cause them to be that way. And Taskmaster's more iconic. I mean, to be fair, Bullseye's pretty damn famous, too. Oh, Farsight correctly understands that the Tell Empire sees other alien races in lower class as expendable and then decide to cut off them, yeah. Look at how they made Mr. Knight in the show bumbling British retard, when in the comics he owns the loom of any place he goes to. I even joked that his drip can kill Aura alone. And Child Prodigy invents a fucking time machine despite being like 8 years old, and they have the exact same personality. I don't need friends, I need science. Carmelo and her Polykill and Netflix Vania could have been interesting villains if they didn't try to make them sympathetic while still making them do completely evil things. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, 80 Shankar runs into that exact problem over and over again. I don't even know if it's really him, or if it's just he keeps getting the same group of writers over and over again for his shit. But he keeps running into that exact same problem where he wants to do the whole, like, oh, but there's nuance. Maybe things are more complicated. But it's always just in the sense of, well, maybe black is actually kind of white, and maybe white is actually kind of black. When that's not what black and white means. You know, that's not what gray morality means. Gray morality is acknowledging the fact of people will waver between the extremes, you know? There's no one that can be a set color. They're going to have moments where they're going to waver. You know, they can fall apart and do something awful, or they could try to redeem themselves, you know? The idea is white is what everyone wants to be, but some people just can't be that. Yeah, poor Ivy. She was born with her mother's memories, including that she killed herself specifically to not deal with being the archive. Her mom was selfish to thrust that onto her, yeah. Yeah, vampires eat babies. There's no nuance. They can sunbake them, yeah. We're all 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah, dumb thing about Avatar is they establish Earth is dying and they're conquering Pandora to survive, but Cameron makes it seem like humanity's evil for just wanting to survive, yeah. Gray morality is that sometimes you end up doing horrible things for a good reason and fuck it up. Or that sometimes it's not even because of a good reason. Sometimes you're just doing it because you basically just fell and did something awful because you had that temptation to do it, you know? Yeah, people mock Jake for signing with Navi, but don't tell me you wouldn't also choose the tall blue lady over being crippled. Here we go. I alone am the drunkest driver. I'm probably have 40Ks. It tries to have grand stories, but due to the nature of the setting and being a popular IP, it will never have satisfying payoff or conclusion. That's just kind of the nature of a lot of different things. James Cameron's a bummer when nature gets destroyed because of greed. By the way, fuck BP. You get people who ask, why not just make a stare in black and white morality story instead? Because they don't understand the intent. You know, it's this thing of you genuinely cannot write wanting to simp for an audience. You just have to write what you believe is the best you can do. Because a lot of times people will genuinely offer something to where it's like, that's not at all what I want to do, though. I would choose the warmongering fire blue lady over Natari. Good gray morality writing isn't denying that black and white don't exist, but that it isn't easy to be white, and sometimes you make the wrong choice and it can cascade problems. Yeah. You know, a proper gray story is acknowledging that everyone wants to have white morality, but that's just not possible. Some people will just fall. And to be fair, humanity is evil in Avatar because they choose to survive in the least efficient, most evil way imaginable. I am begging this thing to die. When I was watching Avatar 3, I was always thinking, man, the Oddworld games back in the 90s did all the Greed versus Native thing way better because there was nuance, yeah. And easy to be why you heard it here first, folks. Yeah, fantasy fucks up the end times. I'm mad how many characters were written in and die. Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy was better. The smaller scale made it a lot more meaningful of a city feel. In 40k, whole plants can be expendable, which can be fun, but not always. Yeah, the Na'vi look like the aliens from District 9 and tell me you would have sympathy for them is another one I hear a lot, if it's not 40k posting. Yeah, ignoring the fact that the aliens in District 9 were also sympathetic. Hell, in District 9, they're more sympathetic because they are complete victims. Honestly, I kind of hate how some people online seem to think every story needs to have gray morality when stories kind of get ruined when you try and do that. Well, it's this thing of people become aware of tropes and they become aware of cliches, and they always jump to the extreme of, well, I don't like it when this story does it, so stories need to stop doing it in general. Ignoring that, it's just a case-by-case basis. Some will do it right, others will fuck it up. Yeah, people eat them alive, yeah. Aliens District 9 were literal starving slaves. Well, some of the prawns were very well could be human, yeah. This guy won't die. Bit by bit, we're whittling down his health bar. I hear that, I hear Carnage Counts. It's a kill count channel that only focuses on how many people die in a movie or show. Ultimately does their job way better than Dead Meat. They're more sympathetic because since being trapped in the spaceship for 13 years, becoming broken, they're then forced to live in the slums of Johannesburg, yeah. Aliens District 9 were explicitly fucked over between being experimented on, their home being taken over by warlords, yeah. Yeah, prawns are just in a shit situation. The father and son literally want to go home, yeah. And plus then the ending of District 9 revealed the main character had turned into a prawn, yeah. Okay, bit by bit, he is dying. I did like the prawns in District 9, yeah. Hear about District 9, remember a radio DJ in my area going on a rant that aliens in District 9 were a racist allegory for Latinos. It took place in Africa. Hell, it's a lot more on the nose about, like, African war refugees. It became like this because he had sexual intercourse with a prawn, yeah. Yeah, with full memories of being human, yeah. And talk of Shades of Grey reminds me when Plague went over Michael Myers analyzing his motivation, but threw out the idea of he's a force of evil right at the start, yet being evil explains it all. I still need to sit down and watch that video because I am curious what he was going to say about it. Because, I mean, the whole, like, well, Michael is just pure evil was all Dr. Loomis's theory. So I'm curious if there might be something that, like, Plague could pitch that could also work as an interpretation. Yeah, people might say you're fucking retards. Ironically, Avatar The Last Airbender had a great quote about gray morality. You think you're the first person to believe their war was justified? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I just want pure villain like Sauron. But come on, bro. Michael got yelled at. Humanity being at war with an alien species for survival or logistics and our own laws are why we choose diplomacy over wiping them out. It's a story that should be good. Ironically, I think having a black and white morality story is more difficult to make interesting. Like, with 1408, it's an evil fucking room was an ingenious way to do it. Yeah. I don't know, the fact that prawns can convert humans seems like that makes them an existential threat to our species. I say scorch earth them. That was an experimental bioweapon that was created by the warlords that oppressed the prawns. Yeah, Pharaoh Historian's a pretty good video about District 9. Shit. Oh, that might kill us. Ah, fuck you. Yeah, perfectly reasonable to give the villain a sympathetic aspect while still wanting them to pay for their actions. If it means taking them out, so be it. Yeah. Yeah, Last Airbender is one of the only shows that was perfect. All for nothing. What's with this boss being so tanky? The boss basically dumps a bunch of buffs onto himself that massively increases defense. Because you're supposed to have Zaz, who plays as the debuffer. But he went down, and we did not have any Phoenix Downs. Yeah, I do not need that. You gain way more in battle. Also, don't really need any of these. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, prawn weapons are gene locks. Only a prawn can use them, so no humans can use their weapon or technology. Yeah. Yeah, live action segments with South Africans talking about Nigerian immigrants. The movie itself was somewhat a commentary on apartheid. Yeah. Like I said, it's very obviously talking about African discrimination and African segregation and things like that. It's about Africa. It takes place in Africa. Feral Historian is genuinely a great YouTube channel. Yeah, like Billy the Butcher, dude is just a great villain. Yeah, just watched your video and just some guy, dude really fell off into oblivion. Yeah. It didn't have to be like this. Here we go. I don't buy the Loomis was overreacting and wrong argument. Nothing Michael does shows anything but pure evil guiding his actions. Like I said, I still haven't seen the Plague video yet, so I don't know if this is stuff he was arguing about. But yeah, no, Michael was like a violent serial killer. Like, he was killing multiple people just to get to Lori. Yeah, humans and Avatar could swipe the Navi if they get the Predator and Pandora. And JSG vid hurt to make, right? It was kind of one of the first instances that was really becoming aware of like, people in certain eras will just burn themselves alive for no other reason than they want to burn themselves alive. Because, like, there was no reason for JSG to do all the shit he did that caused him to fall apart. Literally none. It's not even a thing of, like, oh, you have to kiss ass and approve party dialect. It's the fact that he chose the worst hills every time. It didn't make any sense. How smart is Michael? I got the impression in the first movie he was at least smart enough to fake being sane enough to have someone teach him to drive. Goo was made from prawn DNA, was linked to their technology when exposed to human DNA. It corrected it by turning Wakas into a prawn. Yeah. That's the thing about the prawns didn't come to Earth to conquer it or live there. Yeah, they showed up by complete accident. Only two justified outcomes for Michael. Lifetime imprisonment or perish. Simple as that. Yeah. He is legitimately way too dangerous to keep alive. Like, how many people have to die until it clicks? Yeah, Q's movie was a strange hill to die on. Like, it's one of those where even having, like, the basic knowledge of how films are made would tell you, yeah, they fucked up. You're not supposed to use real kids in any kind of scene that implies sexuality. You have stuntmen for a reason. Hey, boss fight, why are you redeeming? Ah, shit, at least that one was quicker.
I'm sorry.
Mike Myers is everywhere, you can't get rid of him. Wonder what would happen if the prawns landed in Utah instead. Would they become Mormons? The only reason he wasn't on death row is because he was declared insane, yeah. If Florida Man was in Avatar, the Na'vi would relocate in fear of what they could do. Yeah, prawns were running from their oppressors and were then trapped in the spaceship for a long time. I don't get why people hate the Lori's Michael's sister thing, despite what people, including Carpenter, say. He does have some motivation in the first movie. The first movie alone does kind of show that Michael, for some reason, is obsessed with Lori. Well, here's the French. It was before they made Expedition redeem themselves. Which Mike Myers movie is your favorite? Alright, Mike Myers or Michael Myers? There is a difference. Sure cannot be broken. Do you know when the next chapter of Berserk's coming out? Nope. He was absolutely disgusting, and anyone who defends should be at least side-eyed or have their hard drives checked. Mike Myers. Oh, definitely Austin Powers. Austin Powers is good. I think Batman would try and save Joker to stay put him to death. I definitely would not put it past him. It doesn't matter, both are terrifying. Don't get what people don't like the Stitch twist for Halloween since it was kind of just pulled out of nowhere. Yeah, Cat in the Hat versus Michael Myers, who wins? I mean, Rob Zombie's Michael killed the guy who was taking good care of him. Say what you want about what he did to Halloween. He always understood who Michael Myers was. Yeah. Yeah, isn't Mike Myers a notorious dick? Yeah. That came out after like one of his last really big flops where he was just impossible to work with. People despised working with him. I remember one lady just straight up called him like fucking Satan incarnate. Can I stream Linda Cube tomorrow? I do not know what the plan is. We will figure it out. Mike couldn't beat Mike, but Mike could beat him. Yeah, Halloween 2, Rob Zombie didn't have to make that one. Yeah. Yeah, Love Guru? I think it was Love Guru, because that was like one of the last like Mike Myers-led comedies that he made. And after it flopped, you had a bunch of people coming out and saying, oh my god, fucking get rid of this guy. He's a nightmare. Check out Halloween Nights, a fan film about Michael Myers going to Gotham and taking on Batman and Nightwing is really good. Stay execute Joker. I think Batman would let it happen since the legal system is deciding not a vigilante or revenge killing. I'm pretty pro art in most cases. I assume people were overacting cues initially, then I learned what was in it. Yeah. Well, like I said, the whole thing with cuties is it comes down to a very, very basic thing, and that is, why did you not have fully grown stuntmen doing all these parts? Like, that is a very... That's not even very common. That's just flat out what you do. What you do when you have a scene that implies that a child character needs to be involved in something sexually explicit or graphic is they have an older stuntman who is able to mimic the child actor and get the scene they need. That's what they did in The Exorcist. You know, that's all the like really graphic scenes with Linda Blair, that was handled by her stunt woman. Don't mess up Mike and Michael Myers or else you'll be the only one at the bank heist wearing a Mike Myers mask. Son of a bitch. Alright, we might have to do some grinding to get past this. This might be a level check. Remember bringing up Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat in conversation with my friend. He acted like Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat molested him. Yeah, possible actual midgets who you could have used for stunt doubles. You don't even need that, depending on just camera angles. Like, it's really not hard. The solution has been solved over 100 years prior. Favorite suit in Insomniac Spider-Man? I love the Spider-Man Noir suit. I always use it. Yeah, Blue Lagoon, Brooke Shields with 15. All the nudity was handled by her 32-year-old double. Yeah. Remember when Louis Laval's review of it just had him describing various scenes and just that was enough to be disgusted? Yeah. I was doing Shrek 5 only for a check. Yeah. And Mike Myers Canada's not for sale shirt when the Canadian lives in Vermont. What gave more children nightmares? Cat in the Hat or Halloween? You know who else is a level check? Remember there was big difficulties filming scenes in Superbad because McLovin was underage? Yeah. Yeah, my sister got really irritated with some of the boss fights in this game when she first played it. She eventually dropped it. I kind of want to see a cop in Gotham accidentally kill the Joker because of some crime. I watched Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat movie and I thought it was fun. I did watch it as a kid, and last time I watched it was a kid. Yeah. And same with Jodie Foster and Taxi Driver. They had an older actor doing the explicit stuff. Yeah. Well, because that's literally what you're supposed to do. It's not even a matter of that's recommended. That's just flat out, you will get shut down if you don't do it. Yeah, random bullshit, but I'm still, episode they never, I think I'm surprised they never released a Spyro game after the remaster, especially when they filed a cease and desist on 2 PS1 style fan games that were almost done. What suits you hoping to see in the Wolverine game? I do want his like limo driver suit from Logan, because I like that drip. I like that drip. I like very unconventional superhero outfits. Yeah, the older actor was Foster's 20-year-old sister. Was it true the Cuties director is a woman? Yeah. I can't heck gave more children nightmares since parents probably let their kids watch it, not realizing the nightmare field they were putting their children through. And with the orange X-Men Evolution suit. To be fair, that one is pretty cool. That should be a Halloween mask. The Halloween mask? No, the killer dude from Halloween. Oh, you mean Jason. I'd love to see some random gunman kill Joker while laughing about some crazy plan he's doing to everyone. The guy who shot the president over tax driver would be sorely disappointed to learn that trivia. And speaking of Superbad, apparently Jonah Hill hated Christopher Mintz-Plasse because he couldn't take Chris doing harmless ribbing. He's such a bitch. Yeah, I want his Uncanny X-Force suit. I love the black and gray suit with the red eyes and his Weapon X design with the tubes and helmet. To be fair, that one's pretty dope. I don't care for plain clothes on superheroes, even if Wolverine's the only one I've ever seen pulled off. I kind of like plain clothes. It makes sense if it was a dude directing it, he would have been hanged, yeah. Wish he had more Ted. I'll be real, nothing in Cat in the Hat spooked me as a squeaker of fucking course. At that point, I was a horror junkie, so yeah, I was laughing at the insanity and jokes, even ones I shouldn't have known at the time. I think the only time I saw the Mike Myers Cat in the Hat movie, I was like 7 years old, and there was nothing in that movie that freaked me out. I didn't even realize it was nightmare fuel for kids. I mainly just kind of saw it as like, okay, this movie's weird. It's not really that funny, but okay. Cryfair is an unlockable gun where Simon finds out it's French and is disgusted at its Frenchness. What's wrong? Saying the kids down to watch Cuties because you don't know what it is, or saying the kids down to watch Fritz the Cat because you know because you think it's animated? What's that? This is only there's only at least a few parts in Cat in the Hat that makes me laugh, like the hoe and the "you're not only wrong but you're also an idiot." Yeah, Wolverine always looked better in a leather jacket, and Punisher just felt silly in the full body suit. Jonah Hill hating Chris is also the reason he got the role of McLovin. They thought it would be funnier to force him to act with someone he hated. What do you think about the Grinch? I mean, I like the original movie. And the suit idea, Old Man Logan. Yeah, that'd be dope. Scooby-Doo Zombie Island blows Cat in the Head out of the water for scary. Okay, let's see. There we go. Get even more level ups. Hell yeah. Coraline did scare the shit out of me as a kid. In all fairness, Coraline is literally meant to terrify kids. Yeah, also his Midnight Suns design. That is a pretty good one. Yeah, 5 p.m. solve world hunger, tell no one. Yeah, Zombie Island was originally supposed to be an episode for SWAT cats. Thoughts on Twinkies? I mean, they're okay, but I don't need a lot of them. I get like one every so often. Another thing I find funny that others are terrified of, Courage Cowardly Dog, where people really got spooked, and Coraline was just a good fun time. Courage would only freak me out on like very specific occasions. Like it would depend on the episode. All in all, like my family loved Courage. It was fucking great. Okay. Resist Deprotect would actually not be that bad. Yeah, burn, baby, burn. There was a Coraline game, and the game over scene was her with the button sewn in with the other mother stroking her hair. Good lord. Still never understood why Wolverine is part of the Midnight Suns. He never really deals with any magical, supernatural stuff. Wolverine is just kind of part of every team ever. It feels like there's always some answer to the question of, well, when did Wolverine join this team? It's like, oh, he joined them like 10 years ago. Oh, yeah, he joined them last year. Oh, yeah, he joined them back in the 80s. Like, it doesn't matter what team it is. Logan was probably a part of it. Apparently, Jim Carrey was miserable in the Grinch suit. It must have been stuffy as hell. Yeah, Wolverine brings in money. Yeah, Illumination version of the Grinch is so absolutely sterilized, and the theme song is garbage rap. Yeah, Wolverine's part of everything because he fucking feels like it. For a guy that constantly calls himself a loner, he seems to, you know, constantly join teams. You're not perfect. I looked at categories for the Indie Game Awards, and one South American indie game is called Get the Milk, and Dad Comes Home like, wow, that's the nominees. Funny enough, Beast also used to be part of the Avengers as well. Well, Beast, it makes sense, because he's kind of the opposite of Logan. He's very much a team player. He loves working with people. Yeah, Logan is literally the guy whenever someone goes, I know a guy. That's it, I'm getting my mallet. Coraline's mom and her other mom awaken my taste for bottom-heavy MILFs. Yeah, Wolverine is soon there. Yeah, Jim Carrey had to literally get CIA hypnotized to get put in the suit. Yeah, fuck Comic Beast. He's an asshole. Wolverine's one of those characters where he's not on a team. It makes you think, where's Wolverine? That's a Marvel Zombies. Can they just let Peter be happy, please? Marvel Zombies is pretty fun. It's kind of one of those where it went on too long. Once it started dipping into, like, the other... It starts off as a multiverse story, but when it starts dipping into the other multiverses, that's where it gets a little bit too far. Where it's like, this should have ended at the Wakanda arc. Because the Wakanda arc was pretty fucking dope. I like that one. What do you think of Logan being part of multiple teams at once? He's part of the Savage Avengers, the same team that has fucking Conan. Like I said, that's just kind of a thing with Logan. He's part of every team ever. Here we go. I had the Marvel turn Beast into another evil genius. He needs a redemption arc. Yeah. Well, the whole, like, evil X-Men thing has been a really worn-out gimmick. It's like, they had to make it a point that Professor X was completely wrong and Magneto was right all along. It's like, this feels really fucking forced. Yeah, seriously, how do you beat superpowered zombies? Yeah, speaking of Wakanda, apparently now it's a fucking space empire. Remember that time Logan swapped bodies with Peter Parker and Logan flirts with the schoolgirls in Peter's body? Yeah, Wolverine's a literal poster child of the X-Men, yeah. Yeah, Logan's with the Avengers, X-Men, Alpha Flight. Hell, he's even part of the Hand. Yeah, Marvel Zombies was originally written by Robert Kirkman, who after he left write other stuff was handed off to Mark Miller, yeah. There's some really cool parts of Marvel Zombies. The Evil Dead crossover was fun as hell. Like I said, I really like the Wakanda arc where they found out that you can break the zombies out of the gospel of hunger by just starving them long enough. You have to literally lock them in a room. And you have Ultimate Beast who got catfished by the fucking Blob and revealing that Magneto's alive, yeah. I just find it funny that despite X-Men being Logan's family, he doesn't spend time with them. He spent time with other heroes like Spider-Man and Captain America. Yeah, at one point, Wolverine was the most popular Marvel character. It probably helped. I guarantee a big thing that really helped was probably the original X-Men movies, because the original trilogy of X-Men movies, Logan basically was the main character of those. Wolverine and Rogue. They were kind of the ones that were like, they got the most focus, they got the most screen time. X-Men 1 is basically about fucking Wolverine and Rogue joining the school. Yeah, I saw a prototype design for Green Goblin for the Raimi. I can't imagine but how terrifying if it was in the film yet. Here we go. I find it funny that Sentinels try to kill all of humanity because the people that made them didn't know all humans had the X gene. Yeah. It was pretty funny. Fans on X-Men 97? It was pretty good. It didn't, like, blow my socks off, but I liked it. Like, X-Men is having an intervention with Logan, not for his drinking, but for the fact that he doesn't treat them like a family, like every birthday where I'd be hanging out with Spider-Man. Yeah, Normie saw all the movies, but what Normie's want dictates everything, yeah. Listen, Wolverine's just out to get the milk. Yeah, concept Marvel Zombies was cool if it wasn't so bleak. I mean, I'm fine with it being bleak just due to the fact that it's meant to be one of the fucked up what-ifs. And it had some pretty funny jokes. What Spider-Man villain do you think deserves to appear in live action that we haven't seen yet? I'm gonna say Beetle. That'd be pretty cool. I want them to fucking do the Scorpion already. Let fucking Michael Mandow do it. You've been waiting how fucking long for that? Yeah, Wolverine's just Mr. Krabs. You've seen this before 11 times, as a matter of fact. Yeah, then it's revealed No Man Logan that the X-Gene was a random occurrence, yeah. Hank Pym was the biggest piece of shit in Marvel Zombies. I do like the original arc from Ultimate F4. Reed asked Magneto, how long has this been going on? I don't know, about like 3 days. I haven't slept. It's pretty good. I'm pretty sure Scorpion's going to be one of the primary villains in the new Spider-Man movie. Supposedly, but they're also being tight-lipped about that. It's like, is he fucking or is he not? Like, is he gonna be here or not? And those indie nominees remind me of a thought I had earlier. Do you think woke games now will get cringe content warnings in the future like remakes do now? What do you mean? You mean like they'll add trigger warnings to it? Because that's already been a thing for woke games. It's more the fact of... I guess the best way to describe it is you had like really big AAA quote-unquote woke games, and I feel like we're about to hit the age of woke slop games. And I know people go like, well, woke was already slop. Like, no, that's not what I mean. The games that were woke that came out before had massive AAA budgets, massive AAA marketing. Companies had faith in those. I feel like come next year and the next few years, we're going to hit the level of, like, Flash game slop, where they have no faith that they're going to do anything anymore. Like, I mean, the people are always saying, like, the ones that were picked for, like, the Indie Game Awards is shit like Dad Left to Get the Milk. It's, like, just complete, yeah, woke shovelware, basically, yeah. What's Marvel's problem with making smart characters assholes? Reed, Hank Pym, Beast, Savior. The only one who isn't a complete asshole is Tony. Yeah, Dustborn budget, yeah. Honestly, I think mutants in the Marvel Universe no longer works as an allegory for racial minorities. I just don't know if they should represent something else or just be mutants. They're just meant to be outsiders. You know, just any kind of social outsider for any reason. I didn't check out X-Men 97 because that one clip where they had the bad guy go, all you mutants do is complain, and I felt like they were the boysing. They were the boysing themselves. Still find how funny how Ultimate Spider-Man's crash out against X-Men was him telling them that they're hated because they're assholes. Justified since Jean body switched Peter with Logan for no reason. Content in this game features ideas and content that no longer is acceptable today, yeah. Yeah, mutants are meant to be outcasts in general, yeah. Yeah, like Chuck E. Cheese games, yeah. Besides Wolverine, any other X-Men characters you like? Beast, when written well, is actually a really cool character. Colossus, when written well, is fucking cool. Magneto, when they just let him be a fucking evil-ass Nazi, is fucking great, and he's a great villain. You gotta love Rogue. You gotta love the Southern gal. Kitty Pryde has some moments. She's pretty cool too. Your opinion, was the Illuminati justified in shooting Hulk out into space? They were, but they weren't. Like, they did explicitly fuck their friend over, but at the same time, they were also terrified of, man, all it takes is one bad day and none of us can stop you. And then you had World War Hulk, where that basically happened. I mean, though this game was made in a different time warnings because they considered it offensive, i.e. Last of Us 2's depiction of Palestinian stand-ins. I will laugh so fucking hard if they do that. I want that now. I want that. I want that. Yeah, Rogue is why I married an ex-goth, yeah. And Meek is such an asshole. Shame because I liked him in World War Hulk. Yeah, Gambit's also fun, yeah. Yeah, the Hulk is a nuke on legs, yeah. That's not Immortal Hulk. It was pretty good. It was pretty dope. Yeah, World War Hulk's the definition of pure, justified rage and crash out, yeah. There was one time where Kitty Pryde said racism against mutants is the same as general racism and called a black dude a nigger. Yeah, that was back in the 70s when they were trying to tie it to like the civil rights movement. Yeah, Wolverine, Kitty Pryde, Beast, Colossus, Rogue, Gambit, Nightcrawler, Juggernaut, Magneto, Sinister, Cable, Omega Red, and Sabretooth, my favorites. Yeah, hard question now. Who is the worst X-Men? For me, is Angel. I completely forgot what Angel's even doing anymore. Does Angel even do things anymore? Like, when was the last time Angel's been involved in anything? Sucks that people now are trying to say that Blueprint's the principle of Western gaming because they didn't use AI. This anti-AI shit's gay. I still believe in the coming year, you're going to have a lot of studios come out and admit they use Gen AI for placeholder stuff. Because that's the thing, like, they're not using the AI to do stuff like coding. They're not doing it to make the music. They're just saying they're using it for placeholder stuff and concept art. Hell, the Expedition one, they weren't even using it for anything really that substantial. It was, once again, placeholder art and for their fucking PowerPoints. Yeah, currently Bobby Drake, yeah. Is Angel still Archangel? That's how out of loop I am, yeah. Cyclops is worst X-Men. I like Meek and Planet Hulk to reveal him being the reason the rocket went nuclear, killing everyone because he liked it better when they were war comrades. More is bullshit, yeah. Ow. Have you heard of Infernal Hulk? That sounds familiar. That's the one where he literally fought Satan. Pretty sure minorities began controlling the weather, shot lasers from their eyes, and could excrete acidic gas, and racism would be 100% justified. Shit's scary. Favorite Horseman of the Apocalypse? Death is always a pretty cool one. Yeah, Cyclops when he's not a cuck is pretty good. I take that back. Cyclops, the real leader of humanity. Fuck Captain America. Absolutely hate X-Men character as Cyclops. There are times where he's fine, but others he's a preachy asshole. And still, well, that Jean Grey just told Iceman he was gay one day, and a guy who's been straight as an arrow since he was one of Spidey's amazing friends is just gay now. Angel changes into Dark Angel, a drop of a hat over the smallest thing. Dropped his ice cream, Dark Angel. Stepped his toe, Dark Angel. Gets blue ball, Emma Frost, Dark Angel. At least that last one's justified. Yeah, Blueprints is made by California studio. So yeah, it's them desperately trying to go like, guys, woke's not dead. All the ones that are coming in and trying to be apolitical and heckin' centrist and liberal, they're all made by AI. Oh, good lord, how they fucked up Scott over the years, yeah. People are just mad because Cyclops pulls bad bitches like Jean and Emma Frost. Still, I haven't had Planet Hulk gets a video game adaptation. It needs to be an RPG. Yeah, if I fumbled Emma Frost, the crash out would wind up in history books. As a kid, I thought Jubilation Lee is the worst powers. Then when I grew up, I realized she has the power to shoot up fireworks. It's not a bad power. Why did I ever think that? I think about the movie Klaus. Which one was that? Are you a Jean Grey or Emma Frost guy? Jean Grey has moments, but I think I lean more on Emma. Because if I remember right, Emma's like just a complete fucking fuck up, right? Like she's just a complete girl failure. I like Jubilee. Is Scorpion gonna fuck ass fuck Peter in the next movie? We don't know, but we're fucking mad about it.
I don't suppose there's a hole anywhere in this.
Jubilee lost her powers and became a vampire after M-Day, but I'm not sure what her deal is now. Also, I think Dazzler's pretty underrated. Yeah, Marvel Editorial has already passed the point of desperation and despair. They're all dead inside.
We can board the
I
ship
thought it was that
over
2-day Christmas special from like 4 years ago. Ah. I love Emma so much more than Jean. And no, she's not a girl failure. She's high class, uptight, and bitchy, but that's her charm. Ah, God. Which was the one I'm thinking of, though? Because, like, I'm thinking of the one where, like, anytime they find her, she's, like, asleep on her face is with her ass hanging out in the air. Because she just doesn't give a shit about boundaries at all. I remember that was in Krakoa.
When it rains around here, it pours. And then it rains some more.
I think Klaus was one of Norman MacDonald's last roles.
Sass.
Yeah, Jean's a girl failure. I'm telling you, I think it's the opposite. Because Jean was always a little bit more of like the prissy kind of do-gooder girl. Except when she turns evil because Dark Phoenix or whatever. Yeah, Marvel Editorial so ass backwards. They saw Spider-Man had motion in the new Ultimate Universe and immediately canceled out of principle. Yeah. Yeah, Mala loves blueprints. I think you at least find it interesting. It's a roguelike puzzle adventure game where you navigate an old mansion with randomly generated moves. I mean, I'm hearing blueprints is really good. Yeah, she legit doing the I don't care, I'm stroking it meme. Yeah. Rogue? I know for a fact it's not Rogue. Like, I'm convinced it's Emma because she was blonde.
I figured the Sanctum was up to something crooked.
As in the Christmas movie where J.K. Simmons plays Santa. Ah.
Yeah.
She and Greg coming with a bonus dose of literal world-ending schizophrenia. Yeah, stay back, Jubilee. Your powers being able to blow up people's hands is useless. Dagger? I know for a fact it was not Dagger and it was not Boom Boom. I'm telling you, it was Emma.
You're wrong.
Huh?
Don't blame him.
Oh, that comic was in black and white.
It was all...
I know Emma's always been a rich blonde girl archetype. I'm telling you, like, I remember Krakoa, she was like a complete girl failure fuck-up. Magic? I know for a fact it was not Magic. I punched them in $5. A less Captain American. Krakoa was promised to the mutants 3,000 years ago.
But they still fell.
You're getting soaked.
I'll be fine. It's only water.
Emma's high class. She was also the leader of Krakoa. Emma Frost, that gun who fakes being an aristocrat, and one of her first appearances, she possesses Storm and lets Black King play with her. People trying to put this blueprints over Expedition because of AI bullshit. I don't trust them regardless of the game's quality. Do you think there are any good things about the Krakoa arc, or was it just all awful? You got to see exactly how the mutants constantly perpetuate the cycle, which is interesting. But I don't... There's a lot of it I flat out just don't like. I don't like the fact that even like really diehard loyalists that were against the Brotherhood just immediately fell lockstep in line with a literal cult. Emma Frost did fall asleep face down in her bed like a toddler. Fell asleep mid-playtime, yeah. Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about. Because it was in Krakoa and everyone made fun of her for it.
If we fail, our citizens will pay the price.
Also, Goth Punk Scarlet Witch and Evolution was pretty good, and I hate both Goth and Punk. And I know the actual plot. It's fun to imagine Vanille just fumbled getting a man so hard she ended up becoming a lesbian as Cope.
We can make it. Get to the station and board the train for Eden.
Why do people hate Magic, by the way? I know the recent hullabaloo about it was because I think they did a remake run of her. I don't know. I haven't kept up with Magic. But there was like a new storyline they're doing with her where they made it very clear that she was basically sexually assaulted.
Hey, you're the one who said we had to fight.
I always love that Ergo Proxy built up Riel as this no-nonsense goth cop, and then her robo-homo manservant turns on her, and we find out she's actually a girl failure.
No one uses the entrance anymore, so even the army
Emma Frost just become the leader sometimes when Marvel shits the bed with the rest of that hierarchy. Xavier's evil, call Emma. Jean Grey crashed out, call Emma. Scott had an average day, call Emma.
Great. Here we go.
I only know what others say about Krakoa, and it really does sound bad. The part where I was full-blown like, man, fuck this arc, was when they tried to kidnap fucking Reed Richards' son. they tried to kidnap, you know, the son of Reed and Sue, because they're like, oh, we think he might be a mutant, and we want him to join us. And they're like, fuck you, he's a kid. Yeah, Magic and Marvel Zombies 2 is okay, nothing special, nothing bad. Marvel Zombies 2, not original 2, the reboot 2 is fine.
Is a little further up.
And to be fair, that's because Emma is the close to Xavier you can find, yeah. I like that mutants get in their own nation because, God, do they need some hope, but some of how it was handled was just not great, yeah. See you later, libtards. Thank you and show stream X-Men Legends one day. I'm pretty sure we got it buried away somewhere. Franklin's also going to be as strong as a Celestial when he becomes an adult. Yeah. Yeah, Emma's the only one who can use Cerebro, yeah. What I know about Magic is that she's hot in Rivals, but that's saying there's water in the ocean. Yeah, I do laugh that when Kat met Emma and she had to tell him, while she understands that he thinks of his mom while seeing her, to please stop. Current Marvel will either crash and burn or will be stuck in an endless cycle of pumping out crappy comics. Yeah, do not piss off Godchild. Is there something I'm missing about this story or something? No one's been talking about it the entire time I've been listening to the stream. No, you're pretty much getting all you need to know. You still have any Activision Marvel games? I have no fucking idea. If I do, they're buried somewhere on a hard drive. And I don't remember which one. Only thing I know about Colossus that she... Magic is that she's Sister Colossus, yeah. Thing is, though, Emma's arc almost always ends with her screwing over the X-Men figuratively or literally for her own ends. Them retconning Star-Lord to be a 90s kid who grew up in 2000s who had a crush on Britney Spears hurts me. Yeah, it's not like they can just bullshit that because he's, you know, part Celestial, he can just age slower. Which would be the worst mutant to piss off personally? Usually Scarlet Witch, because she can make your life a living hell. And then make it to where you believe your life has always been a living hell. It's gonna be stuck pumping out shitty comics because comics are viewed as a way to workshop movie and show proposals. Speaking of Marvel Rivals, I fucking hate Emma Frost's design. Oh, she's the tank, so we need to give her massive hips and thighs. No, she's supposed to be slim because she's high class. What are the X-Men doing now that Krakoa turned to mutant afterlife? I think they're still villains. Like, I think they're still just terrorists. Yeah, I miss Jaded Warvet, Star-Lord, and British Rocket. And it could just say it has to do with him traveling at light speed for so much of Star-Lord's life, yeah? Yeah, can't they just do the aging relatively slowly in space thing for Star-Lord? Yeah. That's what I say. It's like, there's a million different ways to keep him the most popular version as he is. Yeah, Comic Star-Lord wasn't half Celestial, was half Spardox. If I recall, basically a race of space Spartans, presumably on about Cap's level. Come on, Richard, why are you and Sue do not want your child to be on an island surrounded by strangers and mutant supremacists? The especially weird part about that is Krakoa is basically a fucking sex cult. They had orgies like every day. I'm missing the story. It's FF13. The story isn't told linearly and a lot's put in the in-game encyclopedia. You don't play 13 for the story. Swear to God, they made the X-Men terrorists. I will walk into the editorial room of Marvel and just have long conversations. They did. They've been terrorists for a while. I think they're still terrorists. Yeah, Krakoa was basically just Epstein Island. Here we go. Yeah, unless the retcon to be like the movie, you wouldn't be shocked, yeah. So, X-Men just turned into the G-Men. What's with authoritarian regimes and sex cults? Last I remember a comic Star-Lord was he was bi and in a poly relationship with a couple. This was in the Donny Cates run. I miss comic Star-Lord not being the MCU version. Dude used to be no-nonsense space cop and he was cool. I also miss the helmet. As mutant racism is pretty justified when said mutants' laser eyes are literal portals to a fucking dimension called the Punch Dimension. I just bully the dude at that point. Yeah, Magneto is Jeffrey Epstein. Emma is Ghislaine Maxwell. Maybe the origins are actually just illusions created by Emma, like an X-Men First Class. Isn't one of the laws of Krakoa that they had to make more mutants because mutants were nearing extinction? Yeah. And they revealed a building layout in Krakoa where Logan's room had a doorway into Scott and Jeans. They just gave up on the triangle and turned into a throuple, yeah. Richard, you guys are basically a fucking sex cult too. Now you're definitely not going to have my godchild. Team's been separated for a while. Do they ever have a full gang? Talking about in this game? Yeah. It just takes a while. We just solved a mutant birth rate problem. I mean, it seems to be solving itself, frankly. Yeah, it's the fuck you if you don't have Steel Guard move yet. Yeah, check Discord, yee. And it's like crabs, group enough time, they'll devolve into a sex cult. Yeah, not for a few more hours. By next stream, maybe. Yeah, Marvel retcon Krakoa X-Men to being Skrull the whole time. I'll just chuckle. Yeah, why did Marvel think that'd be a good idea? Yeah, good lord, use your upgrade points. How long have you been sitting on those? To be fair, it kind of does that thing where the entire party will gain points as well. You can only use them on the characters you have available. So the reason we built up so much is because we leveled up a lot with Zaz. So... you can have serious no-nonsense Star-Lord and goofy Chris Pratt Star-Lord. All it takes is balance. It's just that no one has done it. Yeah. It was pure cinema. Well, I can't wait to have my life ripped away from me to be conscripted to mutant sex cult island. You know, Xavier, Sue and I are not handing over our son, especially when your weird sex cult starts throwing around words like Omega, you goddamn weirdo. You're making the Illuminati look bad. Yeah, Doc Doom would 100% raise Richard and Suicide as his own just to spite Richard, and he would literally become literally be a good dad. And come on, man, this guy was so fucking cool. Yeah, the original Star-Lord helmet, yeah, it is pretty dope. It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. Okay. Just making sure I'm caught up on all this shit here. There we go. Cyclops, Jean, Logan throuple could work because Logan's often gone for decades at a time out of nowhere anyway. That is true. I think Volume 3 of Guardians had a pretty good balance of serious and dumb Star-Lord. Yeah. And Joint Mutant Sex Cult, first partner available is the Blob. And Reed just turns to his son. Okay, time to test your powers. Make all mutants disappear. Scarlet Witch was right. I got a better idea. The current version of Beast is Dark Beast the entire time. Alright. I will be right back. I've got to take a piss. So I will swap us back on over. It's hit me pretty bad. So I'll be right back. Right back. Right back.
I'm not alone 'cause the TV's on, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I just had to piss. I will swap us back on over. Swap us back. There we go. Now, if I can just get the fucking... Here we go. For some reason, my browser does not want to be on top of my OBS anymore. So I have to fucking do it like... Come on. Alright, it's just gonna be a bitch. Okay, I'll have to do it like... Gonna be scrunched up, but it'll be fine, it'll be fine. There we go. Yeah, Pissman returneth. Okay, my child, use your powers to get rid of all mutants. Sue, Richard, what about our friends? Alright, almost forgot, except for Logan. He can stay in his weird clone daughter. You know what's fun seeing in a cartoon that is obviously one thing but isn't for copyright issues? It's always a fun time. It's very goofy. Ow. You know what the schedule for this week be? Are we having Santa Law this year? I do not know. That's a lot of it depends. It should work out alright, but like I said, it's one of those we gotta make sure. You frying chicken in there? How bad was Emma Frost again? I got distracted. Emma's fun. Emma's fun. I like Emma. Yeah, if you can't, it's understandable. Yeah, I mean, it will literally be Christmas, so... I'll invite you to Krakoa Epstein Island, and you can have sex with Emma Frost, but first the blob has to twerk on you. Apparently, Marvel also gave Peter a new love interest, a spider heroine named Webhead. I am not shocked, and at the same time, I feel like that might just be another regurgitated idea. Alright, Hope, get shot down by the machine gun again. It'll be funny.
Time to switch it up.
You guys gonna stream tomorrow? As far as I'm aware. If not, I have a plan. And did they learn nothing from Silk? Let's make sure you use your powers to make Spider-Man have a happy ending with a wife and child. You can't say I did nothing for him.
No hesitation.
Rip James Ranson, a.k.a. Ray Pearson in Generation Kill. Yeah. Fucking tragic. But the dude had mental problems for a while. You could tell towards the end where he got manic as fuck. Like, he was going on massive rants about how, like, the government was out controlling people and all this shit. And it's like... I mean, obviously, people do the whole, like, aha base meme, but, like, he was legitimately, like, getting, like, manic and paranoid. You tell me not stream on Christmas. You tell me my Oshi isn't a failure as a loving family and stable life. How much betrayal can I take? Yeah, who died? James Ranson, the guy who played Ray in Generation Kill. Like, so literally was just Dan Slott's white male Asian female fetish put into print. Yeah, Webhead's their second attempt at Silk. She's Asian. So it's literally just Silk again. And he wasn't off the cuff. Yeah. Alright. He also played Ziggy in The Wire, yeah. But I know him as Ray. Because Ray will forever, like... I'm not kidding. When I said in the Generation Kill video that Ray reminded me so much of a real-life friend of mine, it was scary. Like, he was just straight up one of the Army bros. He even fucking looked like him. Yeah, the really hot guy? Not him. I just want Peter and MJ together forever. How hard is it for them to understand? I see Fishman having the girls battle royale for Secret Santa points, and they're all pissed about it, but aiming for the best presents. So they're all called out as a horribly manipulative business practice while actively fucking each other over. Amazing.
We'll find out today.
Honestly, I'd be disappointed if FaZe didn't do it. If it's Silk, without the fetish stuff, it would be fine. I'd be fine with that. My main issue is why do we need another spider character? It's like a pussy that fucks countries up. Real Ray or Actor Ray? Actor Ray. The guy who played him in Generation Kill. And it looks like my friend way too much character stares at viewer. Hi, Lolly. Lolly runs away screaming. I thought Ransom was a good-looking dude. I hate how meh Silk is as a character because the costume is really cool, even though the reason for her eyes being exposed is obvious and retarded. Just look for the Asian lady, yeah. And Silk could have been better as a little sister to Spidey, yeah. Are you a show to get into Labubu this year? I do not get Labubus. I don't want one. Not because of the whole, like, oh, they're demonic. It's just the fact that, like, I'm a grown-ass man. If I even show any sign of interest in one, I'm getting my ass whooped. Yeah, James also appeared as the Grabber's brother in the Black Phone. He was the Grabber's brother in Black Phone. He played the incompetent detective in Sinister. Now think about it. He was in 2 major movies with Ethan Hawke. That's kind of funny. At least my mom took me to NASCAR. Yeah, she was a little sis to Spidey, all right. Yeah. Damn shame. I sent 50 Labubus for Christmas. Someone sent a Ghost Rare Labubu to the P.O. box. They will all be given to Eva Lyra. She will tear them to pieces, as is her nature. I'll personally fly down to Kentucky to kick your ass. He was also in It Chapter 2. Yeah, I forgot who he played in that, but yeah. So compared to the actual combat, 13 with the other fifth tiles is on the fly paradigm shifting. How does it stack up? I recall enjoying the combat. I lack much context for the franchise. Combat has some really cool ideas. It only really opens up once you get the full party and you run into fights where you need to strategize. Oh, he played Eddie. Oh. I forgot he played Eddie. Yeah, isn't Labubu basically a Beanie Baby, seeing how this turns out as a core childhood memory? Yeah, Toafumos are better than Labubus. I should get that fucking mullet, man. It'd be like 30 years. Eh. Yeah, which actor would you cast as Joker for Guns DCU? Didn't the guy who plays Art in Terrifier, didn't he say he wanted to play Joker? Honestly, I would be kind of interested to see what he had in mind for it. He would be very different. Is the actor died a veteran? No, he was just an actor. Oh, God. You know, maybe we can make it work. Labubas are cheap Chinese dolls and they insist upon themselves. Not gonna lie, assuming you lived with your parents, no offense. Me and my brother sold our house, so we had to move back in with family. And honestly, we did it at probably the best possible time we could have, because it was before the housing market got really bad. Yeah, Art's actor actually has a decent Joker voice, not gonna lie. Well, I'd be interested because he really likes the whole sort of vaudeville mime thing, and I think that could actually work with Joker. Yeah, Art's actor is brilliant at facial and body acting, yeah. I still don't know what the fuck a Labubu is. Or my mother trying to get me a Labubu for my little sisters, but they're fucking expensive. I guess who's not getting that thing. I only ever see Labubus being carried around by fat women and gay men. They were practically made with you. Ironically, I don't blame anyone for living with a family legit. How can I, when it's so difficult to get and hold on to a house? Yeah. Like I said, we decided to sell at the best possible time. At least in the sense of we didn't have the house ripped away. I live in family's base. Me and my little sister bought a house together. The housing market's fucked right now. I'm glad my dad's leaving his house for us when his time comes, since he knows how shit the market is. I like Art, so I hope his actor does good as Joker. Yeah. I'm tempted to get into to go to Marvel Studios and retcon one more day at gunpoint. You at least make money on the house? Oh yeah. Like enough to pay for bills for a little bit. Boo-boo do look satanic, not gonna lie. Ow. Come on. For love of God, charge that meter. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, wasn't he Eddie in it? Yeah, I completely forgot he was. Mainly because I don't remember entire chunks of it Chapter 2. Much like all the adult segments in the actual book, I don't remember a large chunk of those. Because, to be fair, all the adult stuff was boring as fuck. Alright, just cast Odin. Fuck it. Imagine the Captain America elevator fight, but instead of Hydra, it's Castle, McCall, Reacher, Bond, Wick, Bone from Blood and Bone, and Hitman, and there's Cap walking out. The Gachi Yakuta game got announced. Could be cool. I mean, Gachi Yakuta's fun. I like it. And WB, now, James, when you're making Man tomorrow, are you going to come out and say that Brady was messing with, Brainiac was messing with the video Superman's parents? James going, yeah, but shock color. Yeah, Cap kills them all, yeah. I'm Stevie Wonder, my piece of shit NVGs, la la la, yeah. I do like the summons in this, they are pretty fucking cool. Yeah, Chapter 2 was really weird and boring, like they're trying to get into a comedy for some reason. Like I said, all the stuff with the adults in the actual book is just very fucking boring. Like, everyone remembers all the scenes with the kids because that was the best parts of the book. Yeah, the kid scenes were the best part of it, except for that one part, yeah. Yeah, Chapter 2 is really weird and boring, like they're trying to make it... Yeah. Solar-powered hedgehog is kicking your ass. Well, then I just summoned Odin, and he beat him up. I see Mangaka getting attacked by the Twitter mob because Gachi Yakuta stage play doesn't have black people in it. Yeah, it's like, just... People are dumb. They are dumb. It's this thing of, like, that has literally nothing to do with the author. Brad, you hear J-Lo died? Get over here, Ray. I need my RTO. It's like... Now, obviously, the enemy spraying propaganda that J-Lo died, but we know better. We know better.
That'll make us popular. I think people have enough reason to hate us, don't you?
Yeah, you're probably right. Hungry people make for angry people.
Was all MVG shit back then, or was that just because they're marine and poorly supplied? There were early versions. They just all around were a pain in the ass. The character's black-coded. Blame it on the theater, not on them. Like, God. Remember how they ruined, but it could have been decency in It Chapter 2 by playing Angel of the Morning, yeah. How would any author ever write, then rewrite, edit, and eventually publish that scene in their book? The fuck, man. Stephen King was on a lot of cocaine. Like, a lot of cocaine. Average addiction, people get a whiff, they take any reason to whine, yeah. Gachi Yakuta stage play doesn't have black people. You're telling me that a country that's 96% Japanese couldn't make get multiple black actors? Yeah. Yeah, it's not gay if you think Rudy's hot. We all think he's hot. Man, you're beautiful. Yeah. Generation Kill is such a good fucking show. I recall an episode on Unsub, Jack Mandeville said that Generation Kill was so accurate and shit like J-Lo being rumored to be dead was a legit thing. Yeah, what I don't get is, why did no one make him remove that scene? Well, by that point, Stephen King was established. So he had the clout to do it. Yeah, I would be surprised if it came out King was on Epstein Island. Isn't it like one of the more open secret rumors at this point? And Gacha Yakuta game is being made by Gacha game devs, but hopefully not. That's not the direction they're going. And Stephen King got the Aussie liver. I agree that Lavubus are demonic, but I don't think you can use them to summon Trump. Could be a fun party trick, though. Yeah, you gonna tell the best-selling author of that decade plus no? Yeah. Yeah, same reason no one called out George and some of his decisions in the prequels. Yeah. And sweet Jesus, I can recite Ray's lines all day, man. Credit to you for putting me on that show. Yeah, it's super good. It's like one of the best HBO miniseries. Also remember there was a couple of artists who were trying to make a statement on the broken mask meme by making it about whitewash. It's as lame as you think it is, yeah. And I watched for the first time a couple months ago. Fucking great. Was buggered hearing Ray died, yeah. And King was on Epstein Island, but he was only doing coke in the bathroom. Yeah, writers have to write what they know. Stephen King went to the island for good music and to get some hands-on experience. That was a sacrifice he was willing to make. King did say the list is fake, so that's suspicious. How could Stephen King be on the Epstein files? He said it didn't exist. Yeah, shit, if I was a publisher, I'd call King a hack and piss on his manuscript and slap the guy till he came to his senses, most likely sobered up. That's the thing, the actual story of it is good. It's just, hey, you don't need this scene. Every adaptation ignores that scene, and it is fine. Like, hell, the miniseries basically changes the scene to where the kids, like, basically just come together and hold hands, and because they all believed in each other, they got out, and it worked perfectly fine. It worked completely fine. Because the idea of, like, they needed to lose their innocence in order to get out, even though they established that their childhood innocence is what could help them kill Pennywise, it's like, no. Double down on the fact that even though they eventually grow up, they'll still always remain kids deep down. Like, you know, that works. That's fine. You know, Pennywise was the thing trying to ruin their childhoods, but they were still able to be kids regardless of it. And the reverse is true. The prequels are far more collaborative than the original trilogy. The Yes Men story's made up. And King wasn't on Epstein Island. He was on Epstein Archipelago. Totally different. Funny enough, the whole they become men doesn't need a gangbang. It literally could have just been a kiss. Yeah. Tunnel and It, the battery-powered condoms, an apt pupil, a meteor shower, and Carrie. Yeah. It's that kind of writer's brain thing where, like, okay, that idea does not need to make it past the filter. Even the 2017 movie decided to cut to the kids having already found their way out, and it worked perfectly fine. Ironically, if you want to be as actors of the source material, even Fukunaga didn't include it in the script. Yeah. I'm not familiar with it, but but by my understanding, Pennywise is an ancient primordial evil, but since time tormenting some random kids in a small town, kind of weak. Well, that's kind of the whole point of the story, though. The entire point of the story is only the kids are aware, or at least willing to admit Pennywise is there and is a problem, and only the kids are capable of fighting him. Officer, come here quick. Oh god, the fat one's taking his pants off. Get me out of here. Alan Wake beat Stephen King and how weird their stories are. Hilariously believed King would show up to the island just for a blow. Man was addicted, yeah. Yeah, Pennywise is just a fucking dick, yeah. Yeah, the adult stuff I find interesting personally. I like the calm before the storm. Yeah, the adults of Derry are aware of Pennywise. They're just too afraid to fight him off. They kind of go back and forth. Some are aware. Others legitimately don't comprehend Pennywise. Because it's a thing that even Welcome to Derry kind of establishes, which is past a certain point in the town, you will legitimately forget Pennywise even exists. Yeah, look, it's crucial to my story, okay? The kids need to do this. They will defeat it. Are you sure you weren't involved in Epstein? Yeah, most memorable adult scene is in the original TV movie, Pennywise being a dick in the library. He was trolling the dude, and it was funny as shit. I fucking love Tim Curry as Pennywise. He was hilarious. Yeah, Pennywise kind of mindfucks the whole town to being passive, yeah. And what's weird is apparently other books imply Pennywise didn't die, yeah. Wouldn't doubt that King got the idea of the orgy while on the island, yeah. And Tim Curry was having a blast. Yeah, he had to encounter Pennywise as a child to notice him as an adult is my headcanon. Well, there's other people that were also kids with the Losers Club that also don't remember Pennywise. The way I kind of always, the way I've always kind of viewed it is the fact of the reason the Losers Club can remember is because they were the closest to killing him. They had that much of an impact. So that means Pennywise also never forgot them. And it's implied that Pennywise is also affecting the town in some way too, whether it be through mental power or something. Yeah. And Dark Tower, if I recall, has Pennywise show up as the lights and fly off. Dark Tower, there was another story. It wasn't Dreamcatcher. It was a different story, but there was a scene where they walk past a town in a blizzard that's implied to be Derry, and they see scrawling on a bridge that says Pennywise lives. Yeah, Pennywise trolling the adults, legit my favorite part. I think Stephen King said Pennywise is female. As far as our understanding of what it is, yes. It's basically like a female, because they find its eggs. Aren't Stephen King books a multiverse? Does Pennywise have any relation to whatever the fuck Flag from the Stand is? Yeah, hasn't Pennywise been there for centuries? Yeah. Yeah, can Pennywise beat the Dark Tower vampires? And what are you expecting in JoJo Part 7? Do you think they might skip a few chapters? I definitely expect the beginning. They're going to try to crunch down, but I really hope we get stuff like Civil War. That'd be fucking amazing. Yeah, clown laying eggs, someone's fetish. I just know that Pennywise took that ass beating really fucking personal. All this wild shit just happens in Maine. Every other state or country is normal, but Maine's just 80s Detroit for monsters. Yeah, Pennywise is also a spider demon that devours worlds, so it being a chick isn't the weirdest part. Yeah, it just takes on the form of a clown because it serves two purposes. A, it can lure in children that aren't scared of clowns, and kids who are scared of clowns, well, he can feed off their fear. Pennywise ain't nothing to me, man. I have clussy fever and it's female. Yeah, and the movie was starving itself because, oh, nobody wants to play with a clown, then changing into something else. Like, it makes sense. Back then, people weren't afraid of clowns. Okay, who impregnated the Eldritch Whore? Yeah, not to mention his great enemy is a giant flying speech turtle. Yeah. Did Pennywise die again? He technically died twice. Because you had the Losers Club who beat him in the 80s. Well, no. I'm thinking the movie timeline. The Losers Club who beat him when they were kids. Where they... Okay, to be fair, I think they even outright said he wasn't even fully dead. He was just wounded. But they were able to beat him there. And the second time is when they actually find out its real form and they rip its heart out. But even then, it's pretty implied that it's also not really dead from that. Now, Count Daggula did when Pennywise slowly faded into darkness to let the Archangels take him. My clown just laid eggs is a horrific sentence for anybody who doesn't have an aquarium. Oh man, I hope Pennywise doesn't turn to a big booty Latina, but that's not scary. I said I hope he doesn't turn into big booty Latina. Yeah, Space Turtle. I'm going to say Space Turtle. To be fair, the turtle also gives speeches. Wait first, Sopranos or Breaking Bad? I do genuinely really love Breaking Bad. Like, Sopranos was consistently great across the board. Breaking Bad has a very rough beginning, but when it gets really good, it's up there with Sopranos. Yeah, Pennywise can tank Kano's fatality. Yeah, it could be cool if one of the eggs was born, hence Pennywise lives. Yeah, like its disciples.
Thanks.
Yeah, they are scary when they have a knife. First, you watch videos about it and its connection to the other Stephen King books, mostly connected to the Dark Tower. He's from a dark dimension called the Macroverse. Yeah.
Good call.
And Breaking Bad is better spinoff. Yeah. And it's so cool character in spite of being writers, white male Asian female fetish. She doesn't really do anything. Anyone else like the Langoliers?
Keep up with me, Hope.
How long does Walter White last trying to make it in this Browns universe? I think Tony has him killed pretty quick. How bad is Tony's weak? That's a big, big factor. Because if it's one of those where Tony has an off week, Walter could actually be a legitimate threat. But if Tony's on it, yeah, no, he's dead in a day. Depends, work in a Mortal Kombat game or in a horror fighting game, it could be cool. There's a lot you can do with them. Yeah, Ozymandias or long-term parking, yeah. And who wins? Pennywise the Wizard from Storm of the Century. Can Yuki morph ball? Modern, can you not eat these humans, please? Oh, why? Because you don't like me eating your creations. That, and I don't want you to eat my puke. I'm not making this up, by the way, yeah. His mom just told him, oh, poor you, and there's no gabagool in the fridge. And to be fair, Breaking Bad's slow beginning was the point. Walt knew jack and shit about breaking the law. Yeah. And it's one of those where you go back and watch early Breaking Bad, and there's a lot of ideas they end up leaving on the cutting room floor. You remember Hank's wife being a kleptomaniac? Remember how that showed up in like 3 episodes, then they forgot about it? Shit like that, you know. There was a lot of different ideas they were toying around with and trying to figure out what they wanted to do. And once they actually, like, figured out the direction they wanted, that's where it got really good. I'm saying, which episode do you prefer, Ozymandias or long-term parking? I love Ozymandias. That shit was amazing. Can Tony fight Freddy Fazbear in a fight? And Breaking Bad's Sopranos do deal with themes of men becoming corrupted over time. Both are tragic and are expected to die due to their circumstances. Tony, that's not really accurate because he was always corrupted. It's just the fact of you saw how bad that truly was. Like, because early Sopranos kind of builds into the idea of, well, maybe Tony's just acting like this because that's what his whole family is. And he just doesn't know any better. But around the 75% mark of the show, that's where you kind of get hit with that feeling of, no, this is just who he is. This is just what Tony is. Yeah, and Tuco was supposed to be a longer-term threat, yeah. Yeah, Jesse was supposed to die in Season 1, yeah. Love that all they had to do in the Langoliers to return to the normal world was be asleep while they go through the portal, yeah. Yeah, look at the deli shop at the end of the series, yeah. And sort of was fucked that Tony tried to give Meadow her friend's car that was given to Tony to pay a debt, yeah. I wish you could have seen Tony get whacked instead of the ending. I'm fine with it because they do heavily foreshadowed it from the beginning of that season. Like, you had that whole scene where Tony had the near-death experience and they flat out told him, you can't bring business here. Tony did get worse over time. Season 1, Tony wouldn't have killed Christopher. That is true, but I think it's more the fact that Christopher never put him in a situation to even consider it. I mean, Tony didn't know it was bad to date Jackie Chan's niece or have Pepper Ann whacked. I think the kleptomaniac thing was ended with a side note saying she's going to therapy, yeah. Isn't it implied Tony wanted to leave the life as well? Like, maybe bits and pieces. Yeah, to be fair, Tony's also a sociopath, yeah. I feel like Walter's connection to the cartel points could absolutely get Tony killed, yeah. Because that's the thing, is like, Walter absolutely wasn't a dumb guy. Like, he actually was fucking dangerous on his own. And in fact, that was kind of the thing that tripped a lot of other guys up. They underestimated how fucking underhanded he could get. Yeah, could Tony take on the Yakuza, like Kiryu? Can't remember what season it was, but he almost killed him when Chris came to the Bing, threatening to shoot him, yeah. Yeah, you definitely see Sopranos DNA in the Penguin. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tony and Bobby talking about when someone gets whacked, it was just quick and dark, yeah. Do you think Tony is dead when it comes to Black? Not at the moment, but he's dead now. Not now, not tomorrow, but he's forever going to be looking over his shoulder over who's going to whack him, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Tony necessarily got worse through the seasons, but our view of him gets worse. That's probably a good way to put it. Like, first few seasons, they do kind of play into the whole, like, well, he's a family, you know, he's a family guy. He just so happens to be a mob boss. Because you had some really fun scenes, like when when AJ got grounded and he was still willing to like bond with him and play video games with him, stuff like that. Like there were moments in the early seasons that showed that Tony legitimately loved his family. But just as the seasons went on, more and more of those layers started falling away, and you kind of see who he really was. It's like you kind of forget, like, all right, this guy's a fucking murderer. And is Walter really, though? The cartel's pretty much gone after Gus enacts his plan. After that, it's just the neo-Nazis. Well, you gotta remember, Gus basically took control of that cartel after he won. I wish we had a Breaking Bad Sopranos crossover. Yeah, Tony fantasized about a life outside the mob, but he could never bring himself to do it. Yeah. Walt's biggest problem is his gigantic ego. When he actually locked in to carry out an agenda, that's when he was a force to be reckoned with. Yeah. Yeah, there's a difference between you and me, Walter. I put my family first before business, even though Tony explicitly did not do that. Lalo kills himself kills off all the New Jersey family, yeah. And the crown for $10. I love this viewpoint. Michael Caine made Muppets Christmas Carol work because he treated it like the Muppets were serious actors. Muppets Treasure Island works because Tim Curry's an actual Muppet. Yeah, it's fucking great. How do you always thought it was Sunday? No, it's Monday. I know for a fact I had D&D yesterday. Yeah, Walt saw his connections. How do you think he got the M60 or be able to live on the run in the time after Ozymandias? Yeah. That's my point. Tony will try to make himself different. Yeah, that's actually a good way to word it. You know, Tony's able to win because he completely disassociates from what he's doing to kind of an interesting degree. You know, like after Christopher gets shot, he even describes it as like, well, we're soldiers. That's just part of the job, because he's trying to distance himself from the fact Christopher got shot. Like hell, after they kill Big Pussy, they just completely stick to their cover story to the point that you can tell they're trying to believe it. Played D&D before or after that stream? Oh, it was on Sunday, so it was after. We streamed on Saturday. It's such a shame you can never watch Muppet Treasure Island again. Fucking Lightbringer. Reminds me of my favorite alternate history scenario. What would happen if Big Bird died in the Space Shuttle Challenger? Melfi is the audience surrogate, as her view of Tony gets worse as the seasons go on through therapy, just like the audience. And when she dumps him at the end, the audience feels the same. Yeah. Now, the neo-Nazis, they don't make their appearance after Gus dies, technically. He got the M60 from the civil arms dealer and disappeared, did the hiding. Yeah. Yeah, Big what? Yeah. Originally, they were going to have Big Bird as like a collaboration with Sesame Street go on the Challenger launch. But I think they couldn't fit the suit inside. So instead, they had the school teacher go on, and she was the one that died. These enemies take so fucking long. How'd the session go? It went pretty good. It was pretty funny. I ended up getting everyone stuck in a time loop. But it was not my fault. Yep, Big Bird almost fried, yeah. I can't get over the name Big Pussy, yeah. Well, yeah, Big Pussy was he was a character in, like, fucking first 3 seasons. No, first 2, because I think he died in the season 2 finale. Because he was the one that fucking turns rat and was going to sell them out to the feds. There's, in fact, a timeline where Big Bird died on the Challenger. Yeah, wasn't Tony on Sesame Street? Yeah, the actor who played him, he actually showed up on an episode of Sesame Street. It's pretty hilarious. Yeah, because James Gandolfini is just playing Tony Soprano again, but on Sesame Street. And that's kind of the joke. I wonder how Carol Spinney, the Big Bird performer, felt afterwards. Yeah, what'd you do? Why were you in a time loop? So basically, in the session, Art Bro set up a trap in a room to where a demon would put all of us into a dream where we would all be stuck in our memories. And the thing is, to get out of it, you had to do something that your character would never do. I was trying all these different things because we legitimately did not figure it out until a while. So everyone else got out of their memories, and it got to the point where it was literally like Slay the Princess when you die over and over again. And it was just like, you find yourself in a familiar situation. So all of the characters were one by one filtering into my guy's memories. And the thing is, it would start with everyone tied to a chair. So it got to the point where like 5 people were all tied in to chairs in this tiny room. And everyone's like, I'm fucking begging you, please figure this out. Yeah, Tony Soprano's actor also did that Life is Short advertisement, which is hilarious. Yeah, a friend of mine almost killed the entire party, tried to cast a spell in a wild magic zone, did 25k damage in one direction. The wide-eyed DM asked, tell me where you were facing. I don't know if you know about a guy, What If Kaiju. He does a lot of what ifs for Godzilla's, like this case, What If Godzilla -1 was historically accurate. It's very interesting. Most everyone watched Big Bird die in space shuttle explosion. That would be traumatizing for kids who watch Sesame Street. There we go. How likely do you think Gus would kill Walt? I think he would eventually, because of how resistant Walt is, but in the show, he's doing his best to make Walt subservient. If he was able to turn Jesse, like Jesse never had his mental breakdown and was like, I want to get the fuck out of this, I don't care anymore, he probably would have killed Walt immediately. Because, like, well, I don't need Walt, I just need a guy who knows the formula. Hell, that was his entire plan with the one dude. The intern that he had working with Walt after Jesse left. He was going to have him learn Walt's ways and then just kill Walt. Also become Candace Sesame Street. That's how Big Bird died in the Challenger. Yeah, Gale, yeah. Yeah, Gale or Gabe, yeah. I can't remember his fucking name. This whole video about what would have happened if Big Bird died. That was been awful. Do you have good news for backers? Alright, talking about for Sour Pop, yeah, like I said, we're finishing up our checks to make sure the digital version works, and I have all the print files I need to send off for reprints. It's going to be pretty good. It's going to be pretty fucking good. And like I said, pretty much as soon as the checks for the digital version's done, I'm sending them out to backers. I have everyone's emails. I can just make a big email and email everybody. That's Mr. In-Between Ray. Then there's Mr. In-Between Ray has good work-life balance, and people tend to forget there's a reason he called the Magician. Yeah. Ray's big thing is he's so under control that the moment he loses control is when a lot of damage happens. Because that was the whole thing with socks are important. The one time he crashes out, it fucks his entire life up. And almost my entire party was killed due to a spellbook being listed alphabetically and casting a spell he really shouldn't have. Only I survived and became main character by accident. that reminds me of a fucking hilarious story where we were doing like our Halloween session where we all got together and we're doing Halloween. So we had a little one-off where we were all like exploring a haunted mansion. And I don't remember how, but I think Asian Bro got like the cards of wishes. It's like you get the card pack that lets you cast wishes. And some of them were randomized, so you couldn't even make the wish yourself. Some of them, like if you got a good card, you can make the wish yourself. If you got a bad card, it was randomized what would happen. No, deck of fate. That's what it was. It was deck of fate. So. Irishman, because he likes doing deck of many things, yeah. But Irishman, because he likes doing the whole like, you know, I'm gonna take charge in Aura Farm type thing, with shit talking the bad guy, and he had like a whole speech where he's like, oh, we're gonna kick your ass, you know, doing that whole thing. He pulls a card. The card he pulls, Art Bro just stares at him and says, yeah, you're banished. So he gives this whole speech about like, oh, we're gonna whoop your ass and do all this. It's going to be great. And then he pulls one card out. He literally says he does it like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where he pulls the card out and then just immediately blips out of existence because he got banished.
Take care of, well, normal people.
And why Gus throw that guy who knew the formula and rat out that Walt wanted to betray Gus?
Like we're pets.
Are you talking about the guy they shove in the chemical container? If I remember right, that was basically to say to Walt, you have one last chance. You want to be the guy that knows it, you're the guy who knows it. But if you fuck up, I will kill your family. Yeah, we're going to rock your shit. Yeah, and just vanish.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah, basically to send a message, yeah.
Been so blind.
Do you think Gus ordered those dealers to kill that kid? Oh, yeah. He 100% did it. Yeah, comedic timing. Yeah, I summoned Blip. Have you pulled the deck of many things? Oh, yeah, during that session, we all got to pull a card. I got, like, one of the better ones where I could make 3 wishes. So I wish for a black hole to consume the universe, but because I didn't specify exactly where the black hole was, it's often, like 50 billion light years away, slowly growing. So Art Bro said, yeah, in like 5 billion years, it's going to consume everything. So it's going to happen, but it's going to take a really long time. Yeah, how are the cards guide me, Yeetus Deletus. Yeah, the one Gus kills with a box cutter, yeah. Ray Souls, the Browns, and Breaking Bad universe, no diff. Well, what makes Ray dangerous is the fact of he really knows what he's doing. He is disciplined. Yeah, literally Destiny draw. I believe Gus is gay. It's ironically a detail that kind of makes his character stronger when you think back in Breaking Bad. That whole scene where he brings Walt to his house and he's talking about how his daughter's wife and daughter's out of the house and they have the place to themselves and you know, a man provides no matter what. You're able to look at that as like, oh, this is like complete manipulation because this is not Gus's life at all. He just figured out Walt to a degree where he's able to mimic it. I think that's Gus's biggest failure. He thinks you have control of something, but he really doesn't. Like this case where he finally decided to kill the man who ruined his life and end up killing him. Yeah.
I can't just throw in the towel.
Yeah, hard are the cards, but the cards are limited. I think about the hate Skylar gets in Breaking Bad fan base. The way I view Skylar is she is a perfectly good character until that Ted subplot. That Ted subplot was so bad, it completely ruined people on her character forever. Because, I mean, Season 1 Skylar, she's just right. It's like she's a normal lady trying to make sure her husband's not getting into anything that could put the family in danger. Yeah, I think that's what he has over Breaking Bad Sopranos. He's not a sloppy cartel motorcycle hitman or a fat Goomba, yeah. It reminded me of a Spoonie story. I wish for a deck of many things. Everyone just states at the guy, and one friend just sails, kill that motherfucker. Yeah, go ahead, Walt. You can't unfuck Skylar. I think I won't abandon you. I just won't groom you into a soldier. I'll groom you another way. Yeah, Gus probably never had a family, which is lying. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's one of those cases of like, okay, this retcon weirdly works. Because it shows like Gus is just a snake. All he knows how to do is mimic what other people expect him to be. I think that was the only way Skylar could rebel Walt. And I get that. It's just the fact that the subplot was so bad. It ruined that idea. They had to make fucking the lady in Better Call Saul is basically an apology. It's like, okay, we're not gonna let that happen again. You know. So what do we do now? Skylar was annoying, kind of bitchy, but was a good person, actually trying to protect her family until the Ted subplot. Yeah. Taking time bombs. Like, people didn't like Skylar in Season 1 because she was the fun spoiler. Like, oh, Walt and Jesse are trying to make meth, and they're funny. Oh, I want to watch them do all this stuff. It'd be great. And it's only when you really think about it in full context of the show do you start going, Skylar was completely right. It's just as stated, that Ted subplot and the fact they didn't really know how to bounce back from that Ted subplot, they made her very floppy, a little bit hypocritical. Like that was one of the weakest parts of the show. Yeah, Skylar's valid with her fear of what Walt is doing, but her cheating on Walt soured her. Yeah.
Strong for Sarah, so I thought I needed to forget my past, and I became Lightning. I thought that by changing my name,
I'm Skylar White,
I could
yo.
change who I was. I was just a kid.
Mostly agree, but I hate Skylar because I should treat Walt before that. I mean, the distracted birthday handy was just straight up an insult. I never really saw that as an insult. I saw that more as like a joke.
It can't protect. It only destroys.
Yeah, despite her being right, Skylar still sucks. Yeah, it's that subplot, man. That subplot should never have happened. That's why her name is Lightning. Gus was gay because when he was meeting with the cartel, Hector Salamanca calls Gus and business partner the Butt Brothers, but in Mexican Spanish. Yeah. which for a while people could just assume was like, oh, that's just Hector being a piece of shit and a dick. It was only with Better Call Saul, which implied it a little bit more, and I think Esposito himself did an interview where he basically said he was playing Gus off like he was gay. Stereotypical female fun killer trope, yeah. Entire saga couldn't have avoided if Walt had access to Canadian healthcare. They would have just shot him. Yeah, who was a better crime wife, Carmela or Skylar? By principle, Carmela, because she already knew what Tony was doing and accepted it, and even defends him more than once.
It brings everything back.
Los Culos Hermanos, yeah.
What happened to her? And then I see
And next character making a TTRPG, I want to make them like a superhero mutant from X-Men or something like that.
Smiling. How can you smile when she's dead?
And wasn't Skylar cheating? An act of desperation pushed Walt out of her life? Don't get me wrong, it was a dumb idea and totally backfired. Yeah, you understand what they were doing with the Ted subplot. The problem is, dear God, they fucked up the execution. That execution was bad.
There's no time to think about it.
In fact, Gus' actor is Danish with Italian parents.
But now you start talking about hope.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I always thought she handpicked Walt a lot, which is generally bitchy for the meth.
I'm sorry, I messed up.
I believe the theory Gus was a general in Pinochet's regime. Honestly, that actually is kind of a cool theory. Because he made a point of like, oh, I got out during Pinochet's regime. It's like, but you're in Mexico. So what do you mean he came to America? I mean, obviously he's lying about how he got to America. So that would be interesting. He definitely had that level of discipline with his guys. Anyone see that one clip of Frank coming out of the ground and promised to his partner that he'll defeat those commie bastards? Yeah. No, it was a short that Hank's actor filmed after the show ended as kind of a joke epilogue, where Hank crawls out of the grave that the neo-Nazis throw him in, and he looks to his buddy who was buried in the same grave, and he says, "Don't worry, I'll get those Nazi bastards," because it was a neo-Nazi gang. And so that is the Hank actor's view of what happened after Breaking Bad. It's that after Walt was already dead, Hank crawled out of the ground and was going to try to arrest Walt. I'm seeing Mad Men was created by the Matthew Weiner who worked on Sopranos. Oh yeah, Mad Men's really good. It's really good. It's a slow, talky show, so you got to be cool with those, but it's genuinely fantastic. Like, the most I'll say to people who never saw it, it's about a guy who works in an advertising company, and he is a savant with advertising. And there is a detail with that character that I will not spoil. Because if I remember right, it applies to him for, like, I think, like, all of Season 1 to, like, halfway through Season 2. God, I can't remember. And you know what? Fuck it. It's canon. Hank's still alive and hung down Nazis. The guys who are already dead. What's the name? It's called Mad Men. It's really good. It's like one of the... It was like one of the shows that really kicked off prestige TV in the modern era as we knew it. Yeah, Mad Men is one of the best writings. So many little turns and twists that happen when you see how you see characters. Yeah. Actually, I think they carry over, so fuck it. Let's just feed all of it. They do. Want to know how to lure FF13's Flanator? Also, the original series to air on AMC, right? It wasn't one of the first, but it was, I think, right after Walking Dead. I think Gus was former upper echelon military, ran his stuff clean. I got done reading Corey Kenshin comic before I'm going to read yours about a while ago, so why did, immediately after I was done reading it, YouTube recommend me a video about it? They're watching you. Mad Men, if only AMC gave you just amount of love like Walking Dead and Breaking Bad. To be fair, it's kind of good they were left alone because they were able to go as far as they wanted with it. I like DVD Extra where they basically have Walt doing a Newhart ending where he wakes up and you find out it's Malcolm in the Middle. Yeah. Yeah, it's another one of the joke endings is that after Walt dies, he wakes up and it's Malcolm in the Middle with Bryan Cranston playing the dad again. And he explains the dream and it's like, man, that was so fucking weird. How soon would Jesse and Walt be dead if they're dealing with Lalo instead of Tuco? Oh, they wouldn't last a week. The way they lucked out was that Tuco was psychotic. Like, he had no self-control. Lalo was psychotic in that you didn't know what he would do in the way that was scary. Because Tuco, it's like, oh, when's he going to kill somebody? Lalo is like, he could break into your house and find everything he needs to ruin your life, and you wouldn't even know when he did that. I kept hanging out with this weird guy who keeps wearing clothes that don't fit him. And lore for 13 monsters and Cocoon is that they're cybernetically enhanced monsters from before Cocoon shut itself away, or just robots based on natural monsters. Yeah. I drank the finales of Sopranos, Breaking Bad, and Mad Men. I would put Breaking Bad's finale as the top, Sopranos just underneath that, and Mad Men at the bottom. Just because I think Sopranos and Breaking Bad's finales were that good. Yeah, Tuco was predictable crazy. Lalo was high-functioning schizo, yeah. I'm curious, think the writers should work on another one, or do you prefer Better Call Saul to be the last one? I mean, Breaking Bad series. I think ending with Better Call Saul is the best possible thing they can do. You have two fantastic shows. You don't need to push it any further. Oh, Plurbius is doing its own completely different thing, and apparently it's really good. And Christina Hendricks just straight up glorious. Was Batman in that show with she was 17.999 years old, you sick fuck? No, that's Law & Order SVU. Yeah, technically El Camino is the ending. Yeah. Better Call Saul is more just the ending for Saul and his character.
Start running. I'll keep him
As
busy.
Mancho kept saying the B word. Yo, science B word, yeah.
Survive.
And don't spoil Sopranos ending, I'm still watching. It's really good. It's one of those where first time you see it, you're probably going to go like, wait, what the fuck, that's it? And it's only when you look through what the season was implying through the whole thing do you get, oh, okay. And say we will about Slippin' Jimmy, but so many people want him around him wanted him to fail at being legit. Yeah. Also, Tuco smoked or snorted meth, so that made him even more unhinged. I never played 13. What's the story plot? Basically, there's a place called Cocoon, and they really, really don't like people that can summon. So they will do what they can to kill them. Including killing entire swaths of the population. And this is 100% a cutscene they showed off in the trailers. Lala also took some bumps here and there. As soon as I got the black, I knew what it meant. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Because it's very pretty. It is like one of the best looking cutscenes in the game. I'd be scared too if someone could just summon Odin. But that's the thing. That's only if you're even able to like control it. Other people turn into fucking crystals. Oh look, Snow's being useful. Yeah, Cocoon likes to do communist-style purges and thinks people had contact with the outside world. Yeah.
Listen to me.
Get moving.
That's in Christopher Nolan's Odyssey trailer. It's a movie.
Take care.
It's a movie. It might even be a movie. Speaking of genocide, I'd be told by a friend, another Discord server, that Egypt's having a purge of Coptics. No media coverage. Yeah, even like it's like, oh god, this douche. Kind of cool though. You got a motorcycle. What's the shortest RPG you ever played? To be fair, there are some that can get pretty short. Like the earlier Final Fantasy games can get maybe up to like 10 hours. What is in your opinion the most overrated TV show of all time? Lost. I never understood the hype for Lost. Yeah, Nacho went out like a boss. Kudos to Michael Mandow. Dude knows how to play angry. Oh, yeah. Well, more than that, like, his entire character arc was, like, one of the best in the entire show. He was desperately trying to get out, and he almost did more than once. Punch it. Yeah, who would have thought it all started in a church? No, man, Game of Thrones overrated as fuck. An overrated show based off a mid book series. That's the thing, like, Game of Thrones universally was considered shit around the time the final seasons were coming out. So, like, it completely lost cultural relevance. Lost is one of those of, like, there are people who to this day insist, no, it was good, you just didn't get it. And it's like, no, it just wasn't really that good. Any underrated anime? I mean, Trigun's really good. I don't know if that's underrated. I do like Blue Gender. Blue Gender's pretty fucking hype. So what you're sucking on your Jello night after night? You think of me, you twisted fuck. Oh yeah, it's great. Alright, let's summon again. Because he's gonna beat me up. I put you in that chair so every night you're in her shitty nursing home in your wheelchair sucking down green Jello, you think of me, yeah. The thing is, Game of Thrones screwed itself very early on, despite what people think. A lot of the problems in later seasons can be traced to decisions in earlier... Yeah. Can't believe for some reason I dropped watching Blue Gender. I should probably finish it. I like the first two seasons of Lost. Felt very Castaway. And see the new Chainsaw Man trailer? Yeah, hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's good.
We do this together.
I hate people always fall back on you just didn't get defense. No, I understand. I just don't. I just think it's ass. Yeah. Never saw how big the hype was for Steven Universe post-season 3 to quality crash and burn on how it sucked until they made its second Bible. First was Homestuck. Yeah, Lost started off strong, though it also wasn't obvious they were making shit up as they went along. Yeah. And someone pointed out all the eye symbolism that shows Makima is always watching. Ever seen No Panic Button, Calm Down? YouTuber, former military, so his kids have a lot of fucked up humor, but sometimes it backfires. Pervert try to kiss him in public.
Way to go.
What's a show that's considered extremely normie by everyone but you love? I mean, I really liked Walking Dead when the early seasons were coming out. That shit was fucking dope. But around the time... Because, like, I really liked Season 1. Season 2 I tolerated until you got to the end of the farm arc when the zombies showed up again, and I was like, oh, fuck yeah. I liked Season 3. Season 4 I enjoyed. Season 5 onwards was, like, where I really started hitting that... Oh, wait a minute, this is still going? Yeah, hearing Nacho refer to Gus as the Chicken Man automatically reminded me of Voss, yeah.
Why would the army help us?
Yeah, Angel, Devil, Reze, Makima, and Kobeni JPVA were talking about their favorite male character in Chainsaw Man, and none of them picked Denji.
Don't worry.
I argue the only arc that matters in Game of Thrones was the Hound. I thought Game of Thrones was overrated even when it was popular. I mean, you're just kind of ahead of the curve on that. Yeah, you endured Season 4? At the time, I wasn't even watching it as like a critical thing. It's just, ooh, zombies. I just wanted to see people, you know, fight zombies. Yeah, the moment Carl died, show was dead. Yeah. Review years ago said the best description about Walking Dead. It feels like it has two writers and only one of them knows how to breathe through the nose. That basically was what happened, because Frank Darabont was showrunner for Season 1, which is why you can go back and watch Season 1, and it feels so radically different and genuinely really good. There's just a lot of really, like, stark imagery you don't forget with it. And past that, it all just felt like network TV. Very bloody network TV. That's at least fun to watch as, like, a turn your brain off type thing, but network TV. Yeah, thanks a lot, AMC. You denied us Sam Witwer. First 4, maybe 5 seasons of Game of Thrones were amazing, because it was mostly the books. Yeah, Season 2 was so bad and boring I stopped watching. Walking Dead? Yeah. Like I said, the only part of Season 2 I liked was when the zombies show up at the farm. Like, the actual ending of the season was good, because I liked that whole fight. Because you had Herschel's magic shotgun, you had the guy who drove the RV up to the barn and immediately died to zombies. Like, it was fucking great. Yeah, remember when the prison fell and they lost their big black guy character? But fortunately, they just gained a new big black guy. What about Sam Witwer? Yeah, Sam Witwer was originally going to be in Walking Dead Season 2, because the plan was Season 2 would have juxtaposed the farm arc, which is what I just call it, with the actual fall of Atlanta. And you would have seen basically a running storyline where it would have been the military unit trying to secure Atlanta, and there's a grenade on one of the soldiers, and it would just pass from hand to hand to hand until it ended up with Sam Witwer's guy. And Sam Witwer's character is the zombie that Rick shoots in the tank.
Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, Bernthal was carrying for second season there, yeah. I get Walking Dead after the little girl dies in canon. I think she's still alive and married to Carl. Yeah, she was. They basically flipped the arc between her and her mom, where Carol dies, but her daughter lives on and marries Carl, and that's his wife. And in the show, the little girl dies, and Carol ends up kind of doing her own thing. I hate Season 3 of Walking Dead Telltale. They rushed everything. It's revealed one of the leaders of the major settlements is raiding others, and it literally goes nowhere. Also, Hope's dead. My favorite ahead of the curve moment is buying a full set of Zom 100 manga, then the anime getting announced a few months later. Last thing with Rick and Shane had me and my older brother debating who would have been a better leader for the group between them, because my brother was pissed Shane died. Prime Ramsey continues AI presidents obsessing over Mass Effect series. He made a multiplayer character class tier list. Got me to download original ME3. Multiplayer is still popular. ME3 multiplayer was pretty fucking dope. There we go. Actually going to play all these games. I know you're going to play all the Final Fantasy games. Just mean this trilogy of them. Yeah. You got to get to the not Majora's Mask one, which was Lightning Returns. You like Star Wars Spartacus? I never really got far into it. I got to give thanks to Walking Dead adaptation, because without it, we wouldn't have Death Stranding. Yeah, ME3 multiplayer servers are still online. I only played all the Walking Dead Telltale games because of Clementine. I wanted to see how her story ended. Yeah. To me, that first season was just magic, though. You can't recreate that. That first season was amazing. What's your favorite sitcom, if you like any at all? I really liked It's Always Sunny. When It's Always Sunny was good, that shit was amazing. I laughed so fucking hard. I watched the latest Mr. GG video. How can you make a doc about horse fucking boring? Yeah, I watched that video while I was working on shit today, yeah. Here we go. On one hand, Game of Thrones TV series dropped too many plot lines and characters for it to be Martin's vision, but I do feel he might have tried something the show did, yeah. Yeah, they think Frank's dying, but it's just cake, yeah. Yeah, first season of Walking Dead was Telltale's catch lightning in a bottle, yeah. In the end, Telltale spent their peak trying to recapture Walking Dead Season 1, and they got close. Wolf Among Us was fucking dope. From what I understand, Tales of the Borderland was another one that's people really fucking liked. But then they just overstretched themselves. They kept thinking everything would be as loved as Walking Dead. Yeah, you mentioned which movies get you misty-eyed, but other than Telltale Walking Dead, what games get you like that? Ending of Metal Gear Solid 4 can get me at times. Fuck. Okay, I'm trying to think of one else. I'm trying to remember, like, really, really sad games. Valiant Hearts can kind of clutch the throat a little bit just at that ending where you're walking to the firing squad to get executed. Metro Exodus? Oh, I never broke up at Metro. Yeah, I never did for that. First time I beat Persona 4 Gold and I felt kind of emotional, like, oh, it's over. Yeah, Expedition got me. Expedition had a few moments where I was like, holy shit. Yeah, some stuff from the show will probably be carried over into the books, like the Battle of the Bastards and John being a Targaryen, because that's already been set up or hinted. Maybe Minecraft Story Mode was absolutely peak. Yeah, Nine Souls got me. What do you think of Doug Walker's semi-comeback in recent times? He kind of just proved the old adage in that you can never discount a guy who genuinely loves what he does, you know? Like, that whole change the channel thing that happened, even at the time, I thought a lot of it was really weird. Obviously, it was hard not to at the very least take some of it in, just due to the fact of, like, well, no one's saying anything, so who knows? And it was only after enough time passed and people were really starting to look at it with kind of a critical eye where they going like, no, wait a minute, something's going on here. And Doug did the right thing. Like, in every situation he really could have. He did as good as he could have. Expedition 33, KOF 97, Sacred Treasure ending, Kingdom Hearts 2 ending, P3's ending, and just the entirety of Nier Automata. Aggro bucking wonder across the crumbling bridge of the final boss had me misty-eyed. Yeah, be sure to check if you can still get the ME DLC outfit when you get to FF13LR. I'm gonna whoop their ass. I changed channel shit. I'm still so confused on why they even include Linkar and Lindsay Ellis Borg scene. No, that's not a rape scene, you stone-faced baboons. The changed channel thing was always mixed to me because you had legitimate fuck-ups juxtaposed with petty bullshit. Yeah. And the game makes me sad as the ending of Wind Waker. Dream has to end and you see the friends you made one last time. Yeah, Doug sort of won by doing nothing. Most of his crew stabbed him in the back. Yeah. Like... there's a guy by the name of, I think his name is Nettles. Yeah, I'm pretty sure his name is Nettles. Nettles. Let me just look it up real quick. I can just pull him up. He did a whole series going through the Change the Channel document, kind of juxtaposing what people are claiming versus stuff that he could like full on pull video proving was not true. And he did it for like every segment. Yeah, guy's name is Nettles. He did it for like every segment and really basically broke down that like all of this was not only bullshit, but it should have been immediately discarded the minute people heard it was a thing. Because he pointed out some of the wording in the document was condemning Channel Awesome for solving situations. The whole Mike Ellis sexual assault story, like, they made it sound like a bad thing that Channel Awesome talked to the guy and made him cut off contact with people who were sexually harassing. and even went out of their way to protect people he was sexually harassing. So it's like, wait a minute, but they did the thing they're supposed to do, especially since you didn't want them to go to the police. Why is this a bad thing? Because it happened in the first place? I was about to bring up Nettles. His video on Lindsay Ellis, 100% accurate. Yeah. Honestly, all I got out of the stuff related to Doug just made him sound incompetent, which I kind of already knew. No, that's the thing. Even then, with people claiming he was incompetent, even that was people exaggerating shit to make it sound worse than he was. Like I said, you should check out that Nettles video, because a lot of the way people were claiming that, oh, he was incompetent is that, well, he didn't know how to film a commentary track, and it's like, that doesn't make any sense. He's been filming commentary for his videos for a while. Like, no, that's not true. Is Mike Ellis the real name of Juwario? No, it was another guy that was supposedly sexually harassing people. Yeah, how dare you stop sexual harassment in the way that we wanted you to? Yeah. Tell me you don't feel both pumped and misty-eyed with Matsuro, Kara, and Nikio, or we're back, you're home, we can't be friends. Yeah. Also, as bad as Doug's videos could be, Lankara's content's cancer, yeah. Yeah, but they didn't solve the problem the way I wanted them to, yeah. Yeah, you don't know what happens, it's your fault. You do something bad, it's your fault. People just want to hate for the sake of hating, yeah. Is anyone still relevant from Change the Channel Saga? It really feels like Doug was their only crutch to their careers, yeah. Well, it's, like I said, really check out that series by that dude, because he laid out, like, the most popular name in Change the Channel was a guy that wasn't even involved with Channel Awesome. And that was Cinematic Venom. And Cinematic Venom would go on to completely disavow the movement and say they're all a bunch of liars and manipulators. Yeah, Juwario was Justin Carmichael, yeah. And I remember someone said Doug was a bad person because he disrespected anime. Yeah, even though Doug likes anime. He was one of the earliest YouTubers I remember that would actually seriously talk about anime and not just like shitpost, because he talked about what he really liked in Cowboy Bebop, Miyazaki movies. He was the one that referenced like fucking Wolf's Rain. That I was like, holy shit, someone else actually watched that show? And speaking of Lankara, I didn't realize how schizo his lore gets. Dude tried to give a Silent Hill backstory to his magic gun that kills robots in bad comics. Who made the video? It's a series by a guy by the name of Nettles. Nettles. I can post a link towards the end of towards the end of the stream. He did very, very good. Very good shit. And Wolf's Rain's Kino. And Doug still does what he loves. Not stupid, rich, nor struggling, and he just likes what he talks about. He won, yeah. Ever played the P5 spinoffs? What do you think of them? Strikers is pretty fucking cool. I think is the biggest example of the internet following the popular opinion. Change the Channel was really one of those. Everyone just bought into it because they bought into it. Everyone simping for BLM was another one. Now it's kind of the now it's kind of like the Israel-Palestine thing. Every week the internet buys into some new public opinion shit. Yeah, Doug made a skit about Sailor Moon giving a teenage him a boner, and I salute him. Yeah, Nettles, chat, it's Nettles. Yeah, like I said, I'll post a link when we're wrapping up. Yeah, Wolf's Rain introduced me to Steve Conti, so it's peak for that. And Lankara was literally Reddit way before Reddit became what it is today. Dude was a smug loser of a man-child who's literally the most insufferable in the Channel Awesome group. Yeah. Hell, like, one of the complaints in the Change the Channel document was that Doug took too much of a spotlight on the website. But then Nettles points out in his series, which is why I'm going to keep shilling it, everyone else would openly admit they were not uploading for months at a time. So everyone's complaining like, oh, Doug gets all the spotlight, Doug gets all the recognition, everyone loves Doug. But then they're openly saying, yeah, I couldn't upload for 6 months because I had this go on, or I couldn't upload for 4 months because I had this go on, or I didn't want to talk to anyone, so I didn't talk to anyone for 3 months. Like, no wonder Doug got all the fucking views. He was the only one that was consistent. Yeah, don't worry, I got you. Yeah, it's first part. Yeah, it's a really good video. Dude did a really good series. Yeah, Wolf's Rain was also made by Shinichiro Watanabe. So a good example is the Internet Crusade gets behind the meme. Meanwhile, Lessons in Meme Culture did it much worse by basically shoving lefty talking points in it. It really is crazy how much the internet's changed. Very decent rise on how people determine their opinions on things. Not in the sense that people think, but you get the point. Yeah. Hey, Lois, need a villain for Deboli Flea. Let's use your mecha car villain. Doug, he would kill everyone. Lois, are you fucking retarded? Yeah. Alencar is more than likely undiagnosed autistic. He legit became a feminist solely because he had a crush on a feminist chick in college who didn't like how he wrote women in his stories. Which, you know what? Fair. Yeah, can't out Doug the Doug.
It's me. What's up?
You damn well know what's up. Why haven't you called in?
Sorry, slipped my mind.
Yeah, Doug was unironically the backbone, yeah. Yeah, Doug, Brad Jones, there was like another one that was like one of the, and funny enough, it's all the ones that were still friends with Doug. They were the ones that actually like kept the place afloat. Yeah, that or people calling Sunny V2 transphobic for his Chris video, and he was right. Yeah, watch that Nails video, watch that video Nails made, and holy shit, I'm now wondering how they all managed to stick together for so long. Yeah, remember Dr. Gonzo said he thought killing himself over Mike saying his videos weren't good, yeah. Yeah, Doug's videos on Sailor Moon were really bad due to veering way too close, sounding like an auntie. Well, Doug's whole thing is he's just some dude. He is just a guy. He's just a random guy you meet in Chicago. Okay, a random white guy you meet in Chicago. So it makes sense. Like, yeah, he's not going to be quite as willing to sound as fucked up as we are. Yeah, Mechacar will kill everyone in the ship and then ever partake in comedic behavior. Lewis, Mechacar is not real. And the movie's a comedy. There's no one big opinion that can just shift everyone's thoughts on something. Now there's always going to be someone who would respond if they thought it was wrong. Yeah. Not joking, the lore for Lankar's gun is the spirit of a girl who was only born to be sacrificed. Damn it. I gotta get back to it. And wasn't Iron Liz making her own version of Lightbringer? Yeah, it's still ongoing from what I understand. I got sent a copy.
Take care of Hope.
Yeah, not joking, the lore for Lankar's gun, spirit of a girl was only born to be sacrificed to be turned into a gun. Or a reminder, this in Lankar's lore was still a shitpost.
Snow, listen to me.
Yeah, ironic that Doug and Brad are some of the most consistent uploaders and probably the best friends of the site. Yeah. Well, Doug's acted in Brad's movies more than once, because Brad actually does make short films.
Answer me.
From my understanding, they're very trauma-inspired, but that's kind of a point of pleasure for some people. And Channel Awesome situation to me sounded like it was inexperienced management having to deal with people not worth managing. Yeah, basically.
And see if you can't cool off that head of yours.
Lewis, what makes you think people give a shit about Mechacar's lore? And Spoonie was also good before Depression. Yeah. Before Depression, and he just never got out of it. Also, we get to play as Fang. Yeah, didn't Brad also make his own pornos? I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because that was kind of Brad's whole thing. The one good thing about the Linkara movie, yes, he copied Doug, was Cinema Snob showing them Solo at the end and traumatized them. You know what, I'm just going to say it. Solo's not really that extreme. Yeah, Central Reboot's on sale for $9. Just keep scrolling, the laugh was more than welcome. Not even the developers like that game. Fang Rides, like I'm back in 2010. Lewis, don't give a shit about yourself, insert OC. Unfortunately, there's no real-life big green M&M, so Linkara had to settle and marry a fat chocolate woman. I don't recall Doug's Sailor Moon video being bad. In fact, he's probably the only person on the internet that bothered to research Japan's age of consent laws. It's mainly because he would just crack jokes about the fact of, oh, girls in skimpy outfits. Oh, teenage me, totally love that. And everyone had to basically fawn outrage at that for one reason or another. Yeah, I remember that was conspicuous. Jew Wario claimed since it came out after he died, but Iron Liz is a member of a server I frequent, and she said it was true. That confirmed to me. Oh, yeah. Doug is what we claim as an honorary weeb. He's seen the material, but does not use the lingo. Linkara, however, does use the lingo, but we do not grant him the rank of weeb. Well, didn't Doug used to fucking live in Japan? Because that's what I heard. Like, when he was a kid, his dad was stationed over there, so he actually kind of grew up in Japan for a little bit. Solo or Concrete? What's the worst movie? I think by far Concrete. Solo is very grim and very fucked up, but it's so allegorical that you understand, like, because it's so allegorical, you can kind of have that detached sense of like, oh, this represents that represents this. But Concrete was literal, as in this actually happened to somebody. Yeah, Doug got into trouble with the Yachts after he avenged an old friend. He had to return to the States. Absolutely most I know is he was born in Italy. That's one of those I have to make sure of, because I heard he was like a military kid and he moved around a few different places. What's Concrete about? Junko Furuta. One of the most infamous cases from Japan. Look, there he is. Get him the hell out of here. Cuts the crowd beating the shit out of Linkara. Remember the Teenage Boner skit was used as Doug as a heckin' bad person around the time he became popular due to Smiling Friends, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Very allegorical. The sacred and the profane. I still find Linkara acts like mecha cars on the same level as Shodan. Yeah, Doug also just frequented a lot of cons, and you get exposed to a lot of anime that way, yeah. Oh shit, Junko, yeah, that case was fucked up. Yeah, Doug was born in Naples, Italy on a base. Well, I mean, yeah, I didn't say he was born in Japan. I thought he just grew up there for a little bit. Something once again, I have to make sure of. Because I've heard it. Like, yeah, he moved around a lot because I think his dad was in the Air Force. You ever fight this game? Fighting this game with more than 2 people? You do, but it's after a while. Say what about Doug? He does poke fun at himself. Well, yeah. He understands that to have an appreciation for comedy, you have to be willing to make fun of yourself. Yeah, his dad was Navy. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, he was a Navy brat. Oh, so, yeah, definitely. He went to Japan at least once. I let someone use my OCs for something else. The only thing I tell them to do is keep their personalities consistent, make them funny, but still make them the same guy. I remember Pony guy watching Sailor Moon's video, and he was so pissed off and said they're not supposed to be sexy, they're supposed to be badass. For Sailor Moon? I mean, they're meant to be cute. It's like, yeah, they're badass, but it was a shoujo manga. They're also meant to be cute. Yeah, Doug can take and give shots, yeah. Hell, when he did the what was it? The art video with Oni Plays, the Oni Plays crew, he outright said that he saw the Boy in the Striped Pajamas bit, and he fucking, like, howled laughing because he thought it was amazing. For some reason, Squeenix thought it was a good idea to gimp their own battle system for over 20 hours of gameplay, yeah. Yeah, Doug is one of the only people that, who actually mentioned that Japan has local age of consent laws above 13. Yeah. Yeah, Doug and AVGN are living proof that don't take yourself so seriously is the winning strat, yeah. The problem with Channel Awesome was that Doug had to make a personality for them. Nothing fucking exists for them. They all just did the same as each other, yeah.
Where do I start?
Yeah, that was Miss Anthropony's video about Doug's Sailor Moon video. It quite literally took every joke way too seriously.
But I'm a listener, same as you. Difference being.
On how I get drunk and do a guest role in a show again? Hello, I'm David the Demon Slayer. Fuck. I do hope Doug does come back for Smiling Friends. I also would have loved to see the reaction of Doug reacting to AI Doug. The film was incredibly one-sided and isn't willing to tell everyone else's story.
Here we were.
Yeah, my bad. I watched the boy in PJs over 30 times in middle school and high school. Doug was the one to make fun of Melvin Brother, the Joker, in his commercial videos, and give him credit for that. Yeah. And if it was Doug, as someone literally referred to him as that dickhead with glasses, he knows how to humble himself. Yeah. Well, it's something I mentioned in the Channel Awesome videos, and that Channel Awesome videos compared to Linkara's movie, where everyone kept complaining that Doug wanted them to be goofy cartoon character versions of themselves. Everyone had to basically be Doug and be over the top and all that, when everyone wanted to be the snarky guy. All their personalities revolved around being the snarky kid. Doug was the only one willing to make himself look like an idiot. And you look at Linkara's movie, and Linkara is always the voice of reason. He's a badass. He's a deep thinker. Even the character that's meant to be an idiot, which was 90s Kid, was actually a crouching retard hidden genius that was a savant that intentionally played dumb so people underestimated him. You know, that whole thing. Meanwhile, Doug would have multiple jokes in his movies where he's either the bad guy of the situation, or a moron, or a scam artist. Like, Doug was willing to just flat out make fun of himself. I love seeing him act out the one-sided bit, yeah. I only watched Boy in Striped Pajamas once in high school. I cried at the ending. I'm not kidding. The joke of Doug not knowing Jedi was a real mineral to make Star Wars got to do with an MLPOC really pissed off. Yeah, no, I want to be the snarky guy in a sea of snarky guys. I hope Doug comes back on Smiling Friends, but it's a different character doing the same bit. Yeah, anytime they have to look up information, they just pull up Doug on YouTube. And Spaceball Review pokes fun at him by having a character say, "Do I really want to take comedic advice from the guy who made Demo Reel?" I kind of hope Doug comes back as a generic YouTuber. His Demon Hunter reviewer, local YouTuber, has been caught grooming minors. His beauty YouTuber, everything, yeah. And Critic was based off Daffy Duck, and sometimes Daffy had the joke on him. Yeah, okay, you suck. You suck, yeah. Alan Carr is very autistic if he's wanting to take everything he makes seriously. That's kind of a common thing with a lot of take everything super duper serial type. They do tend to be pretty autistic. I don't even mean that in like a mean way. I mean that like it's an actual they're diagnosed autistic way. And when I was a kid and was regularly visiting that guy with the glasses, I only watched Nostalgia Critic. Most of the others seemed less interesting. I got my comic, got some words starring in the spine. Not much of an issue in the comic, but the intro of the book was hard to read. Yeah, I talked about that in the beginning of the stream. Our printing company completely fucked us on print. Never sent us any samples, and from what we did not understand, Mix'em, you give your print file to Mix'em, as in all the margins are where you need them to be. You have the page formatted exactly how it should be for Mix'em's printers. Then they outsource it to a company using completely different printers with a different format, and they never adjust them for that. So I'm issuing a reprint, and that'll be for free for everybody. It's going to be a whole thing. I also have a digital version that's finished. We're just doing some checks on it. And as soon as it's done, I'm emailing all the backers with the digital. As much once said, Mr. Aaron ruined internet discussion around mean-spirited episode. Yeah, I like mean-spirited humor. You know, I'm one of those where so long as your comedy show makes it clear that it's not meant to be taken seriously, you can get a lot. You can get away with a lot for me. You know, the best way to describe it is I fucking love the kid hockey episode of South Park. You know, that is one of my favorite episodes. Just because it is so fucked up and mean-spirited. It's hilarious. Yeah, Doug is one of the only people who actually mentioned that Japan has local age consent laws above 13. Everyone else just says 13, and Japanese don't know pedophilia is wrong. Yeah, it's like something that's like blatantly not true. No problem. Let them play. Let them play. Yeah, like Danny DeVito's writing. Yeah, one of the reasons I love It's Always Sunny, the jokes in that are so fucking mean-spirited.
What was that all about?
Yeah, Randy, no, not again. Yeah, I getting beaten up by the hockey player was funny as hell. Yeah, the Detroit Red Wings having the whole fucking celebration after they beat the shit out of the kids. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, I like how the corpo grunts look in this game. Yeah. Yeah, damn. Yeah, you think the spine would naturally get bigger than needed margin based on printers doing things in general? Yeah. We were very pissed off. Very pissed off. So like I said, we're doing a reprint. We're going to send, like, all the stuff that's already printed is still being shipped out to everyone, because all the side material is fine from what we understand. All the side material is fine. It's the book itself that's fucked. So you basically get you get 2 books. we will send you replacement copies, so you get 2 books. Even back then, when Mr. Enter and those he inspired were at their peak, I never understood the hype. They were really treat SpongeBob annoying Squidward's second Holocaust. Like, there are some episodes that flat out aren't funny because of it, where it's like, whatever. it feels forced or eh. But some of the more mean-spirited episodes were like the funniest. Like, I love the episode in SpongeBob where you know, SpongeBob enters Gary into the race, and he makes Gary like fall apart. Just because I love that joke where SpongeBob's like, "Oh, Gary, why didn't you tell me I was pushing you too hard?" I did. Oh, well, why didn't you tell me I wasn't listening? I did. I wonder if there was a prototype Sour Pop, like a treatment that was wildly different from the original. There is. When I was working with Sai, when I first met Sai, and we were talking about doing an early version of Sour Pop, we had like a very fucking rough draft version of the original story. I think I still have images of that somewhere. That could actually be fun to kind of show off for maybe a stream, or like in the second issue it was like a special feature type thing. Yeah, go Rocky, go! Yeah, Patrick's Rock wins. Yeah, I love it. I would like Doug as he is now to do a proper grounded real-life comedy movie. McCarr versus Barely Harrington, who wins? Everyone knows Anarchy always wins. Seriously though, why was SpongeBob looking at Squidward like that in the boating school episode? Yeah, that'd be like an issue 30 type of thing, yeah. Probably the only human in the world who doesn't mind the toenail scene. That's another case of like, yeah, it's really fucked up and gross, but I am fine with it because I like fucked up and gross humor. How much money to get you to watch review The Sheep Detectives unironically? I don't know what that is. Squidward Tortellini. Yeah, we need a new channel. Awesome movie. Another door moment. Yeah. Yeah, or the Splinter. Yeah. When Gary started blowing up like a race car and crashed realistically, was hilarious. Yeah. I found this one video by Toasty Time where he was trying to sell me, called Lona RPG, and was trying to make a deep game. Then when I looked it up, the game not only is hentai, it was also a shitpost. And the winner is Rocky. You can't believe my purebred who cost me $17,000 lost to a rock. And Squidward toenail scene only hurts because I've had that ingrown toenail hurt like a bitch to get out, so I know the pain. Alan Carr's latest review is one of the Warframe comics. Here we go. Alright, Pinhead, your time is up. Who you calling Pinhead? That's for yesterday, SquarePants. Yeah. Like I said, I like mean-spirited humor. I am perfectly okay with it. Some of my favorite shit has mean-spirited humor, and I mean, Ed and Eddie had mean-spirited humor. South Park had mean-spirited humor. Johnny Bravo had mean-spirited humor. Like, you know, one of my favorite movies is fucking Shaun of the Dead. Now, Shaun of the Dead scared the shit out of me when I was a kid, but after I grew older and I became way more aware of horror movies and I got used to them, a lot of the fucked up jokes in that just are great. I fucking love it. And see that Metro Prime Remake is both 1 and 2 merged into one game. Oh, Max Payne? Max Payne or Metroid Prime? People are using MP a lot lately. You ate all my food. Now I'm gonna starve. Yeah, Silent Ed Crash Out was pure cinema yet. Yeah, Max Payne. Oh, Max Payne 1 and 2 is one game? That actually could be dope. That could be really cool. That Luna game was that creepypasta game that was made to troll MLP Janies. I don't know what you're talking about. One of my favorite jokes from SpongeBob was when the chum bucket blows up and Squidward uses it to build new things in Krusty Krab. What about the computer? That's Plankton's wife.
What are you doing?
Yeah, Matt TV toenail skit still made me cringe. Listen, seeing Eddie get his ass kicked by Rolf for the fish was Kino, yeah. God, it was such a good show. It's such a good show. How much you had to bribe you to review Lankar's History of Power Ranger series? Why is Ashley from Resident Evil and Final Fantasy? Because, listen, it was important. Review of the cinematic classic Yoga Hosers. Yeah, Sandy doing that's also a really good brick joke, given the episode doesn't bring that up again until the very end, yeah. Yeah, we're truly sorry, Ed Boy. Did you bring the cupcakes of forgiveness? Yeah, Giant Bravo has some explaining to do for that clown in the airplane. Like, bro was down bad. Best recent SpongeBob joke is when Nostalgia Critic sees Bubble Bass as him and calls him AVGN. SpongeBob doesn't like you. Oh yeah, that was great. that was the moment where it hit. It's like, okay, Doug's not out just yet. Come on, Nathan Drake, can he make History of Power Rangers Part 7?
Thanks, Hope.
I know, like, one of the newer episodes of SpongeBob straight up had, like, a full-on Apocalypse Now parody. And I was seeing clips of that going, like, what the fuck? I might have to watch that. Because, like, there's some parts in it that are, like, scene for scene. And not, like, the obvious ones. Like, it has Bubble Bass as the coked-out journalist. It has Squidward as Kurt's washing his head. It's like, okay, I can tell they've watched Apocalypse Now. Cupcakes of Sorriness and the Eels of Forgiveness. Yeah, really? Apocalypse Now? Yeah. I was like the one where SpongeBob says, okay, Strangler, and I mean bodyguard, yeah. That sounds sick as fuck. MP this, MP that. Why don't you MP some bitches? Oh shit, you did. Can you, like, give me some pointers? Yeah, my SpongeBob has some wild episodes. Many aren't great, some hit right, yeah. New history of Voltage Vengers. Voltage Vengers has no set schedule. Do not ask for a link when it's up. As apparently SpongeBob got good again in the past few years. I have to consult Dick Bro. I mean, he's the one with the kids, so he will be well attuned to the quality of children's programming. Oh, but speaking of which, we finally got Dick Bro to fucking sit down and play Silent Hill 2 remake. And now he officially loves Silent Hill 2. And I'm fucking pissed. I'm fucking pissed because all through high school I was like, you should really play Silent Hill 2. You should really play Silent Hill 2. I fucking wore him down. He finally sat down with it, played it for 5 minutes, and was like, ew, clunky tank control gameplay. I don't want to play this. I was so pissed. From my understanding, a lot of people who currently work on SpongeBob are people who grew up with SpongeBob, but also little to no experience writing TV shows at first. Ah, okay. And speaking of Apocalypse Now, Hard Darkness vid by Wendigoon's out. Can't wait for people to complain about exposing Hard Darkness to normies. Even though it's already one of the more influential stories out there. And it took him 12 years, but it took him, yeah. Garden's overgrown, your cucumbers are soft. Now you're telling me he's that guy, yeah. At least he finally started, and now he's interested in playing F as well. He wants to play Silent Hill 1. It's like, okay, bit by bit, you'll get into this series. Did people really read Hard Darkness in their high school? I did. Apparently got good again when Steven Hillenberg came back. Then he died and fell back off. So my dad said watching Yo Gabba Gabba when he babysat my cousin's kids made me want to, made him want to kill himself. I thought SpongeBob would parody something that everyone expects, like Lord of the Flies, but really Apocalypse Now. To me, it just shows they have good taste. SpongeBob episode's called Heart of Garbage, and it's that Squidward's house gets covered in garbage. 6 months pass by and he's gone insane, and SpongeBob and Patrick go to get him out. Hot take, I like tank controls. I find them very cozy. Maybe it's years of using it, but I find it depends more on the game's approach to gameplay than just saying controls suck. Yeah, like, Resident Evil 1 Remake's tank controls to me are perfect. Those are the absolute pitch-perfect tank controls. Resident Evil 1 Remake feels so fucking good to play. Resident Evil 2 tank controls, like OG, also really fucking good, with a few moments of clunk with really fast bosses. Resident Evil 3, it's more of, I'm just not good at the dodge system, which is why it feels weirder for me. I still have not gotten the dodging down, which is a crucial aspect to it. But good tank controls, you feel. Like, these are good tank controls. Yeah, Downcry said pretty good tank controls, yeah. Who's more normie, you or Dick Bro? Oh, Dick Bro by far. Does this mean I still have a chance to submit my episode idea of Teen Titans Go that's just shot-for-shot parody of Men Behind the Sun? You okay? Yeah, Resident Evil 1 Remake smooths out gameplay more. Oh yeah, it's fucking addicting. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 still has tank controls technically, though with camera and such it feels different. Yeah. Yeah, that dodge is really precise. Now, you know, it'd be a funny episode if they made an episode called Squidward Sewer Slide, where Squidward straight goes slide down the sewers. They made reference to Squidward Suicide before. But they had to edit that episode to something else. Yeah, I turned on SpongeBob the other day. Zombie hamburger people. Is that the one? Is that the one where they're yellow? Because I think I actually remember that one. That was the food reviewer one. Games are Chow Cocoon. Yeah, Homecoming crashes a lot. Oh yeah. Evangelion or Cowboy Bebop? Oh, Cowboy Bebop by far. I respect Anno a lot, and learning more about the guy made me respect him more. I'm just not a big Evangelion guy. Yeah, Turn to Blood is just black baggy eyes, yeah. Yeah, RE1 Remake is by far the best one. Yeah, you're not wrong. I consider it probably like the definitive Resident Evil game. Yeah, spongy patties. Yeah, they moved the Squidward suicide reference to replace it with baby Squidward shitting himself. Damn it, Nickelodeon. Yeah, it was a full-on Russian roulette scene, Squidward losing his shit. Yeah, they used the red-eyed Squidward as a jump scare in episode, yeah. Bebop or Shampoo? Bebop. Shampoo's not bad, but there are moments where it kind of feels like it's trying to take ideas from Bebop. Like, there's a whole episode in Shampoo where it ends... It basically ends with Mugen doing the same fall that Spike does in Ballad of Fallen Angels. Where Ballad of Fallen Angels had Green Bird, and it's that whole sequence where he's falling out of the church. Mugen falls into a river, and it has like this classic Japanese, I'm pretty sure it was like an enka singer or something like that. And it was basically the same scene. And I was like, this probably would have hit harder if I didn't already see Bebop and I already knew about Ballad of Fallen Angels. Yeah, objectively, Bebop, personally, Shampoo. Shampoo has some really good moments. Also have a deer hunting reference episode yet. Yeah, the Ryoku's arc. Yeah. I mean, Mugen's death sequence? Yeah, basically. Yeah, Mugen was on the verge of death and clinging on to life, yeah. When tank controls are good, you'll never notice they fuck them up. You'll never forget them, yeah. I've seen Shampoo once and loved it. I watch Bebop at least once a year, so Bebop, yeah. Yeah, Bebop and Shampoo kind of feel like companion pieces. Yeah, they ate bad Krabby Patties and turned to have hamburgers that are also zombies, like half zombie, half fish people. Very strange.
The sea don't have family.
Listen to me, kid.
I was thinking Black Lagoon. Oh, yeah. Black Lagoon's really good.
I'm an orphan. I barely got to know my family. But someday, I'm gonna have my own. Once I save Sarah and protect Cocoon.
How exactly?
It's a good question.
I like Eva, but I just enjoy Gundam better. Also, Eva plastic kits fucking suck. They can legit get mold in them.
But everyone hates Lassie.
Yeah, we need more drifters. Yeah.
Someone that's trying to kill you.
Am I taking Evangelion? Watch Gurren Lagann. Yeah.
But everything will work out in the end. As long as we stay together.
I always thought Bebop and Shampoo were about the same author. Technically it was. They're both directed by Watanabe. Yeah, Watanabe also directed Excel Saga and Space Dandy. Yeah, keep rubbing it in snow.
Lassie's only hope is a quick death.
Yeah, a lot of 13 is just running. Like, the main characters just run. My co-founder of Respawn Entertainment died today, yeah. Fucking everyone's dying. Then Gurren Lagann pissed me off for the obvious reason, not that it's bad. Oh, yeah. And to be fair, they are wanted fugitives. Gurren Lagann Yoko music video exists. I've seen it back in the day. I still have it on PlayStation 3. Even I died. I forget, why did some people hate 13? It is very linear until you get like 40% of the way through the game. And then it actually opens up and is like, okay, now here's the combat system.
It's all about teamwork.
Do you think second half after L dies was really that bad? For Death Note, I cannot deny that it was bullshit. Even the author kind of admitted it was bullshit. Because it makes sense Light would cheat. It does. it doesn't make sense L would fall for it. And the game's playing itself, John. Oh, Jay, you know what's next month? Yes, fuck you, it's January. I fucking hate when people would say Black Lagoon just Cowboy Bebop with a boat. Like, tell me you haven't read or watched Lagoon. Yeah, it's a completely different feel. Here's, you ever watch Space Dandy? Oh yeah, Space Dandy was awesome. I know it's hard to believe. This game has a major open world segment, yeah. Every art slave draw Yuki Pouty saying, you guys ruined my groove with their foot up the parent guy's ass. I don't mind the idea of it taking two L successors working together to take Light down, but the execution wasn't great. Yeah. I love Bebop, but God, Eva has permeated into so much of my favorite anime, yeah. Black Lagoon feels more like an exploitation movie. Yeah, it's basically meant to be like a John Woo movie. I have to ask, maybe it's just me, but wasn't Final Fantasy X also very linear? I mean, most maps have one entrance, one open area, and one exit. I always found the linear complaint a bit odd.
What do we do?
It was, but you could go back to any area you wanted. Granted, so long as you weren't in like a very guided story segment. You could run all the way back to the opening area and run through the game again if you wanted to. I really thought that Rem would have killed Light had Rem been forced to kill L. Yeah. They made a review of Black Lagoon. Second half of Death Note's fine into the finale where Nier pulls some really contrived bullshit to defeat Light. Yeah. Now, I am fine with the way Light dies in the manga, where he's like screaming and crying like, no, I don't want to die, because by the time you get to that ending, it should be blatantly obvious that, yeah, Light's the bad guy of this story. He should be dead. Yeah, you can see Oba and Obata being like, oh, fuck, we should not have killed L yet. Yeah, 13 made it too obvious it was linear. Yeah, 13 just lacks early access to open world area, yeah. Hope, what are you doing to make them mad? I'm okay with L dying, maybe a better way, but he shouldn't have been replaced by another L. Maybe Masada, the goofy detective of the team, becomes competent detective over the series. Yeah. Hell, that's basically the ending of Monster. A complete side character guy that was basically a joke is the one that actually shoots Johan. You watched dub or sub with Space Dandy? Dub. It was actually pretty good. X was linear, but you had towns could revisit earlier areas, and they didn't restrict you to 2 party members for like 40% of the story. I'll admit the styling and music of 13 really wins me over. Of course, I love 10, so yeah. What's the shampoo anime? Samurai Champloo. It's like the No, it was the one that the creator of Cowboy Bebop did right after Bebop, and it was basically what kind of sort of started the whole like lo-fi samurai hip hop thing. Biggest gripe, which the author acknowledges, how Naomi Masura gets killed off in Death Note. Absolutely hated that. Yeah. If it's Watanabe anime, the dub is guaranteed good. Yeah. Yeah, Watanabe animes have good dubs. Yeah. Ironically, I think the only one that I watched only in sub was fucking Carol and Tuesday. And introduced Nujabes to us. Yeah, Nujabes is fucking sick. Yeah, the Alien Field live-action actors was screwing kids. Yep.
Just too easy.
Yeah, too bad Lazarus sucked ass. Oh yeah. Yeah, Snow, stop punching the robot. It's not gonna work. It has metal skin. Yeah, so it's Mugen's fault Yasuke exists. To be honest, Light's so fucking retarded compared to L. He only didn't get caught because L didn't know about the supernatural notebook and kill people. What are you gonna do against a Gatling gun? Well, I mean, we punched it. Yeah, Samurai Champloo does have a lot of hip-hop influence on it. Like, there's an episode where Mugen learns how to graffiti. Yeah. Alright, Hope, try not to die. Yeah, Lazarus was so disappointing. You could feel the Western Riders in the show. Yeah. That was probably the biggest condemnation I ever felt towards Lazarus, which is when it was coming out, I didn't hear fucking anyone talk about it. Fucking no one was saying anything about it. Like, it was a new fucking Watanabe anime, and no one was talking about it. I think Watanabe should stick to producing now. I think he's retreading old ground, yeah. Everything I watch is peak, so everything I don't watch is overrated. The Fallout overrated, Sopranos overrated, Mr. In-Between overrated, Slave Harem and the Labyrinth of the Otherworld peak. Ow. Nah, it was just that good of a detective that he was able to largely figure out the rules of the magic bullshit with some exceptions. Yeah, like, if I remember right, the role that killed him was one that I think the story, like, barely even introduced by the time Light tried it. Here we go. I heard people talk about it. It was alright. Then went below mid at the midpoint. Yep. Yeah, I mainly made a video on the new No I'm Not Human update. Oh. Yeah, Samurai Champloo was literally the anime that finally let me get a chance to listen to actual hip-hop and rap music. I was mostly listening to rock, yeah. And Nujabes and Fat John are a fucking killer combo for an OST. Saw a vid on the full recreation of Sir Radzig's sword and thought, cool. $1,323. Oh, God. Yeah, look at that man's goofy smile. I forgot what Lazarus was until like a small snippet of a trailer popped in my head. Also, don't gift wrap. If I recall, there was a like, tier of KSD1 you could purchase where you could get the sword. Yeah. I hate that face. Also, Nujabes work on the Samurai Champloo OST, so you know every song's gonna slap. Yeah. Hell, Battle Cry will fucking stick in your head. Battle Cry, Feather, like, there were so many good songs. Mew and Sarah, Snow's face. Yeah, Light had to do some insane workarounds to the rules to finally get L. Yeah. Because, like, the actual way he beats L... Like, the actual way he beats L to me is stupid. Just in the sense of, like... Personally, with how I liked L, he would not write his own fucking name in the book that could potentially kill him. You know what I mean? Like, if there was even a 1% chance that was the actual Death Note and could actually kill him, motherfucker's not gonna fucking do that. So, Toa, any thoughts on Odyssey? Funniest critique I saw was people saying Odyssey has no history to be accurate to. So, yeah, Bronze Age never happened, yeah. Sexiest video game, female video game character? I like Bayonetta. Bayonetta was my ride or die gal. I'll give a spoiler for the ending of Lazarus without revealing anything. Oh, we were right there, man. Yeah, L just eventually is like, okay, you're not Kira, you're my friend, so this is my name. Yeah, it's like, fuck you. Fuck you, he would be careful. Personally, L was too fucking smart and knew too many things he had no right to know. The fact he narrowed it down like that, yeah.
Show him how it's done.
All right, here we go.
How about this? We do this together.
Sexy motorcycle wife, yeah. Yeah, imagine L going around town with his notebook and tell people, please sign my petition postal style. This movie fixed by having Shinigami screw White all over by writing his name in the note, yeah.
Let's ride.
I would say Breaking Bad and Death Note have similarities, like people point out. Not really. Not really, because the whole aspect with Breaking Bad was that Walt was never as smart as he thought he was in regards to being a criminal. Light was a very, very good criminal. I think I went with an Odyssey movie. Wouldn't work with general audiences. I'd want a lot more color and to look like a Harryhausen movie. Yeah. Yeah, no one knows about New Berserk chapter. Yeah. Yeah, Light was scary smart, but ego got in the way. Yeah. I think Lazarus the weakest out of all the animes coming from the career Cowboy Bebop. Oh, across the board, because like I said, it's... No one was fucking talking about it. And everything I heard from the people who did talk about it was like... Eh... Please keep me alive. There we go. And of course, the abilities had to pop after I was already fucking dying.
It's all about teamwork.
Welcome to Berserk Waiting Room. I'll take your coat.
How about this?
Light would have Walter die by his cancer advancing quickly if he thought he was a threat. Yeah. Just reminding you about the new Jabe's ramen shop in Shibuya you should visit. Yeah. Yeah, holy save, yeah. Hope gets one. He gets one. Space Danny is as good of a magnum opus as you could want. Yeah. Light could have deterred L if he didn't give in to his taunting and killed the fake L. Yeah. Every time I see Snow, I just can't help but think, why is Ashley a femboy now? Why is there a homeless guy in robots? Yeah, Walt's motivation is also a lot more practical than Light's idealistic. Yeah, well, it's the basic thing of, also here, I'll swap us back on over. We'll just say this is the segment we closed off tonight, because it is getting late and I'm sleepy. I've been doing a lot of tedious fucking work today. Are you planning on covering Space Dandy? Oh, definitely. Light has magical notebook, can kill people, and a lot of dead god helping him. A god of death helping him. Walter has Jesse. Also, the fact Light almost exclusively used hard attacks to send a message, it was an ego thing. Yeah. Because, yeah, on paper, theoretically, Light could have killed anyone he wanted in any way he wanted. Because that's the rule, so long as you write down how they're going to die. What was it? If you write down the cause of death within 2 minutes of their name going in the notebook, they'll die that way. If I remember right, that was the rule. Yeah, Watanabe didn't even want to make Lazarus. He wanted to make another comedy like Space Dandy, but CN execs wanted another serious show like Bebop. And aside from controls and graphics, what would you say the improvements over RE4 remake in terms of characters or enemies? It was mainly the gameplay. Gameplay was the best part of it. Because I really like the parry system, what they did with the knives. That Krauser fight in particular was really fucking sick. A lot of the guns felt very weighty. You know, that was pretty cool. And the new different enemy types they added were actually kind of cool. As long as it was physically possible and doesn't kill another person who isn't in the book. Otherwise, it defaults to a heart attack. Yeah. If you ever do to come to Pennsylvania and go to Primanti Bros, the Pittsburgh... Pit Burger is the best steak meat, sauerkraut, fries between 2 pieces of Italian bread. Oh. There's new manga about this girl who's a huge City Hunter fan, has a crush on Ryu, and gets reborn as a character in the story. Yeah, I talked about that in the City Hunter video. There's even a couple of V's tracks for Light versus Walter. I'll link them. Yeah. Or versus tracks. And before you go, Lolly, just seen Expeditions on sale for $40 and PSN Holiday sale. Should I get it? Oh, yeah. Expedition's fucking awesome. I don't know, chat. Jesse can handle Light Death God. Do you wish we had newer console support of OG RE2 and OG and RE3 Nemesis? Kind of like how they did with RE4. Yeah. Well, they did bring them back eventually, because I was able to get them on PS5. I think you'll sell the digital copy of Sour Pop, or is it just, sorry, the first copy's fucked up? Well, it's not meant for sale. Like, I was intending on giving people a digital copy for a while, so this is just lining up with something I already intended to do. What's a movie or show everyone loves but you find insufferably boring? I never got into Hunger Games. I just never got into that. Yeah, Cyberpop Volume 1, the Crippled Edition. Yeah, just he shares a bag of apples with Ryuk. Our bosses suck, huh? Yep. But Columbo would definitely beat Light. But Loli, my AI. It's a really good game, though. I still think Willem Dafoe is the best voice for Shinigami. Oh, yeah, he was the best part of that shitty Western movie. Yeah, fair. Hunger Games 2 is okay, but I never understood the craze. The irony of the comic is crippled, yes. It's like Battle Royale. I do like Battle Royale a lot. I think that is kind of what separates my taste from shit like that. It's that if I hear a concept like kids are kidnapped by a totalitarian government and forced to kill each other, I want it to be like Battle Royale. I want it to be like this vicious, like, oh god, what the fuck? Well, Hunger Games is explicitly like YA. I never got into YA, you know? I never got into that. So whenever I hear of a fucked up story concept, I want it to be fucked up. You know, I want it to be one of those things where it's like, oh shit, that part. YA stuff tended to, it would give you the concept, but it would be so watered down and so like, it would just be so like, you could feel there's a leash, you know? There's a leash on it, and it just kind of makes you go like, well, what would happen if you took the leash off? You've read Dresden Files, right? That's considered YA. To me, Dresden Files is not really YA. It's discount World of Darkness, I'll give it that, but no, it definitely went a lot harder than a typical YA book. Child Soldier Fantasy, yeah. I mean, Beasts of No Nations, that's a fucking amazing movie. So you see our names in PFP, or are we just floating words to you? I mean, I'm looking at the YouTube chat. I was just salty. He kept dying in the Hunger Games sim in Discord. What baffles me is, to use an example, the author of Death Note insists there's no afterlife or anything supernatural like that. My brother in Christ, you have Shinigami. No, that's Ryuk. That's Ryuk insisting there's no afterlife because he himself does not know. Hell, Light even figures that out. Only remotely interesting fact about Hunger Games, the director is Elliot Rodgers' father. No, he was a producer on it, if I remember right. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed? Can't Lynch Dog Days, have you played that before? And also, do you have a big ball to cover a Ruby at some point? I mean, if you mean I have a plan to cover Ruby, yeah, that's been on the list for a while. Like me, it shows how big assholes the Fae are. They're not whimsical nature spirits. They'll torture you for giggles. Have you read Department 19? Surprisingly fun, really fun vampire killing book. Surprisingly gory and more violent than you expect a YA novel to be, at least in my experience. Vampire stakes explode in gore. Yeah, young adult. Yeah, the genre is referred to as YA, but it's like young adult. Basically aimed at like teenagers. I never got into that. By the time I was reading, like, stuff that wasn't, like, Goosebumps, when I was a kid, I was already reading shit like fucking, 1984 or Heart of Darkness, things like that. Now, yes, that was because school assignment shit, but the point is, by the time I got to that, I was like, well, I want to read more stuff like that. I think Columbo would solve the Kira case. You'll never know. I'll quote Homer on Hunger Games when do the kids start killing each other? Yeah, Black Goon should be like a good version of Wanted Dead. YA stuff is extremely hilarious once you grow up and think about living in that world. Yeah, YAs are mainly for preteens, yeah. Alrighty, but yeah, we had a pretty good night tonight. We had a pretty good night. I was able to update everybody on the happenings that are going on with the Cyberpop reprints. Pain in the ass that we have to reprint it, but lesson for next time. Never use Mixum again. Never use Mixum again. But yeah, hopefully we can turn this into a blessing in disguise. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So, thanked everybody who showed up. Like I said, Dawn of the Dead video should be done by tomorrow. Like, I only couldn't finish it today because I was busy working on the Cyberpop shit, which I was able to get done. So by tomorrow, hopefully, Yeah, by the time I get over to Shota's, it should be uploaded for early people. So assuming no copyright problems, people will be able to watch it by tomorrow if you're an early guy. So, but yeah, on that note, I'm going to call it. I'm very sleepy. So, also keep an eye out, because like I said, I will, assuming everything goes right with the digital versions of Sire Pop, that should be emailed out to the backers by tomorrow as well. I plan on getting a lot of stuff done by tomorrow. A lot of stuff. But, yeah. See you guys.
Los Angeles. You are too hot.
You have never been in love until you've seen the stars reflect in the reservoir. And you have never been in love until you've seen the dawn rise behind the home for the blind. We are the pretty, petty things, and you're standing on our streets where Hector was the first of the gang with a gun in his hand, and the first to do time, the first of the gang to die. Oh my, Hector was the first of the gang with a gun in his hand, and the first to do time, the first of the gang to die. Oh my, you have never been in love until you've seen sunlight thrown over smashed human bone. We are the pretty, petty things, and you're standing on our streets where Hector was the first of the gang with a gun in his hand, and the first to do time, the first of the gang to die. Such a silly boy, Hector.